Greetings, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I hope you're all doing great. Today it is the 12th of June 2026. It is 14 o'clock, 15 past 14 o'clock here in Denmark. Sorry, it's been like almost a week since I last streamed, and I apologize for that. I have a reason for it, and that is I was stressed by shit. More than usual, that is. I am... it's not very uncommon that I'm stressed for various reasons, but let's not get into that. That's boring or something along those lines. I hope everyone is doing great, whether you're watching it live or not. I'm gonna try and be more consistent with my streams, or at the very least, like, consistently. I want to aim for at least 3 streams a week, no matter what. And I'm thinking... Oh shit, I've got to mute my bloody phone. Sorry. I want to just be more consistent with my streams because that's, that's what I owe you guys. And not just... And that's what I think, or like feel like I owe you guys, but also just because I think it's just nice. I want to get more into streaming. I want to just be like, on the road to making this like a big thing. Consistency is quite useful. And it's just nicer, I think, for both me, the streamer, and also you guys, the viewers, if I'm a little bit more consistent with my streams. Now that aside, today we will have a look at what's going on in the north of Ireland, in Belfast. There have been some pogroms there. Very, very, just insanely fucked up shit. And we'll look into that. Learn a little bit about the situation. We'll also have a look at the World Cup. A little bit less serious news, though it's still, in some way, like it's mostly just very funny what's happening with the World Cup. But it also just has like significant, awful effects for the lives of some people who are, were supposed to be there doing the World Cup and that kind of thing. So we'll have a look at that. It's more or less turning into an insane embarrassment for the US, which to me is just very amusing. I saw something about. I also saw, I heard about like the EU apparently becoming even worse in immigration. And for those who know, the EU has never really been, or at least for a while, they've not exactly been great on immigration, despite what most Europeans would think. And we'll have a little bit of a look at that. Just kind of verify that, and / look into what it means and that kind of thing. Other than that, we'll also have a look at some video game trailers. Metro received a gameplay trailer, which I'm very fucking hyped to see with you guys. Actually, wait, we'll just write that in the Discord now. Because I'm very excited to see that. Yes. So yeah, there's that, and there was also some other trailer. I think actually, I think a Helldivers like not DLC, but like season thingy. They're adding shit in Helldivers 2, which I would like to have a look at, which I think is from a long time ago, but that doesn't matter. I mean, it's technically right. I also need to look into what exact things I need to like upgrade my PC, like which things are fairly cheap to upgrade. But yeah, first, let me just turn down the sound a wee bit on this, a tiny bit. There we go. So, way too cold. Welcome. Also, welcome Standard of Entertainment, who is a very good friend of mine. Have good luck with the going to the store. So. First things first, some personal news, I guess, which in this case just means that I've been watching some weeb shit lately, or otherwise known as anime. I rewatched like all of Lock Horizon, I don't think I'd watched the latest season, which came out like 4 years ago or something. So I was like, I don't remember anything about it. I remember I really liked this anime, so I just watched through it from the beginning. And I found that rewatch very enjoyable. So since like I didn't really remember most of it, though I couldn't remember it well enough to like know what would happen next, but I was like, oh yeah, I recognize this. Like I remember something like this happened for most things. It was a pretty fun watch. I can see why I liked it, and I still like it to probably about the same extent. Though, like nowadays, I'm a lot more critical about like anime weirdness. Japan being weird in the portrayal of certain things, if basically sexist and/or like predatory. And like, if it was not for that, I feel like the anime could have easily become a 10. I'm also very sad. Though I will say, like, I think it becomes better as it goes on, and it's not. Yeah, okay, I think at least. I hope it does not get worse. In any case, it likely will not get worse because it is unlikely we will ever get a 4th season. Maybe in 10 years, who knows? I heard that apparently the creator had been like jailed for tax fraud, but that might not be true. It's more likely that he's just lazy and like maybe not lazy, but like it's very slow at writing more stuff. And from the little I read about it, it's just as likely that he's lazy as it is that he's just earning more money from something else or like working on something else he prefers. Either way, it means that I'm not gonna get my fix of Lock Horizon, which is sad. I also have caught up to ReZero, which the current arc is very interesting. ReZero also has anime weirdness, but I think in general it's better than most other anime. No, I mean, it's definitely better than the average, I think. Okay, whatever. In any case, the plot of it, I think, is very interesting, and especially the newest season, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Though I am getting I'm getting very annoyed at the main character again, and I think most of people who watch ReZero from the beginning will just hate the main character for being kind of an idiot. Just an idiot, and other times like idiot squared throughout the anime. But especially like in the first season, and I think also part of second season, and then eventually he becomes a lot better, more competent, less of an idiot. But for various reasons in the plot that has resurfaced. But it's enjoyable so far. I'm quite enjoying it. I've also been watching, because I caught up with it. I was like, yeah, super cool. Very sad. I do feel bad for him though. Like he does not. I mean, it's a cool ability he has, though. It's not very nice, especially like some of the ways he die. It's just very like he really should just invest in like some sort of like pill to take in, the situations he gets into, because like, bro, you're just not doing well. Like you need an easy way out sometimes, man. Like you desperately need that. Other than that, what else? Other than that, yeah, because I caught up with that. I was like, shit, I want to watch something else, because I think I'm just getting back into watching anime, because like sometimes I don't feel like playing anything, and it's just an easy thing to just watch. It's just easy and nice and pleasant to watch some anime, especially some which are like some of them, like, there are all sorts of anime which are good in different ways and bad in different ways as well, but like you can easily find something that is like more chill, that you can just watch in a very chill way, or like just watch something with what I think is like a very cool plot. And because of that, I have resumed, or slash like started resumed watching Oshinoko, which is like an anime about like an idol, but like in a very, not in the way you would assume hearing that there's an anime about an idol. And I'm like in a few episodes into the, I think, 3rd season, and I think it's really, really interesting what's happening now. Yeah. I mean, it just the entire thing has been quite interesting and quite fun to watch. I watched the first 2 seasons when they came out, but I don't think I will watch anything beyond that. That's fair. I think it just becomes better the further you go in ReZero, but I will also say, like, sometimes I feel like like parts of it are very, very slow, which kind of makes sense since the entire thing is that he sort of restarts whenever he dies, but it still is like a little bit too slow sometimes, and it's still just like sometimes he's just kind of an idiot. And that's why I really like Log Horizon, because the main character is very competent, but like my major gripes with it, as other than enemy weirdness, which to be fair isn't that much for the time when it originally released, I guess. And my gripes are also like part of that is that it's very slow, and some of the things like they go through in season 2 especially, and the season 2 and like the 3rd season, is that I feel like a lot of that could have just been side story. We need more SPR. What is that? What is SPR? Also, I'm chewing gum. If it's too audible, please do let me know. JGBA, Steel Ball Run. I have no idea what that is. But I will assume that it's entertaining or something of that sort. I've been summoned by a JoJo reference. It's funny you mentioned that. That's actually one of the TikToks we're going to look at. Also, that's an awesome, what do you call it? Username. Alex walk him down to hell. Currently my ceiling is up. Ha ha ha. I'm so funny. I've just been like talking about anime I've been watching recently. It's an inside joke. God, yeah, that makes sense. Right. We shall. Let's see. Can I do this? Cool. I'm going to change my name. Ah, okay. What was your name previously? Just a moment, and that should be correct. Alexin. Ah, okay, gotcha. Okay. And we are going to do this. Excellent. All right. I'm the capitalist, if you remember. Oh yeah, no, I remember now. Potential Davarish Alexin. We're going to, yeah, hell yeah. Привет. We're going to, okay. So these are two things I want to watch, like these two trailers. The Helldivers trailer, which is 3 months old. And also the Metro 2039 gameplay reveal trailer. Or gameplay reveal thingy. Because it looks so sick. We're not going to watch it immediately, but we'll go through some news first. Probably starting with looking at the, pogroms in Belfast. And learn more about what's going on there. And then we'll go on from there. All right. So I've saved a few thingies. Actually, real quick, because you said JoJo. Actually, no, I'll watch it in a little bit. Fuck. There's also some news regarding like Marmalade Warband. They had a patch recently, which looks good. Not Warband, Panel Node. So I want to start. Where do I want to start from? I want to start around. I thought I'd saved more about these. Okay, I guess not. 3 of them is not bad. Boo politics. If you want, you can mute the tab and then come back in like an hour or 2. We'll probably do politics for around that amount of time, and then we'll do other stuff. Let's watch JoJo. I'm sorry, but we must do politics. We'll do some. I'm not sure about how to like structure this yet, but my general thing is like I like to do like some mixture of like things which are very serious / sad, and then like do some other politics as well. Let's watch the entire anime real quick. As tempting as that is, I feel like that might get my channel banned. So unfortunately, I don't think we can do that. I do need to continue watching JoJo at some point. Yeah, I know it's messed up. Yeah, but you know what's also messed up?
I only got
Ireland. Or well, specifically the north of Ireland, in Belfast.
I only got
They had pogroms recently, race riots, and they had some before that as well, quite recently, like about a year ago, I think. From what I can understand, Elon Musk is like incited, like very much helped in the incitement of these. So yeah, fun stuff.
3 things.
I'm scared. Ugandan student nurses forced to flee Belfast home during violent protests. I feel like going violent protests is like,
I only
yeah,
got
boo racism. Welcome back, homie.
3 things from the house, and the only thing I did not get from the house were the letters my children wrote for me, because that is all I have from my children. The letters that they wrote for me 3 years back when I was leaving them back home. I think that is the only thing I didn't get. I only got my passport,
All right, no worries,
my
man.
laptop, and my uniform, because I have to go to work.
Can I really be able to stay here?
I
Will
get
be
you.
safe because of what happened and the whole experience? So just know I'm scared.
I only got
Yeah.
Conor McGregor tweeted,
Let me turn this down a little bit.
ban immigration. While Belfast burns, Conor McGregor tweeted, ban immigration from the third world. Help them from where they are, as we have done over the years so many times, beautifully and nobly.
This is utterly disgusting, by the way. Like, you know, my general impression is that Conor McGregor is like, not just an awful person, but just kind of like a pathetic person as well. Like, just decrepit. What's going on in Ireland? Well, specifically in the north of Ireland, pogroms are happening. So we're looking at that right now. But like, going back to what I was saying, Conor McGregor like saying, help them for where they are, as we have done over the years so many times, beautifully and nobly, is so disgusting to say. Like, the fuck do you mean? I don't remember where Conor McGregor is from. I don't know if he's Scottish or Irish. Pogroms against who and why? Against like any people who don't appear white, and because like the police did a police brutality and blamed it on woke, and also Elon Musk like inciting violence against the immigrants, from what I can understand.
They cannot come here any longer.
But we'll
First
look
things
into
first, this is the same Conor McGregor that raped a woman last year in Belfast so viciously. A medical examiner testified that doctors had to use a medical forceps to remove a tampon. This abuser has been accused of sexual assault against women multiple times, but seems to think he's a moral authority to lecture us on immigration.
That is so typical though as well. Like, a lot of these right-wingers who make these accusations and be like, oh, we need to protect a woman and that kind of thing, are literally like just abusers, like rapists. The scum of the earth.
Controversial opinion. I don't think we should value the words of rapists. Far-right thugs always want to pop up when a person of color or an immigrant commits a crime, but are completely silent when a white person does such acts. Chaz Corrigan was high on coke when he stabbed and killed Saudi student Mohammed Al-Gassim. Anything from Connor or Tommy Robinson on that? Or in August of 2015 when a 19-year-old neo-Nazi attempted to murder a Kurdish man with an axe? Nothing. And speaking of Belfast, Connor was totally mute when Christopher Colin Nobes and Andrew John Matthews.
It would not surprise me if he's like of Scottish descent, because the Scottish did help they participated with the English in like colonizing Ireland, specifically the north of Ireland.
Nothing. And speaking of Belfast, Connor was totally mute when Christopher Colin Nobes and Andrew John Matthews, 2 white men, killed Nicky Gordon in his flat earlier this year. Also, what constitutes third world in Connor's eyes? Is he talking about poorer nations or people of color? Because if he'd be bothered to do some critical thinking...
This is another thing as well. Like, third world is just kind of like, it's a stupid, like, people, when they talk about the third world, just don't know what it actually means. Because third world, like, the reason why we say third world countries is because we used to say the first world, second world, and third world, which it means the first world is are the Western aligned countries. So, like, this is like from the Cold War, if I recall correctly. It's from the Cold War, as far as I know. It's like first world are the Western countries, Western aligned countries. Second world are the Warsaw Pact aligned countries, USSR aligned, and then the third world are those which were neutral. Like and a lot of people don't understand that that doesn't really make sense. It's not really good because people use it as if like third world are just like all the poor countries, which is not always true. Like it's just not always true. In some cases, maybe, like sure, in a lot of cases actually. But like that, it's so stupid to just use third world like that. You can just say developing countries something else because that's something that actually has like more consistent meaning, I guess. Well, I mean, like in reference to him shitting on immigrants, I know about the Scottish thing. Like, oh, okay, in that sense.
He'd see that British colonialism is a large part why many people from
like if he identifies as Irish at all, it's very funny that he shits on immigrants. Like just that's a little bit ironic.
Global South are here. Ireland in particular was subject to British colonialism, with mass starvation ravaging across the nation due to the potato famine. Yet here we are seeing a wealthy Irishman standing with British and American imperialists. For hundreds of years, the British Empire wreaked havoc globally, murdering, raping, and pillaging its way through peaceful communities. Yet the far right acts so surprised when immigrants simply follow the wealth the Brits stole from them. Communities don't need protecting from immigrants. They need protection from abusers, liars, and racists who use tragedies to stereotype large groups of people and drum up hate.
Yep.
While Belfast
also literally like Western countries always benefit a lot more than what they quote unquote lose from immigration and refugees. And like if they ever like lose on it, like I'm 99% sure because they purposely set it up in such a way where these people cannot contribute in any meaningful way. Because I'd rather just have someone to blame.
See those freedom fighters that were looking after Belfast last night? They chased a nurse on her way to work just because of the colour of her skin. It's 2026.
As much as the next guy, but that knife attack video is horrific. Yeah, no, it is. But the issue with that is like, it's not just like, it's not like an instance of like racial violence or anything. Or like even if it was, it doesn't justify it. The issue is that like the police goes up there and they make the situation like so much worse when literally they're told to not. And they blame it on DEI training or some shit like, oh, they don't want to seem problematic or whatever the fuck. Like when it's literally just like the reason for why things ended up the way they did is because of police violence. But it's just like blamed on like literally anything else because the police are the scum of the earth.
And yes, look, what happened was absolutely horrendous, and the guy who did it is going to get what's coming to him. But you cannot target minorities in society because the actions of one person. We don't hear anything when white men commit the crimes. There's no outrage. This is like selective outrage, and I get that people are angry and they want somewhere to focus their anger, but Elon Musk and Nigel Farage have you on toast. They know that if they stir you up, you will blame immigrants for all your problems, when actually, if billionaires paid all of their tax and did things properly, the country would be in a better position anyway. Maybe the problem is rich white men and not poor brown people. And the people rioting in Glasgow, shame on you. See those freedom fighters that were...
My understanding is like they come in and like beat the shit out of the guy who was like bleeding / like not actually helping him. Though I might be looking at another, what do you call it? It might be another incident which happened around the same time. But I think like that was the catalyzing situation, like thing. Let's see if we can find more shit. The Champagne Socialist. He has very good videos. Novara Media, also quite good. Right, we'll have a look at these as well. Yeah, my understanding is that they beat him after rather than actually helping him.
Of people in Belfast. This is what a small minority of people in Belfast considered the best response to a serious stabbing. Homes were targeted and burned. Families had to be led to safety through the flames, rescued by emergency services, risking their lives in the most dangerous situation.
The far right position, the proper far right position of like restoring those people, is that immigrants are an alien culture. And I've been reading some of those comments online that this isn't...
Like, even if that is true, like, okay, let's go by that logic. I think I would prefer an alien culture which doesn't go around and just randomly does fucking pogroms. Like, after, like like people of like different races like fucking like happen to kill each other or whatever, like purposefully or not because of race. I don't fucking like. I don't give a shit if that causes you to like do pogroms. Then I don't think the other cultures are the problem.
We've imported an alien culture that venerates bloodlust. We've imported from Sudan or Somalia, because of course it was identified as Somalian incorrectly to begin with, an alien culture that loves violence, right? That's not true. That like fundamentally isn't true.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, those targets of the anger are both misplaced and problematic because they're underpinned by an underlying misreading of society, but they also are being pursued with like very particular agendas, which is to basically force mass remigration out of this country, which would be devastating if we had a more equal.
Also, okay, I wish I didn't just call it remigration. Remigration means deportation. Deportation is the step before genocide. Like at least mass deportation, that kind of thing is literally like usually means genocide or like some other type. Yeah, no, it just means genocide. Literally just means genocide, ethnic cleansing, whatever you want to fucking call it. That's what that means, remigration. It's a disgusting term and we should not normalize it. We should not let Europeans get away with saying it because it's disgusting. Like, otherwise you'd be like, you're literally like normalizing like Nazi-like language because that's pretty much what the fucking Nazis were talking about. Like they wanted to just, they just wanted to deport Jewish people and others whom they whom they thought were like bad for their society. They just want to do some remigration, like disgusting.
Society, if there was like proper provision of mental health support for everyone in society, it would make our society better. Generally speaking, the more equal societies we have, the more healthy they are, the less social violence there is, the less antisocial behavior there is. This is all obviously true. I don't think that's the argument that I'm currently seeing prosecuted by any of our politicians. Not a single.
And this is also why, like apartheid states, etc. Like they're just like not, and fascist states just like not. What do you call it? Sustainable, because of that. Like they inherently just work on having an in-group out-group, like people to whose lives you're just like exploiting, or like someone to blame, right? And we have the Champagne Socialist, who
You might have seen that there were riots in Belfast and Glasgow following a Sudanese man attempting to behead someone in the streets. Now, it goes without saying that the man who did that should spend the rest of his life in prison, and hopefully his victim makes the best recovery that they can. But the response that we have seen from rioters and online agitators is completely unjustifiable and is simply an excuse to act on racist beliefs and values. By all means, boo at me for saying that, but you know that I am right. If you are genuinely concerned about the safety of your community, you don't go around in all black with face coverings on committing arms.
I did not know that the dude was a fucking like tried to behead someone. I mean, that's insane. This person needs help. But making the assumption that this guy's from Sudan and that's why he tried beheading someone and it's part of their culture, that just means that you're a racist. That just means you're ignorant. I don't think it's very common in fucking Sudanese society to go around and behead people. If you assume that, then you have an issue. Then you are a very special person. Maybe not so special because like a lot of our society is set up in such a way to make you think that that's a normal thing to think. But yeah, this person needs help. But like, fucking no matter what, like as he says, like this doesn't justify like fucking okay. So this person did an awful crime. What I'm gonna do is to like go around and then just like do a massacre. Like that's your response?
Attacks on people's homes, do you? You also don't set fire to buses or set up checkpoints in the road to try and identify black and brown people to attack. No, you do that because you are a racist, pure and simple. Speaking of ethnicity, as has been identified here by Ash.
Something I also fucking hate is that more and more, like recently, it's I'm not sure if things are just like if things were a little bit better at some point and they're just becoming worse now. I'm not sure what the history of this is, like the timeline, but it's certainly like I fucking hate that something being racist. It does not feel like that's enough of a reason, like for a lot of people to understand that that's bad. Like racism is a bad thing, but I feel like a lot of people, not most people, hopefully not at least, they don't understand that. Like, and they like, okay, sure, you can be skeptical about like what it is people call racist or racist, like racist behavior and that kind of thing. Fair, fine. You should always be critical of what people are saying and what they're alleging, especially when it's very serious. However, I feel like more and more people are just like, see racism and like it's all racism is bad. And I like, why, but they like, their response is like, why is racism bad? When, yeah, it's disgusting.
Darker, crime is now being viewed through an entirely racialized lens, but only when the perpetrators aren't white. So when a white person in the UK commits a horrific crime,
this is just like always like true. Just in like all Western societies, like always true. When you have a prejudice, you just assume that these people are more likely to commit crimes, and police are usually fucking awful. So they also assume that more often than not. That's also why in America, most people going through death row, like being executed by the state, are black people, many of whom just very obviously have not committed whatever crime they're accused of committing.
And other white
like there was a case like a year ago, I think, where literally it was so obvious this dude did not fucking commit the crime that he was accused of, but like, and everyone was saying that, but nothing. No, he still got fucking executed.
People don't fear that we will be subjected to collective retaliation. But when a black or brown person in the UK commits a horrific crime, other black and brown people do fear collective retaliation, which has happened, as we have seen. But as we've identified, people use these horrific crimes as an excuse to act on their racism. Please, spare us the bullshit about legitimate concerns. As for the online agitators seeking to sow division, create violent scenes and escape the repercussions, this is becoming all too common, and Nigel Farage and Reform UK are consistently doing this. We saw them do it in Southport, in Southampton, and now we've seen it in Belfast and Glasgow. A horrific crime happens, they look at it to see whether an immigrant or a person of colour has done it, to decide whether they're going to care or not. If an immigrant...
It's so ironic as well, because like, there are several cases, as far to the best of my knowledge, like, aren't there several cases of like English children, white English children, native, whatever you want to call them, like the age of 14, 15, just like brutally murdering like other children or some shit? Like that's happened like several times in like relatively recent memory. Like that's fucking insane, man.
Or a person of color has done it, they tap.
But I don't make the assumption, oh, that's just white people, because that would be stupid. Like, sure, I'll make some jokes, sure, whatever, but like, I don't go off the assumption that that's just white people and go like, yeah, we should have pogroms.
People's anger, which inevitably leads to the violent scenes that we witness, and they escape the repercussions every single time. When are they going to be held accountable? But to the people who were...
Also, again, same country which banned Hasanabi and Cenk Uygur from going into the country because like they're a security risk. Meanwhile, people like Elon Musk are still allowed to like go there. Or like, it's still possible to like access like shitter from the UK. Very interesting.
Rioting or perhaps plan to riot in the future, you do realise the people encouraging you to do that do not care one bit about you. They'll rile you up, you and your mates will go out and commit an assortment of crimes, recording yourselves and putting it on the internet for everybody to see. The police will identify you from that footage, and before you know it, you're in court pleading guilty to public order offence. I
will say that I don't think this is like I'm sure this will happen to some of these vile pieces of shit. But I doubt the police will actually seriously go after most of them.
Meanwhile, the elites who
I hope they prove me wrong, though.
Whipped you into that frenzy are laughing at you because they're the ones getting off scot-free. Stop falling for it. You might have seen...
Yep. We'll watch one more video and then we'll move on to World Cup news.
I might be the next to be attacked on the street. So I don't know what to take my family, my children, who is 9 years old, who is asking me every question that crosses his mind, and I don't know how to answer him. I don't know. Maybe I'm the next. I was not able to take my son to school because I don't know how, if we'll be able to reach the school. So we are locked in the house with my wife and my 3 children.
I saw, particularly in these 2 streets, just violence upon violence. I think I could use the word anarchy. It took us back certainly to times in the Troubles.
I'll never go over that feeling, mate. Never get over that feeling. Like, I was literally standing right there watching my whole house just go up slowly but surely. And that was it. There's literally nothing I could have done about it. I told them and all when they were lighting the car on fire, that's my property where our car is. And they still didn't care.
I'm afraid maybe I might be.
Like, literally just like... like, racialized, like literally just like fucking racial pogroms, but also like don't give a shit when it's not. Like, it's like, oh, well, you're not. But like also just, you know, it mixed with that also some extra violence and stuff, like, that's not racialized. Fucking... And maybe it's like some sort of DEI pogroms. Fucking no, man. It's just disgusting. Very disgusting. Yeah. That's what's going on in Belfast, in the north of Ireland. Isn't that just great? Some other new thingies. Okay. I don't think Alexine is here. Otherwise, I was gonna put on this one. We're gonna watch some other... I want to see some World Cup stuff. Ideally. World Cup. World Cup. Give me some World Cup shit. I need to see like more World Cup news. I fucking love that shit. I mean, some of it is just like funny in general, because, you know, World Cup, just things happening there is kind of a big deal. And some of it is just like, the World Cup is a fucking disaster. And I love that shit. You know, I love that shit. So, this one was interesting. Haaland, which, yeah, Norway striker Erling Haaland starts an ad campaign for Chinese herbal drink. And they're fucking playing like some, like, I guess like Chinese version of like Moscow, which is incredible. Which is yeah, this is awesome. Sheer Comrade Haaland. I need to learn how to say comrade in Chinese. That would be funny. Incredible. He's fluent. Beautiful. So, alright. And here's some other, like, I would still say this is fun stuff about like the World Cup. Basically, how incredibly fucking I guess racist slash like hypocritical the coverage of it is.
World Cup in Qatar. Norway said that they would boycott the event if they qualified. They didn't qualify. Denmark was also thinking about boycotting the World Cup.
Of course. What is he? What he is fluent in communism? Yeah.
But at the last minute,
of course Denmark. Of course we were like, oh yeah, we should boycott the World Cup, because Denmark famously gives so much of a shit about human rights. We definitely didn't genocide the fucking people of Greenland up until like so recently that we definitely didn't genocide the people of Greenland. We're definitely not like the most recent case is definitely not from like less than 10 years ago.
They changed their mind. The German players were made to spell out human rights in protest of Qatar's human.
Very fucking funny. Germany caring about human rights in Qatar. Sure.
Rights violations. Some of the players did not want to do this. Now, 2 days before the World Cup starts, the USA detained Iraqi captain Ayman Hussein for 7 hours. They've denied entry to Africa's best referee, who was set to be the first Somali referee at a World Cup. They've treated the champions of Africa, Senegal, like criminals. They've treated the Iraq team like criminals. They've treated the Iran team like criminals. They've treated the Moroccan players and fans like criminals, denying entry to Moroccan fans even though they had tickets. The Iraq team photographer was denied entry even though he had a valid visa. 14 members of Iran's backroom staff was denied entry despite having valid visas. Where's the performative outrage from the
And this is also despite Iraq literally being a fucking US ally, by the way.
Teams? Germany, are you gonna
like the US has a fucking military base there.
This again, you're gonna do this again, right? You did it for Qatar, so you're gonna do it now, right? Right? Before the 2020.
Yep. Like just insanely fucking hypocritical, like especially considering, like, you know, again, the US is the country where 1% of the black adult population is just held in jail doing fucking slave labor, because they never fucking fully abolished slavery. They just made it so that, oh, it's okay if they're prisoners. If there's one constant thing in the US, it's Germany being on the wrong side of history. Yes, we actually have another video. We have a video about that that I think we will like put it on today, because I've just put it off for so long, and I really need to we need to dig through some of these. Like, there's so many of these I want to see, but I haven't, because I keep fucking adding so much shit. Anyways, here's a World Cup thing. This is specifically for you. Wait, go. Europeans in the night when Turkey scores a goal in the World Cup. So fucking stupid. Oh yeah, because like they're also holding the World Cup at like insanely fucking late, like at 18 o'clock or some shit, like a lot of the matches, which is just like, why the fuck would you do that? That's literally just shitty for everyone around the world. And also, just, isn't it better to not play like that late? Take it when they scored 3 a.m. Oh fuck, it's so loud. Okay, I'm not gonna read whatever it is you're writing in Turkish, because I'm concerned you're gonna write something very problematic. But there you go. That's the World Cup situation. It sucks. Also, like the currently like World Cup. Let's see, World Cup tickets. It's like more than 100,000 tickets have been are being resold or some shit. Let's see. One World Cup ticket equals 3 weeks of mortgage in this. Blah blah blah. Empty seats seen a World Cup game after controversy over ticket prices. With just days left, the US opening match at the World Cup is still not sold out. World Cup tickets resell. Almost 180,000 World Cup tickets still on resale market as US among teams yet to sell out games. Like, why the fuck was the World Cup held in the US? Literally, one of like maybe 5 countries which don't like enjoy football as like the most popular sport in the country. Like, it's so incredibly stupid. Not to mention, like, they are just barbarians. Like, literally just like barbaric behavior by the US government. Like in every way, like, just like, you're supposed to, like, you know, have a World Cup. Everyone comes in and plays no matter what country they're from, no matter what relations you have with that country. Meanwhile, the US literally has, like, fucking several wars and, like antagonized, like, you know, constantly breaking the record on, like, how many countries you can antagonize, brutalize, etc. But no, I guess for some reason it was thought that this would be a great place to hold it. I wonder if, like, this was an attempt to, like, I guess, sports wash. But I don't know how long ago it was decided it was going to be in the US. Either way, I think it's very, very funny and very stupid, very disgusting, but also insanely hilarious that it is said that almost 180,000 tickets can still be purchased on official resale platforms. Around 4,400 tickets are yet to be sold for the US clash with Paraguay later this week, but I know fans a last-minute trip to the game will currently have to pay $800 on average. That's insane. Hey, brother, my TikTok is, like, doing well. Hell yeah. I went in there and liked and saved it as soon as I saw it. Hope it does great. But yeah, so anyways, World Cup is a huge disaster, and it's very, 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 very funny for me. I'm very much enjoying this shit. Love it. It's great. Okay, let's watch some other fun things as well. This one, wait, yeah. Oh, fucking. 540 likes. Nice. That's really good. That's like more than the average amount of views I get on my TikTok, which is bad. I don't make that many. Not going to put that much effort. Usually. So, Hate Cockroaches, Japan insecticide company makes dating game starring Eren Yeager's voice actor. 13,000 views and it's exploding right now. Hell yeah.
一人ぼっちの寂しさに沈む夜突然のピンチから彼女を救ったのは
Wait, sorry. At night singing into loneliness with these breathtakingly beautiful and lustrous men who saved her from a sudden crisis. Cheerful, lovely days. Kuro, tell me when you feel lonely, I'll fly straight to you. Chaba, hold me close. Touching your warm skin makes me feel better. Yamato, your sweet scent drives me crazy. Wamon, a small dark place is best will be pressed tightly together. That's... Why did I read that? I should not have read that. A sweet destiny so light that it doesn't even make a sound. With movements so subtle you might miss them. They're already right beside you. We won't miss even the slightest crack in your heart. Yeah. Cockroach dating game. Isn't that great? Is this boy PL? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. It could be. Depending on like how they describe the main character. It probably wouldn't be that difficult to mod it, so it is PL. Also, hello, Asterion. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. I need to mute my mic before I sneeze, otherwise you guys will die. This is something I've seen before, and I got it up on my TikTok again, and I figured I'd share it with you guys. Apparently, some universities in China, I don't know if it's all of them, but at least some of them have insanely cool acceptance letters. Though I've also heard that it's very difficult to get accepted, so. But they just like look very cool. Very cool. It's like a very cool knickknack.
Letters from some of China's top universities. Where is this acceptance letter from?
Also, I love the like the voiceover thingies of like these two voices are like I assume it's not people. Like it's just so fun.
This is the admission letter of Beijing University of Chemical Technology. Chopping and dicing are not a problem.
So
High
cool.
temperature burning will not deform it.
Where is this acceptance letter from?
This is the admission letter of Southern University of Science and
My
Technology.
acceptance letter was an email with horrible grammar. That's awesome.
The school motto
Like,
is
it's definitely not the end all be all, but
combustible.
this is just so cool.
It contains a torch with an NFC chip. When a phone gets close, it triggers an AR flame effect.
Where is this acceptance letter from?
This is the admission letter of University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. It contains a Chengdian Jinko leaf chip has a sense of technology, while not lacking romance.
What is this? Wait, what does that even do? Like, I don't know why the video was like that. Also, some of the commentaries hilarious.
This acceptance letter from?
This is the admission letter of
This
Tsinghua
is so
University.
pretty.
Unfolding, it immediately erects the iconic second school gate of Tsinghua. The recognition is very high.
Where is this acceptance letter from?
This is the admission letter of Ocean University of China. It contains an ocean heart. The pendant seals real seawater from Antarctica. The collection
The water is very much whatever, but the pendant is just very pretty.
value is extremely high.
Where is this acceptance letter
Extremely
from?
high.
This is the admission letter of Beihang University. It contains 3 major tokens representing aviation. It also implies the inheritance of the aviation spirit.
Have you seen it?
Commentary side, these things look very, very neat. Some of them more than others, but they just look cool. Like, especially like the first one is like, wait, this thing you can just use to cut a bunch of things.
Where is this
Like, again,
acceptance letter
like-
from?
This is
This
the
is
admission
so
letter
cool.
of Beijing University.
Like, insane. Very sick. Love that shit. Right. Is Olsen pretends his mic is the sun. This is
How big is it? I have no idea. And that's honesty. And you know what? I don't want to know.
Is he drunk?
But I imagine it's probably like... How big is
Incredible. Thank you, Austin. Very cool. What other serious news thingies did we want to cover? There was EU racist maxing. Right, we'll watch a few more funny things and then we'll look at EU racism maxing. Or at least like just some minor stuff. Did we already watch this one? Yeah, we already did. Alright, here's a few. See inside the mosque. This video just looked cute, so I figured I'd share it. It's nice to have some stuff that's not depressing on them.
Instead of pew-pewing a mosque, let's go see what's inside.
Also, no, okay, yeah, no, that's why I saved it. I saved it because the fucking intro is wild instead of you viewing a mosque. I mean, I'm sure the video is great. It's just fucking insane intro. Mashallah.
I'm John. Nice to meet you.
I am Bilal.
Very diverse community.
Please have a seat.
Thank you for having me. So, what do I call you?
Brother Bilal would be the best.
Brother Bilal, you are an imam.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
What is an imam?
The literal meanings of imam is the leader.
Imam is equivalent to like a pastor or
Yes,
a priest?
yes,
Or, okay.
indeed.
Would it be okay to just take a look around?
Please, please,
Let's go.
You will have the main actually musalla. Musalla is the
This also reminds me, by the way, that so I've been like going through the No God But God by I forgot his name, which is basically like kind of like a mixture of like a theological and history book about Islam and like a theological and history book of Islam, and learning a lot of very interesting, cool things, some different perspectives, and learning about like especially the history, like just everything about it I find very interesting, but especially the history stuff I think is very interesting. It puts a lot of things into perspective, and especially like learning about like the origin of the different like schools within Islam, the different like schools of thought, the different like the Sunni Shia split, and various ways of like interpreting things. And I just need just a moment. Good grief, that was very. That's actually not that bad because my arm did not hurt. Usually, well, sometimes my sneezes makes my arm hurt, which is not nice. By Reza Aslan, yes. I need to get an audiobook. I need to get the audiobook on my PC. So I need to go back into looking at finding out how to get that. But yeah, it's really, really good. Highly recommended. Anyways, the thing I was going to say, because the guy who talked about imams is like, I learned about how one of the sects or like one of the schools of thought is like talking about how like the concept, like one of the concepts of like an imam, and how there's only like throughout history there's been like there've been like 8 imams or something like that, and then like rules about like, oh, this imam did not actually die but he went into hiding, or a lot of things, or more or less serious / legitimate arguments are made for like why certain parts of theology or like certain arguments are higher valued and not. And when playing Crusader Kings 3 offline, I also stumbled upon like, because you can like you can like see every religion in the game. Like it's really well done, I would say. The amount of detail they have put into at least a lot, like some of the religions, and specifically with Islam, you can like get a list, like an overview of all the religions in the game, right? And you can also set like take a box to whether it should include other religions. Like for example, with Islam, there's like a lot of different options in there. Like Christianity, there are a lot of different options. Buddhism, and so on and so forth. Within Islam, there's a lot of religions which are not present pretty much like anywhere on the map. Like maybe like not even a single character is still following this religion. And I think it's very interesting that they've still included these, like because some of these are like the very early like different forms of Islam, like very different interpretations of Islam, which have historically existed. Like among, like for example, the thing about like the 12 imams or whatever. And I just find that to be very, very interesting. So if you play Crusader Kings 3, I highly recommend checking that out. I don't know how accurate they are in like the descriptions, but I just saw that and thought that's very cool.
Place
Very
where
interesting.
we pray. Salah, the prayer. But
I
translating
did not know the what was called
salah
Musalla.
into prayer won't be actually accurate.
Also, Salah is if you're South Asian or like Persian, or like, you know, if you're like Islamic language is like derived from Persian, you're gonna say namaz and not Salah. But I think that's not Islamic exclusive thing to CK3. No, I'm not saying it's like an Islamic exclusive thing to in CK3. I just said that, you know, I was looking at Islam and the different variants of Islam, and that's where I noticed it. I assume it has something similar for the other religions as well.
Salah is more comprehensive. We pray. Salah, the prayer. But translating Salah into prayer won't be actually accurate. Salah is more comprehensive.
Okay.
We have like bowing, prostrating, we recite Quran, we also pray. Sisters.
That is actually kind of true. Like Salah slash namaz is like not just prayer. It's specifically like it is. It's I think like calling it a ritual is more accurate. Performing Salah, like you're performing a ritual, like a sort of like prayer ritual or whatever.
They pray here.
So I won't film in there out of respect. Hello. It's a bookstore?
It's a bookstore.
I'm sorry to stick my camera in your face without warning. What do you sell in here, Brother James?
Prayer rugs, kufis, Quran.
Bro, at least. Okay, you could have just like asked them like on the thing is like, I'll like just be like, hey, is it okay I record this? If you don't want me to, please just let me know and I'll delete this bit or something. Like you could have kept that in there and just, you know, whatever.
And this is Brother
Wait,
Ryan.
let me just-
call you?
Store is all the material. All they did, Quran.
Here, Brother James.
Prayer rugs, kufis, Qurans.
And
Kufis.
Brother Ryan.
Did they really call you Jesus?
All they did, Also, what comes through this bookstore is all.
Brother Isa. Actually, I don't think I know of any Muslims whose name is Isa. I think.
That gets sent to the regional prisons. We teach Arabic.
Wait, what?
Also, what comes through this bookstore is all the material that gets sent to the regional prisons.
This bit is very interesting. You do? Okay, fair enough. This bit is very interesting. Regional prisons. That actually reminds me of another TikTok I'll put on just after this one.
We teach Arabic. We teach Islamic studies.
What do you think some Americans misunderstand about Muslims?
Well, they've been subjected to the intense misinformation program, and it's very thorough. So you got to come out of your comfort zone and seek this truth. I love this country. This is the only country that I was born in, right? So I want the best for America, you know, and the people that live here.
A muezzin will be a brother who will call the adhan, who will invite people for the prayer.
Sure. A local mosque. Wait, is this in Florida? Inshallah, these siblings will be safe. Also, Marshall.
What are they saying when they...
Sorry, I don't want to speak over the
Praising
azan.
God, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Then announcing the oneness of God. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah.
So, Allahu Akbar means God is
God
great.
is great.
Can I ask you a sensitive question?
Please.
Why do non-Muslims think that Allahu Akbar is associated with terrorism?
This is a wonderful question. The only simple solution, we need to learn. Once we do not learn, we are in darkness. By the dawn, وَلَيَالٍ عَشْرٍ. I swear by the odd, it will reach there.
Yeah, this is the main musalla, and if you go look at the top tier, so you know they go press separately on top. So you know we kind of have a division of male and female and all.
Allahu Akbar.
So ignorance is not bliss. It is for the ignorant. Well, hence a little bit.
Do Muslims believe in Jesus?
100%. We believe in Jesus as we believe in Prophet Muhammad.
As a Muslim, if you would say the name Jesus, would you also say peace be upon him?
Alayhi salatu wasalam. 100%. I have to. Once you enlight your
Jesus
mind, your
wasallam.
heart, and learn about a specific person, his or her religion, traditions, customs, it enlightens. Believe me, the life is too short for hatred.
Brother Bilal, thank you for letting me just wander in here and tell me about this place and helping me learn. I really
It's a
appreciate
nice
it.
video.
You are more than
a
welcome.
really very nice video. Specifically, I want to have a look at this. This thing the guy mentioned about the from the prison thingy.
The country that you think some Americans miss to misinformation. So,
regional prison.
This bit here is very interesting. I learned that apparently, like, Islam is something that spreads very easily in American prisons. Like, spread, it sounds like this. There's a lot of reverts in American prisons. A lot of people revert to Islam there. And I think that's very interesting. And because of this video, I feel like it's natural that we just pivot a little bit. There you go. Save. Oh, then it's lagging. Stop lagging, please. I need to upgrade my RAM. Bugger. There was like another video about this topic. That's a little bit longer. Wait.
You guys pray soon? It's actually time for Salat right now. We can be quiet and we'll stop this and let you guys do your thing for a little bit. Yeah, y'all can stick around though. Y'all want to see us pray? We're finna pray right now. We're finna get ready to pray right now.
Okay. Mashallah.
We got a brother doing wudu. You got to cleanse yourself before you actually pray.
Sorry, and I know he's American, and you know, it's a little bit funny. The way he says was it's a little bit funny to me, and but it's okay. Like, there's no, you know, it's not wrong at all. It's just funny the way he says wudu. Then again, I actually don't know how like Arab Muslims would refer to it, but the way he says wudu is funny to me. Mashallah.
Allahu Akbar.
Time to move the shots from Ibrahim.
Allahu Akbar.
Yes, I'm like wudu, yeah.
Rahmatullah. Assalamu alaikum. Rahmatullah.
You guys pray soon?
Inshallah. They will reform and you know, do well in life. Was there another video of this, like about prisons that I saved but at another time? I really hope so, because I think it's a very interesting topic. Come on, no, nothing. Okay, we'll watch this video real quick, and then I'll just see if I can find it.
It's not the new stronghold. This is not the new stronghold.
Because it's something completely different, Turkish. I mean, I kind of just expect that from you guys.
Single-player castle builder. It has a cool organic building
This
system.
game looks so cool.
This is not
like, I'm just reminded of like Castle Strike and
grid.
but like
has
even better somehow.
reach-based territory and resource management. And of course, you can man the walls. And you better do.
This looks so
Wish this
sick.
bag free now on Steam.
I wishlisted it and like added it to my like what do you like? I think requested playtest or something. I hope that I'm allowed in, and I hope I can run it, and I hope that it's okay for me to stream it because it looks so fun. Like this looks so good. I really hope this game becomes very, very, very good. Islam. Let's see, prison. Wonder if that will help.
We're in the Muslim dorm, right?
I think it might be this one. But I think the Turkish version also rooted in Persian. We say abdest instead. Abdest. Interesting. I've not heard that before. I don't think we use anything similar in among Bengali Muslims.
First thing that caught my attention was the set of rules.
Y'all know the rules.
All right, these set of rules are the first things that any new inmate that come in here that is Muslim, because in order to get into this pod, you have to be Muslim. I mean, you have to know your Fatiha, your five pillars and 6.
I will say specifically this bit. I'm a little bit. They have to know the Fatiha, like Al-Fatiha, like the proclamation of faith. Technically speaking, I think they should, like, if someone is like, I want to revert, they should teach them how to, say Al-Fatiha. Though I guess, like, to be fair, like, I get if they want someone who is like, they want to ensure that this person is like learned. Actually, I wonder like how they do it, because I'm sure that if someone asks like, hey, I might become Muslim, and that they'll like help them out. As long as they follow the rules and stuff, it's fine. But yeah.
Articles of faith, and once you're in here, you need to know it's no stealing, it's no oppression, jumpsuits on in the day room, no extortion, mandatory showers every 3 days at least, clean up after yourself, and keep the day room clean. These are our orders, this is our structure.
MashaAllah, but there was a different video I remember seeing about this. Like there was a different video like talking about why it is that so many, like, because I remember hearing somewhere like around the same time I got this video, is that a lot of people in American prisons revert to Islam, and there was like some reason for it, and I was interested in hearing about it. Conversion in prison is definitely a thing. Many factors involved. Some factors are some more individual reasons. Too many to decide fully, but some of it protection inside, some of it reform, some of it presence. Some of it deference given to religious activity in prison. Also, religious books are easier to get in prison than most of the types. We can be subject to restriction that vary by the facility. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and I think you did cover a lot of the things which I remember hearing in that video, which is specifically like getting that is like community, like it can be community protection and also like special privileges given to religion, because despite many America has many flaws, but like it still has like some things, for better or worse, has some reverence for religion, although it's not equal. But from what I can understand, they don't always, but they do sometimes, like at least in some instances, respect and provide for religious needs. I just really, really, really would like to find the video that I originally saw about this. America, Islam, prison. I feel like I'm going to get some insane shit, Muslim woman in Atlanta's most dangerous prison. Conversion in... Oh, there we go. I think I found it. Sana explains. I think it's this one. I'm pretty sure it's this one that I saw. I have it saved.
But it
Maybe we already saw it.
Islam is one of the most scrutinized religions in the American press, but it is also the world's fastest growing religion, and it is also the fastest growing religion in American prisons. So why are so many American inmates turning to Islam? Now, there has been a lot of research on this topic, with many reasons being cited, like the practical benefits of being a Muslim in the US prison system, especially during the holy month of Ramadan. But this is not the case in all states, with many prisoners complaining that the US prison system does not accommodate their faith, and in some cases prevents them from practicing their faith. For this reason, it's difficult to actually understand how many people are converting to Islam just for the perceived benefits, which are not equal across all the states. Rather, a lot of research has focused on the social and political reasonings for converting to Islam in US prisons. Now, for some context, Muslims make up around 1% of the US population, and roughly...
Yeah, when it comes to court stuff, the treatment is generally more equal, and prisoners can bring case to court more locked up. That's good. I'm glad, like, whatever amount of, like, rights and stuff they have, which are not awful, I appreciate.
Roughly 9% of the prison population, with a large quantity of these Muslims. In context, Muslims make up around 1% of the US population, and roughly 9% of the prison population, with a large quantity of these Muslims being people that convert to Islam during their prison sentence. Now, the principles of redemption and rehabilitation are important concepts in the faith of Islam, and many prisoners that desire rehabilitation and want to leave prison as changed people, they find that the faith itself provides a sense of structure and belonging that they may not have themselves, and that prison systems and programs of rehabilitation do not provide. And removed from the outside materialist world, the religion also provides a sense of brotherhood, protection, and discipline, which are important to survive the prison system, but also to help them find a greater purpose in life. Now, conversion to Islam is highest among the African American population in the prison system, and there there is a strong political and racial justice reasoning to this. Now, for many people in the US, Islam has stood in stark contrast to Christianity and has been increasingly perceived as the religion of the oppressed. For many Black Americans, Christianity has been associated with historical injustices like racial oppression and slavery, and has been viewed by some as the white man's religion. The practicing of Christianity by the very people that endorsed segregation and racial oppression meant that for many, the religion itself, however co-opted it may have been, and despite the prominence of Black churches in the civil rights movement, just did not align with what it meant to be Black.
Also, this is not to say that we don't have many Muslims who are not racist. But sorry, fuck, it's like real. This is not to say that there are not many Muslims who are not racist. Like, there definitely are, and it's a huge issue. I would say it's an insanely huge issue. Like, it's one of the most like important, like well-known / like simple rules. Just consensus rule is, you know, racism is bad in Islam. Just consensus, like no matter what, you cannot argue against that. Anyone who argues against that are coping so fucking hard, like incredibly. Like you are coping, like I don't think anyone in history has coped that hard about like interpretation of Islamic rules. If you are like a Muslim who does not understand that Islam is very much anti-racism. Good morning, Shaman and Shadows. Hello, Chanandas. How are you doing? And of course, you can even interpret that in some different ways, like regarding how to like deal with cultural things and stuff. But in essence, like your skin color, perceived race, that kind of thing should not affect your rights whatsoever.
America anymore. By contrast, Islam has been perceived by them as endorsing racial unity, with the sights of pilgrims from all over the world in Mecca serving as just one example. This was a view most famously taken by Malcolm X, who converted to the Nation of Islam in prison. Now, despite the Nation of Islam being starkly...
I think did I comment on this? I thought I did. Maybe I forgot. Maybe the video was deleted. No, it wasn't, because I had it saved. But Malcolm X, he did change his name to... I believe it's El Malik Al-Shabazz Islam, something like that. But at the very least, like El-Shabazz.
Different from traditional Orthodox Islam, Malcolm X felt disillusioned with Christianity, which he associated with the oppression of Black Americans. He found that the nation's teachings that forbade certain lifestyle choices provided a strict structure in his life that helped him overcome past addictions and find a greater purpose in life, which he found to be fighting racial injustice. After his conversion to Sunni Orthodox Islam in 1964, he wrote of his experience that Islam is the one religion that raises...
I will say it's a little bit funny that she says Sunni Orthodox Islam. I feel like that's not a very good descriptor. Although that might be how he described it, to be fair. Like, he might have just like not subscribed to any particular school.
From its society, the race problem. So how is it that a religion described by the American press as being incompatible with American values has become the source of empowerment for so many Americans? Islam is one of the...
This was definitely the video I was thinking of that I could not find. Very good video. I thought this is a very interesting thing. I feel like I've heard about it before as well, before I saw this one initially, but just a very, very long time ago. So, all right. A Bangladesh funny video, very important to me as a Bengali.
And he's like, oh, I told my friend this, and he's like, oh, Bangladesh is probably like a backwards country. You know, you don't really have a lot of rights and shit. I'm like, what are you talking about? You guys couldn't even elect a female president. We had a female dictator for the last 2 years. What are you talking about?
We're like outworking everyone.
Female, you can't even we let one of them be a dictator. That's cool as hell. That's so like cool, dude. I grew up with this lady too, which is kind of insane. Like,
we had one of the first, one of the first girl bosses of all countries, you know?
You know, I have like so many memories. The moment I realized she's gonna start dictating, I was like, this is my time to go. I fled the country before she did. You know what I mean?
If this dude is like born in Bangladesh and like genuinely did not move before the age of 5, then it's very impressive that he does not have an accent as well.
I fled the right moment. I was like, wow, let's go. I don't know if you saw that video. They were like ransacking a house and people stopped to eat curry. That's how good our food is. I told my
True. No, not that one. Okay. I've also been seeing like in gaming news, I've been seeing that apparently there's like a mod for what do you call it? Skyrim. I'm not sure if it's like the playing together mod because that one's been out for a while. But people basically made it so like sound like an MMORPG, I guess, and like are doing all sorts of just just I guess role playing in it, which looks really cool. And here's like a very cool example of it, like someone just like singing, like just being a bard, I guess, in a tavern.
Mes poches sont lourdes, je ne fais que marcher. Une douce promenade, un pas après l'autre. Ce qui était à vous devient bientôt le nôtre. Un sourire aux lunes, le cœur léger et franc. Ravi t'aime la marche et surtout votre argent.
Trop bien. I'm concentrated challenging each other. Hell yeah. But challenging each other.
Sur les terres du Nord, le noble s'est réveillé et crie au voleur. Le garde se réveille, il lui manque son épée. Voilà 10 armures qui se mettent à courir après moi. Arrêtez-vous, voleuse, crie-t-il en chœur. Ma queue s'agite, je sens
Really talented.
je saute sur un
Oh yeah, thank you Fernandez for the 50
C'est un meilleur là.
watch stream. Damn. Thank you. I can link it if you want, but it might be a little long. You can put it in the React suggestions. We'll probably not watch it now. But yeah, this kind of stuff, very cool. I really like it when people like find new ways to do funny stuff. Okay, a couple more fun videos and then we'll see what I feel like. Oh, TikTok onto this was so bad. It's so bad. All right, neurotypical hard lunch. These guys disappeared at my feed recently, like out of nowhere. They're just they're fucking hilarious.
Today that we've become neurotypical. Ain't that right, Lewis? We're super regulated and really ready to listen to Drake's new album. That's right.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Like the way they just react so viscerally, like due to like their like whatever, like over, what do you call it, like over stimulation or whatever. It's so fun. I think the mod is KSL Online, by the way. Neat. Thank you for writing that. There are a couple of hadiths against racism that I try to use when talking to race arguments. Exactly, like that's why like I very often. That's also why I'm very interested in theology and like interpreting Islam in general, because like for me, that's another way to like explain to people, like, you know, this is like, you know, how Islam is supposed to be. And people will not as easily like be able to argue against religious arguments if they are religious. He's not one of us who calls for tribalism. He's not one of he's not one of us who calls for tribalism. He's not one of us who fights for the sake of tribalism. He's not one of us who dies following the way of tribalism. This, for example, yeah. Makes sense. I mean, nationalism is just straight up incompatible with Islam. Anyone saying otherwise is silly. Neurotypical pep talk.
We're going to keep it to a minimum, and then if anybody comes and decides to be a little bit hyper, we're going to put them down. How does that sound? I actually really like using people for my own personal gain, so this is going to be really exciting. Yeah, let's pretend we care about them. Let's do it. We're going to keep
it... they're very funny. Very funny. Okay. One more funny? Yes, no, maybe, potentially. There's so many of these. Oh, wait. Oh, this is funny. Okay, this one funny, and then we'll do like a longer serious video. This one. This is fucking... How it feels to be Asian, parentheses, the best two races combined.
I don't know how to break this to you, but you are Filipino and Irish. That means you are the of the Asian community, and you are the of the white community. The jokes write themselves.
That's such a fucking funny response. And 1000%, like, he's 1000% correct. Obviously, I would not use the same terms, but like, bro, you're not gonna, like, how the fuck do you engage in like race supremacist like rhetoric when you're fucking Irish and Filipino? Like, bro, you should not be someone, like, it does not benefit you to to advocate for racism. Like, you should be one of the last fucking people to do that. Like, come on. Fucking okay, we have to play it again. It's so fucking funny. Hello, says, how you doing? I have to play it again. I fucking love this. And in fact, oh fuck, I want to save this because this is just fucking iconic. Like, I love, like, this response is so fucking good, man. I just love this shit. This is my shit. Do I have something for this? No. I want to save it somewhere. Oh, whatever. Maybe I want to save this as like a sound, like alert thing I can just like put on. Yeah. I'll just put it in the chat. Maybe I'll remember to put it somewhere else later. I'm gonna play it again.
I don't know how to break this to you, but you are Filipino and Irish. That means you are the of the Asian community, and you are the of the white community. The jokes write themselves.
It's so funny. It's so funny, man. My God. Incredible. Okay, I guess let me open it twice. Okay, and this is a video by Joris Lichena, who is, I don't remember his ethnicity. But he makes really nice video essays now and then.
Overthinking.
Well, quite often, but did I? What? Okay.
Social housing in this.
If I remember after this video, we'll look at the overthinking. Oh, no, there we go. Can I open it in a separate thingy? No? TikTok is stupid. Anyways, let's just play this.
City annoys me, not because it's bad, but because it's so good that I don't understand why other cities won't follow it. Welcome to Alterla in Vienna, Austria, one of the most iconic social housing projects in the world. It is no coincidence if this is the product of the housing policies of Vienna, a city that is regularly awarded the most livable city in the world. In Vienna,
It looks so nice.
social housing is not just...
But also it doesn't, for me, it's like, you know, I'd rather just like, if I could have like twice as amount in like ugly concrete blocks or whatever, though in my opinion they're not that ugly, then I like, for the same price, you know, I'd go for it. I want cheap housing. In any case, like, this is like the ideal, you know? Just fucking invest money in housing. That's just accessible.
About 60% of the population live in some form of rent-controlled, affordable public housing, split between city-owned council housing and subsidized housing cooperatives. I certainly would not say no to an apartment in this complex, whether I'm a fan of this type of architecture or not. Today, the average rent in Vienna is 1/3 of the average rent in Paris, London, or Dublin. To understand what's so
It's
good
saying
about
Dublin
Vienna's
is on that
social housing
list.
today, we need to
No cheap
go
housing,
back
sorry,
to
yeah, no, it's messed up.
1919. We all know the story, right? After the collapse of its empire, the humiliating defeat gave rise to fascism in Vienna, ushering in the ideology of the most infamous Austrian mustache man, right? Well, actually, that is not at all what happened in Vienna. Because here, it's the socialists that came to power. And so began Red Vienna, 16 years of cultural, social,
That is something I need to read about as
prosperity
well at some
that saw
point.
an unprecedented amount of social housing being built, like this iconic housing estate called Karl Marx Hof, in case there was any doubt about the political ideology.
That also reminds me, I need to visit, like, next time I visit Austria, I really want to go to, like, the cafe, which apparently is, like, a lot of other very influential people throughout history have been at. At least I think it was in Austria.
That birth date.
Watch the Mamdani video?
Even though the Red Vienna experiment was eventually ended by Mustache Man, the legacy of Red Vienna, the notion that the working class deserved nice things and that...
Wait, what are you guys saying? What Mamdani video?
the architecture of the mundane still deserved to be beautiful, was carried through the 20th century and beyond. This behind me is a waste management plant, designed by Vienna's most famous modern architect, Friedensreich Hundertwasser. I think it says a lot about it.
Such a fucking Germanish name. But, you know, I'm not even gonna, like, I'm not gonna talk shit if you made, like, cool shit like this. Like, this is also, like, one of the main reasons for why I have so much beef with with Germland and shit. It's, like, the betrayal of, like, the German Revolution. Like, you could have fucking had it all, man. You could have fucking had it all. But no, you had to go fucking full-on social democrat, social fascist, and just screw everything up. Yay, awesome.
When industrial architecture and even more so waste management architecture is treated with respect and dignity.
Oh, the Gravel one,
Another
I
thing
see.
that says a lot about a city is how it
Thank you for
treats
the
the
link.
public's access to
I'll
its
put it on
bodies
next.
of water. Does it treat it as an exclusive luxury to attract a privileged few, or does it treat leisure and access to water as a human right for all the people? Well, welcome to Donauinsel, Danube Island. In the 1970s, Vienna, still run by the Social Democrats, undertook a huge engineering project to protect the city from flooding. It split the Danube River in two, and in the middle, it left a 21-kilometer strip of land. And instead of letting the market turn it into a fancy luxury housing neighborhood, the municipality decided that it would be dedicated to public leisure, outdoor and water activities for the Viennese. Of course, corporate capitalism exists. And
this is how you should make it. Like really nice places in general should be accessible to the public, and then you make things for the public there. Housing can be nearby, but it shouldn't be the first thing there, especially for the few privileged.
Very far from here, but I don't actually mind it, providing that there's enough social, affordable, accessible housing for everyone. And this brings me back to what's so annoying about it. Apart from maybe Singapore or in China, no other cities in the world, or even in Austria, have followed Vienna's blueprint. It's like the decriminalization of drugs in Portugal. The whole world has been watching that experiment being successful for 25 years, and still no one effing follows. I'm tired. Social housing in this
It's fucking so stupid, man. My understanding is that shit is good. It's just stupid shit that we're not following this. Lovely video. All right, the Mamdani video. Oh, it's 9 minutes. We will watch it at some point. I'll put it on watch later. Now that Cess is here, we can also watch the trailer. I hope there's. Oh, I hope you're alright, Cess. Always, you can always reach out if you need someone to chat to. Right? Is Alex seen back yet? I want to play this video when Alex seen is back, but not back yet. So we're gonna watch a couple of things. Says if you have to go soon, just let know, because then I'll prioritize putting on the Metro gameplay trailer. Alright, I'm sharing this with you guys for... It sounds like he's in my brain. I mean, martial art, that is very cool. I love the instrument. Yeah, it is cool. It's like a mouth harp, right? I think it's a mouth harp. Anyways, this is very cool. Alright, here you go. Here's I don't know. We're not gonna watch the entirety of this video because apparently it's a very long.
Some guy with a marble bust as a profile picture got mad that I said that ancient Rome had bad toilets, and in retaliation they said that Italy has more in common with ancient Rome today than China has in common with ancient China. And in response, I read a 600-page book on the 2,000-year history of Rome. And while I was reading the 600-page book on Rome's history, I completely forgot about why I started reading that book. And then my neurodivergent brain just started shipping Agrippa and Augustus again. And then I also figured out how to fix America. Remember Alaric and the Goths? The same Alaric and the Goths who sacked Rome catastrophically in 410 AD? Apparently many of the people in his army were ex-Romans. These were ex-Roman civilians who got sick and tired of the high taxes, the low living standards, the cost of living crisis, the bad housing, that they got fed up and turned against the Roman Empire. So many of the Roman society worship Cato, worship Cicero. Cato, the dude who said that women are animals and dropped some figs on the ground. Cicero, who was a slumlord. Agrippa was the one who spent his own money to build aqueducts for the public. Agrippa spent his own money to extend the sewers. Agrippa got into a rowboat and went into the sewers to help scrape the poo-poo off of the sewers. This guy is Augustus's soulmate, boyfriend, heir, son-in-law.
I just fucking love the direction.
That was a weird combination of words, but you can blame Augustus for that.
People who engage in yaoi enjoyment or whatever, incredible. Like, genuinely, like, such creative freedom, such creativeness, like, just creative talent is something that truly makes neurodivergence into something special that we should cherish. Also, hashtag support queer art. In Bulgaria, we call it, what the fuck? Brimbask? I don't... What is it? I don't see any, like, vocals on that. What the fuck? Like, almost. Brimbask. Is the, like, B, like, the little B-like thing, is that a vocal? The one that's usually, like, a silent letter in Russian? Because my favorite doof streams are covering modern yaoi across world beaters. That's awesome. Incredible.
When Augustus fell very, very ill in 23 BC, likely due to typhoid fever, yes, even the emperor cannot get away from Rome's bad sanitation. When he was thinking that he was not going to make it, do you know who he gave his signet ring to? He gave it to Agrippa.
Fun fact, I had typhoid.
Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, who built the aqueducts, the original Pantheon, built...
Okay, we don't need to watch this video. I just want to also, like, share that when I opened the channel, I was like, I feel like I've seen this person. Like, they're the one who, like, just make other funny videos, but I'm not sure if that is the case. In any case, but their channel is, well, they have an interest. They definitely have some special, some preferred topics to cover. Just, you know, a little bit. Incredible. Okay. Wait, a funny thing. Let's do a less funny thing, maybe. Shit, there's so much shit. Actually, it says it's here, but damn, Alexine, blin, gadget, suka. Whatever. He must just miss out on some of the good shit. Actually, let's do a more serious video and then do the fun videos afterwards.
Circumstances is wrong, whether it's Israelis or Hamas doing it.
The reason why I say Israel's 1,000 times worse than Hamas.
No, I think the principle is the same. I think the principle
is the same. You know, killing 100,000, killing 1,000, you know, it's the same thing. Jack the Ripper, Stalin, you know, Jack the Ripper, Hitler, you know, same thing in my mind. They both killed people. I think that's bad. I believe that there's a moral equivalence there. Like, that is basically the same thing. Yes, I'm very enlightened, by the way. I don't know what the fuck the accent became in the end, but yeah, I fucking hate these wankers. It's disgusting, man.
I don't think I'm not a utilitarian, clearly, in the same way that you are.
Utilitarianism is when killing 100,000 people is worse than... Is saying that killing 100,000 people is worse than killing 1,000 people. All right, awesome. I guess I'm also a utilitarian.
And I don't think that just because you kill...
Do you disagree that Israel has killed 1,000 times more civilians than Hamas?
Also, why the fuck can you not say Hassan properly? Like, Hassan? Well, I guess, like, maybe a lot of people... I don't know, how do Arabs say? I think Bengali. Hassan. I think we say Hassan in Bengali. Okay, I'm not going to shit on him for that. Maybe he knows people named that, very likely. He is probably, most likely lives in Londonistan after all. Lewis Goodall, Lewis Goodall, famous anti-utilitarian,
1,000 times more
believes
civilians
killing
than
100,000 people is the same as killing 1,000 people.
I don't know what the statistics are, but I would accept completely that Israel has killed lots of civilians and it's absolutely heinous. But unlike you, I would draw a moral equivalence between those acts. But you...
Oh, okay. Okay. So because you're super smart and intelligent, you see a moral equivalence between killing 1,200 people and killing about 100,000 people. That exposes is racism. Because imagine if it was the other way around and Hamas had killed 100,000 Jewish people and Israel had killed 1,200 Palestinian civilians. Would he say those two things are equal? This is exactly how the Israelis see it, by the way. In their view, one Israeli life is probably worth about 50 to 100 to 75, maybe even more Palestinian lives. And so that was so
literally
revealing.
true. I mean, do you know that, like, I remember during, like, after Al-Aqsa flood, October 7, like, one of the things the Israelis did to, like, rescue their hostages, was, like, they engaged in, like, this rescue operation where they killed, like, 200 fucking Palestinians to, like, rescue 4 people or some shit, like, for, like, Israelis. Fucking insane, like, disgusting. How the fuck, like, anyone celebrating that is a demon, like, straight up, like, just demon shit. Like, how the fuck can you celebrate that? Because it's not 200, like, fucking Hamas soldiers or whatever that they killed. Like, 99% of them or whatever, fucking civilians. Fucking, even if half of them were fucking civilians, it's heinous. Especially considering the Palestinian demands were, like, release the fucking, like, our people whom you've taken hostage, like, literally innocent people taken hostage, release fucking, like, don't fucking genocide us. Like, that's their only fucking demand. Like, stop genociding us, you know? And of course the Israeli response is, no, we will genocide you. We can't abide by that. That's impossible.
Of a mindset of someone like Luke.
We don't negotiate with terrorists except Daesh, whom we will help the soldiers of, and we will hire Daesh fighters, and we will also help Daesh soldiers, like, help them recover in our hospitals, and we will also work with, like, every fucking genocider in the world.
It's good, the anti-Palestinian racism which in their lives. And so that was so revealing of a mindset of someone like Louis Goodall. The anti-Palestinian racism, which to me has always been obvious from...
Turkish pronunciation is different than the Arab one. That makes sense. I believe it is usually written with 2 S's out of Turkey. Interesting. That makes sense. Though I know how it is in the Balkans. I mean, in the Balkans, I would assume they use, they say it the same way that you guys do, because of history.
The way these people cover the news. But thank you so much for confirming what I already knew. Can anyone imagine a world in which the roles were reversed and he says, oh, you know, it's all about the same. 100,000, 1,200. Really, what's the distinction? Ah, really? Put aside the fact that when you think about how these deaths are happening, that also matters. Hamas invaded Israel, killed a bunch of civilians. We all know that for a fact. Israel's killing these people by bombing them, blowing up the hospitals, leaving babies decomposed in incubators, shooting pregnant women, starvation, cholera, shooting people that are going to aid sites to get food. Some of the most dastardly and heinous ways to unalive people you can think of. And that doesn't matter to him. Because really and truly, it's all just the same. Can someone imagine him saying that if it was the other way around? Of course not. And that just reveals again how racist these people really are.
I oppose. Yeah.
Exactly. And this is also, like, part of, I would say, like obviously there is anti-Arab racism, but, like, Islamophobia is very much something that connects, you know, the racism against Muslims among all. Because the same way, like, also how, like, in general, it's seen as more of a big deal whenever the Israelis, they murder fucking, like, Christian Palestinians, who also, I would say, are victims of Islamophobia, because in their eyes, in the eyes of, you know, most people, we just kind of the same. Like, even if they see, like, you know, I'm sure, like, you know, something is not, like, I'm obviously simplifying it, because I don't want this explanation to, like, last 10 times longer. But, like, in general, we're just kind of seen as the same thing. Doesn't matter whether you're fucking Moroccan, Bengali, Indonesian, Chinese Muslim, Iranian, Kurdish, Turkish, Bosnian, doesn't matter. You're just like, you're basically like a demon in their eyes. Or at the very least, not human. Not as much as other people. Anyways, here's a funny thing. Halva. MENA, Slavs, Balkans. Halva. Not just MENA, Balkans, and Slavs. Also, like, we also have halva. I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure the reason for why all of us have halva is because of the Mongolians. A lot of the food we have across these groups and South Asia is because of the Mongols, like the Mongol Empire and its descendants. Like, literally, it is very... I remember reading like a book about Genghis Khan like a while ago, and it's a very interesting read. And just, you know, learning this connection, I was just like, that's why when we say shashlik, the Slavs, they also, like in Cyrillic, like shashlik is the thing in Russian as well, and I assume in most other, like also in most other Slavic countries. And also, obviously, the other Muslim countries and the Balkans. Don't ask me why I laughed. I don't know. There's something about the Balkans is special. I love the Balkans. They're great. Shout out to my Romanian friends and the fucked up jokes they make about themselves. Shout out. All right, here's more cultural stuff. This is, if you're South Asian, you know this. Like, you just know what this is, and big ups. Love to see. This is cultural enrichment, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like, this is beautiful. Oh fuck, I need to actually, I'm not gonna play that audio in that way, because there we go, can you still hear it? I'm pretty sure we'll still be able to hear it when I play it again, because a lot of Bollywood music is very, very copyrighted, and I don't want to be banned, so... I love this, man. Let me just like link this in the thing. If people watch the VOD or whatever, they can find that link. I probably would not like it if this became a huge trend, or would I? I'm not even sure. I might still enjoy it. I just think this is great, though. This is great. Love it. This is cultural appreciation. Though now the video does not work. There you go. I want to see if they're still alive, the couple where like the Indian dude, he met like a Swedish girl when they were, her family or whatever was on vacation or whatever, or something. And then he fucking bicycled all the way from India to Sweden. I want to see them do this trend. That would make my week. That would make my month. All right, let me just change it back to regular VOD, regular browser audio. Okay, one more TikTok. Maybe the more. Maybe I really want to watch this. Okay.
Bannerlore, bringing additions and improvements across naval gameplay, diplomacy, and battles.
Yay, Bannerlore update. Oh my fuck, what is going on? Naval
gameplay has been expanded.
What is going on? My internet is doing fine, I think. Wait, nothing is being downloaded as far as I know. Why is everything shitting itself? My specs are good. Okay, weird. Let me just try and replay that.
Major changes have arrived to Warsails and Bannerlore, bringing additions and improvements across naval gameplay, diplomacy, and battles. Starting with Warsails, naval gameplay has been expanded with new seaborne village raids, increased AI nobles parties' naval activity, and better seafaring campaign balance through lower food consumption and
you should be very happy about this, what it's called. This is a Turkish company making this, even though they are kind of screwing up huge momentum and like effects of monopoly on the genre by just trying to save money only hiring interns. Other than that, though,
on sea, faster movement on rivers, and quicker troop progression. We also added 2 new ships, the Botanian Barlinger with its raised mid-castle and the Nord Battle
I think it's
Mark, which
disappointing
now
that this
carries
was like a
ballista as
DLC.
well as a large crew. Further, we added 2 new body armors, 9 new Nord helmets, as well as 10 new armor variants. In addition, naval battles now come with the ability to delegate ship command, improved boarding and ship handling, and
Inshallah
updated
soon
victory
I can
conditions
afford
to end
the
already
PC
decided
upgrade
battles quicker.
and like
Kingdoms
play this
without
at like
shared
very high
borders no longer
graphics and
declare
stream
war on
it.
each other.
That'd be
They
so
make
fun.
alliances to respond to actual threats, and trade agreements bring daily income to vassals of both trading.
A lot of these changes are cool and nice and good. I will say though, I think a lot of these things should have just been there from the get-go. It is disappointing that these just were not already part of the game. After,
Meanwhile,
like,
armies have been reworked,
almost a
resulting in
decade
fewer but
of,
stronger armies
development.
without depleting the pool of free parties that effectively defend the kingdoms. Check our website for
Wait,
the
what?
full patch notes.
I did not.
Armies without depleting the visiting caravans. Meanwhile, armies have been reworked, resulting in fewer but stronger armies without depleting the pool of free parties that effectively defend the kingdoms. Check our website for the full patch notes.
Okay, that's neat, I guess. Sorry. Okay, one more video and then we'll watch the Metro trailer.
Champagne, sir.
I fucking love
some
Boots Launch.
champagne, sir. Very good, sir. Doctor, can I have a word? Sup, playa? I'm starting to think this luxury hospital thing was a bad idea. What do you mean? I don't think most people here are in the mood for champagne nor the condition for the hot tubs. And the nurses?
So stupid.
We can keep those. Well, what are we supposed to do? This entire operation was crowdfunded. I guess we have to send back $400 million. What do you mean, send?
Brumbazuk is very close to how you actually pronounce it, if I had to give an equivalent in Latin. Brumbazuk. Wait, let me see. Let me find the word again. I want to see. It's like... where's it at? Oh, I lost it. Oh, is it here? Did I find it? Oh, there. Brumbazuk. Brumbask. I was not that far off, I guess. So I guess it's like a U. Like the letter, I don't... It's the Ikratka? I think it's Ikratka. Or just E. I don't remember. Anyways, that letter. So that letter, which is like mute in Russian, it means it's like a U in or U in Bulgarian then. Brumbazuk. Hey, that's pretty good. Thank you. I was chatting with my Romanian friend the other day, and like, I was being, cocky. I was being like, yeah, my pronunciation of things is great. And she was like, yeah, okay, say like, she's like, yeah, he's like, you're okay. I'm like, okay, fuck you. Like, give me some Romanian words to say, and I would say I killed it. She'd probably be like, yeah, I guess you did okay, but I fucking killed it. I refuse to hear otherwise. Should I pronounce the first? You liked how you pronounce the last? Brumbazuk. I gotta start using this to confuse people.
Back. We got 80,000 Cohiba cigars in the basement. That reminds me, we got a subpoena for illegal importation of embargoed goods. You know what? Let's just scrap the whole fucking thing. Some
Not the best of Goop Smooches works, but you know, good stuff.
Dad,
Is this one
you're
good?
scaring me.
I mean, they're all good.
Why? Well, you pulled up home from work and ran over Miss Langford's
I have no idea what the analog of is in Latin, so you're very close, but not quite. Broom. Broom? Broom? Broom. Prim. I mean, because Cyrillic has an U, it also has an E, an U, Bimbazuk, Brumbazuk.
dog with your car, scraped it off the pavement with a snow shovel, and put it in her mailbox, then proceeded to walk inside and shave half your hair off. Busy day. Where did you even find a snow shovel? We live in Orlando.
You clearly don't know the Boy Scout motto.
Which is...
Kill 'em all. Let God sort 'em out.
Dad, what exactly happened at work today?
Well, it was being
I'm pretty sure that's something a little fucking Crusader said, by the way.
Marsha found a cockroach in her potato salad yesterday, but I didn't want to be a lazybone, so I cut open the tent with my box cutter and got to work.
You inhaled insecticides for 8 straight hours?
It was so foggy, I could hardly make out the solitaire on my computer.
We gotta get you to the hospital.
Son, I've been smoking for 20 years. I think I'll be fine.
Dad?
Okay, that's good. That's a good one. Oh, I think I know. Think of how to pronounce ugh. And the sound of that. Like, it's like ugh. Ugh. I think it's like, I think that would be like ugh. Except the first one, ugh. Broom bazuk. Bro. Broom bazuk. Ooh. Broom bazuk. I'm confused. That's okay. I will give up. I surrender. I surrender. No more. No more pronunciation. We don't have any more words. Is Alexin Gaji Alexin блин. Bastard, what the fuck? Alexin блядь. Or blia, as the youths say nowadays. The fuck are you? I wanted to show you the fucking thing. It was pretty good. Me proud. All right, I'll take that. Oh, I'll take it. Okay, we'll save that. We'll save that for the sake of Alexine. All right, real quick. Entrenched Division Warband, which is like 3 months ago, but you know, whatever. Screw it. Who cares? We'll move much later, and let's remove that one as well. Entrenched Division Warband. They would do well doing it. Like, I feel like this could have been a Krieg collab. Like, I feel like that would make a lot of sense. Like a 40k Krieg collab. Because the Krieg are very, like, in my opinion, very Helldiver coded. Ooh. Democracy. The veto. P69 veto. I almost said like commandant. Is that medium? Co-emote diplomatic handshake. Entrenchments for wait, this has been out for a while, hasn't it? Or is it a new entrenchments for? Veto is a crazy name. Yep. They're I mean, gas mortar central. Ooh. Giga grenade. Okay, hell yeah. That's awesome. Another flamethrower. Okay, I mean I like the design of that flamethrower. Not bad. That looks great. Now, it is time for dessert. Did I unsave this? Oh, no I have. Excellent. It is time. Inspired by the worldwide best-selling Metro book trilogy by Dmitry Glukhovsky.
There is a liar in these tunnels. They call him Führer. But that is not your name. Your name is Hunter.
Wait, Hunter?
As a Spartan, you were a legend. You stood for something.
What the fuck?
But where are the Spartans now? To protect the Metro from you.
What happened to the Red Lion?
You promised a brighter future for our people. Now, the Norai spreads tyranny.
Norai.
In your name. You swore to crush the enemy, to face them head on, and guide the Metro to the light. But darkness consumes you, spreads like a plague, eats you from within. Every step and every move drowns you deeper in lies. Your lies, and now, Hunter.
Looks so fun. It looks
that
so good.
Legendary Spartan is gone. Turn to ash. I won't stop.
Yeah, you're right.
The Führer burns with him.
The one thing I don't like about Metro, at least like in the video games, is the portrayal of the Red Lion. But, you know, it's whatever. Oh, that looks so sick. It looks very fun. I'm very curious about how it becomes this. I guess it might be related to how the events of Metro Exodus, which I haven't finished, and maybe depending on how well it runs, it'll be cool to like play it before on stream. Actually, consider playing it. Highly recommend it. Exodus is great. I mean, Metro, the original, like the 2033 is great. Last Light is great, and so is Exodus. I haven't finished Exodus though. I remember reading the books, it was really cool. Okay, what else? What other topics did I want to cover? EU racist vaccine. Right, yes, okay. Right, don't want to forget that. It's it's one of the most we are a Europe-based Twitch channel.
Europe just wrote its own version of ICE into law, and it did it in the language of efficiency. Here is the official story. On the 1st of June, Parliament and Council agreed the strictest migration law the bloc has ever passed, and the Migration Commissioner, Magnus Brunner, sold it as control. Faster,
Of course the fucking guy is named Magnus Brunner. Like, fucking, of course.
Effective, he said. Now,
of course.
Look at what effective actually contains. Deportation centers built outside Europe, in countries a person may never have set foot in. Detention before removal raised from 6 months to 2 years, and longer for anyone labeled a security risk.
Insane.
The power to search someone.
Holding anyone for 6 months is insane without reason. 2 years is beyond that. It's ridiculous.
The power to search someone's home. Families with children can be detained, and families with children can be sent abroad. Only unaccompanied minors are spared the offshore hub, but not
this
the
copyright
detention.
infringement law.
The small detail that gives the whole game away is this. The home search powers were described by the people who actually read the text as inspired by American ICE practice. Europe did not drift into this. It studied the model and decided to adopt it after seeing the horror. And here is the move that I want you to catch. A question about rights, about who can be locked up, about children, about removal to a place you do not know has been quietly redescribed as a question about a percentage. Once the problem is just a number, every inhumane tool looks like simple competence, efficiency even. The far right did not need to win every election. The center took the far right stances, appropriated them, and called it administration. Brunner gets to say Europe has more control. Governments get their headlines about being tough, and the cost lands where it always lands, on the people whose rights get harder to defend the farther offshore you push the process. While Europeans recoiled in horror at what was happening in the US, their own institutions copied the model in the background silently, more efficient perhaps, but as cruel. Europe.
Yep. Totally expected. The EU has something called Frontex, which is basically like ICE. Not basically like ICE, but it is a border control agency, and they are incredibly fucking Nazi. Does not speak of the there you go. Does not speak of the horrors of Frontex does on the EU borders. Exactly. A lot of, I would say most Europeans are not aware of the existence of Frontex, and if they are, they're most likely not, like, almost certainly not of the innumerable amount of fucking crimes and human rights abuses. So EU migration law, let's see. News. EU return hubs to be voluntary, subject to safeguards, migration commissioners say. I have a feeling that's not going to be true. I don't know why I have that feeling, but you know. Bruxelles, what the fuck? Bulgaria has an external EU border, so they're here too. It's so disgusting. European Commission for Internal Affairs and Migration, Magnus Borner, said Friday that EU member states will not be obliged to establish return hubs under the bloc's new migration framework, stressing that any such arrangements with third countries would be voluntary and subject to safeguards set out in EU law, of which several countries are not following EU law. You have literal second-class citizens in several countries in the EU, like the Balkan states. Speaking at a ministerial conference in Nicosia, Borner said that the European Commission had created the legal base for return hubs through the proposed return regulation, which would allow EU countries to transfer people with no legal right to remain in bloc to designated third countries. However, he stressed that any decision to establish such arrangements would remain voluntary for member states. Okay, great. So I guess like whoever is fucking reporting on it, it makes it sound as if it's voluntary to return to like go to these fucking what are they called? The return hubs, which is a fucking idiotic name. Like literally just like it's a lie built into the name because it's not a return. Like it does not. Well, I'm gonna understand it doesn't have to be related to the country they're actually from. Borner said the return regulation contains safeguards aimed at ensuring compliance with fundamental rights and international law. Bullshit. Human rights are non-negotiable. Of course not, he said. According to Borner, member states concluding agreements with third countries would be required to submit them required to submit them to the European Commission, which would monitor whether the safeguards are being respected. He added that the international organizations, including the International Organization for Migration and the UN Refugee Agency, would also oversee the implementation of such arrangements. Most likely, they're going to be like, you're not actually, you are being fucking horrible, and then the EU is going to be like, we disagree. His remarks came as the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum is into force Friday after its adoption in May 2024, overhauling the bloc's migration and asylum framework and laying the foundation for a new approach to migration management. AKA, engaging in remigration. He described stricter migration laws. He described the new pact as a milestone for European migration and asylum policy, and said it marked the first time the EU had adopted a comprehensive approach to migration. I fucking doubt it. Borna said the pact provides rules that were previously missing and represents a huge change in the bloc's migration policy. He also stressed the importance of strengthening the EU's external dimension and expanding the bloc's leverage through these policy, trade missions, and funding instruments. Borna also said the EU was preparing an ambitious initiative. Borna also said the EU was preparing an ambitious initiative focused on the eastern migration route used by migrants traveling from Bangladesh and Pakistan through the Gulf countries to Egypt and Libya before attempting to reach Europe. Fuck off. Fucking, I hope you get ass cancer, fucking piece of shit. How dare you? We are inevitable. Bangladesh is inevitable. You fucking worm. Disgusting. How dares he? Literally, like, we are like Bengalis are literally, well, you know, I'm sure, like, in general, migrants are fucking fine. If anything, they contribute a lot more than the average citizen, non-migrant citizen, right? To most countries. But I'm pretty sure, like, especially Bengalis are like literally, we don't have any negative reputation as far as I'm aware. Like, am I, like, not caught up to racism? Like, we get the standard, like, racist shit, sure, but, like, we don't really have a, like a racist reputation, other than just, like, other things made up, because there's not really anything to pin on us. Not that there are other things are valid that depend upon others, but what the fuck? The initiative aims to reduce irregular arrivals through increased engagement with countries along the route, he said. How about you just, like, have better migration laws internally, like helping people, like, quote unquote, like, integrate? Since when do you need a bad stages of people that were racist? No, I mean, for sure, but it's just like we're like, I mean, we're not a model minority in a way, but, like, I thought, like, Bengalis would be, whatever, doesn't matter. Sometimes they even attack themselves out of confusion. That's true. I mean, yeah, we literally saw that. Fucking great. Love it. EU ice shit. Love to see it. EU Migration Pact will bring changes to Finland's asylum deportation systems. Oh, great. Finland, as far as I know, is also fucking shitting itself. Love to see it. Love to see all this shit. Let us have a look at Mehdi Hassan. EU more like EU as usual. Truth new. Alright, Zateo. Fucking, I love Mehdi Hassan. He's a fucking goat. Mashallah.
I think sometimes we shouldn't.
Mehdi Pai. I don't know, where is Mehdi from, actually? I think I just always assumed that he was South Asian, but I don't know. Could be Arab for all I know. Mehdi Hassan. Like, my assumption would be that he's Pakistani. British American broadcaster. Where's he from? Wait, no, I'm not asking where he's from, bro. I'm asking where he's from, you know, like, in a racist way. A graduate of Christchurch, Oxford. He was born in Swindon, so Shia Muslim parents from Hyderabad. Okay, there you go. Yeah, he is South Asian. Yeah, he's Indian. He's Shia Muslim Indian. Okay, Okay, no wonder he's so sick. There you go. That's why he's so cool, because he's Shia. I love to make fun of the Shia, but, you know, the output of the Shia is like something else. Like, genuinely, like, no one is holding is like holding up the deen as much as Shia is. You know, respect. From a brother to another. From one brother to many other siblings. Respect. Anyways.
Pretend that impartiality means that you must... I think sometimes we shouldn't pretend that impartiality means that you must take a middle position between two sides. Take the genocide, for example. This idea, and you know this, and again, we don't have time to get into all the stats, but the number of times that Sky and the BBC and other broadcasters have given Israel a pass, or, for example, taken an Israeli denial as fact when we know it's not fact, when we know they're lying, when it's been illustrated that they've been lying. And I think that's a real problem. For example, the humanizing of one side of the conflict. I think it's undeniable that the British media humanizes Israeli victims of violence more than Palestinian victims of violence.
Look, again, I push back on that. I think...
Well, there's a study being done by News Corp.
I push back on that.
Board of Media Bias. People can look at it about Sky and the BBC. There's been a study done by Des Friedman at Goldsmiths College about headlines on Ukraine versus Gaza and Iran. The numbers are all out there, Wolf.
Well, and they're different conflicts with different needs to coverage. And I don't know those reports, but there are other reports on the other side. And I think really unbelievably difficult.
Fucking mention one, you dipshit.
Sometimes with preparation, sometimes without. I think all of my colleagues and peers in this organisation and the rival ones that you mentioned, I think do a very, very good job under the guidance of trying to be balanced and partial in rules that I hope remain, even if you celebrate being free from them. We're kind of out of time.
How convenient. Damn, they just ran out of time. Damn, how unlucky. Wow. Fuck, where's the other thingy? There's like there's the Gojo thingy. If I write Gojo, will I regret it? Gojo. Where's the funny thing? Gojo. No, I want the funny. Just like was it like distraction? What was it? Fuck. Concentration. We lost it. Okay, Alexine is not here. Still not here. Well, I guess they'll just miss out on seeing this fucking work of art. Okay. Look, if you have ever watched JoJo, this is for you. Look at this.
Vocal percussion on a whole nother level, coming from my mind.
It looks so sick.
Vocal percussion on a whole nother level, coming from my mind.
That's so cool. They are the best dancers, but the fact that they can as well is very neat. Very, very cool. I posted up for the 100 people motion capture event. What the fuck is that? Okay, that looks sick. I'm pretty sure this person, she also does like a lot of these, like a lot of mocap stuff. It's very interesting. Okay, was anything else? Oh, okay, right. Patrick but David. We're gonna watch this clip from Mehdi Hassan being on Patrick but David. I'm a numbers guy.
Have you taken any viewership from anybody else?
Mehdi Hassan cooks Patrick bet David debate. Capitalism justifies imperialist expansion. The argument he's gonna make will blow you guys' mind.
Have you taken any viewership from anybody else?
What do you mean?
Are people watching you that used to watch somebody else on YouTube? What an expansionist you are. What a shameful expansionist capitalist.
I've been with you for 1 hour 20 minutes.
This guy's expanding his YouTube channel. God forbid anybody else does it.
I've waited an hour 20 minutes for you to say the dumbest thing with respect, Patrick. That is not an analogy.
Every time
that
you
is
say
the
the dumbest
worst
things is when you
analogy.
get cornered. What do you mean you're expanding?
That is the worst
You're
analogy.
expanding.
Did I go into the New York Times? Hold on. Let's
you're
take your
expanding.
analogy. Did I walk into the New York Times and abduct the editor-in-chief of the New York Times, put a bag over his head,
do you have any
and take
employees?
him out in
Do you
order
have any
to undermine
employees?
the New York
Do you have
Times?
any employees?
Yes.
How many of them came volunteer? How many of them did you recruit and hire away from another company?
How many of them did I get with a gun and a special forces team? You're making a ridiculous analogy.
Oh my
you
goodness.
expand as a
Thing was
business.
like a child
That's the same as
argument,
illegally occupying other people's land.
What
But he's a numbers guy. He's a numbers guy.
Living in, like, what do you think happened to this
World
world?
of law.
What do you think happened to this
You
world?
do realize the problem that
The fuck? Wait, what is he trying to
illegally
say?
occupying other people's land.
What la la land are you living in? Like, what do you think happened to this
World
world?
of law.
What do you think happened to this
You
world?
do realize the problem that the MAGA folks have when they say this is you lose
It's
any
a subject,
credibility to
yeah.
criticize anyone
Makes
else.
sense.
You can't criticize Iran then. You can't criticize Hamas.
And I don't.
You don't criticize Hamas?
No, I don't criticize. If you're able to expand.
Okay, based? Whoa, what the fuck? Patrick Bet David? He is actually in line. He's He's providing critical support to the axis of resistance.
And
so if Hamas goes into Israel, you're for that.
It's not about if I'm for that or not. If you're able to successfully do it, that's
Wait,
your
why
vision.
is he?
I know I have to.
Why is he not just saying no? What? I don't know. I guess maybe I just. I'm confused. Because I feel like, isn't he like supportive of the Shah and shit? Like, isn't he like super, standard right winger? Just the valuetainment type? The fuck?
And against it. What do you think companies do? How do you think companies work? What do you think companies are supposed to do?
I think it's insane that you're comparing business expansion to us going around the world
we have military?
killing people.
Mehdi, why do you think we have military?
To
For what?
defend ourselves.
Against what?
Mehdi, I'm a numbers guy. Mehdi, I'm a numbers guy. Fuck, I can't do it. I'm a numbers guy. Mehdi, why do you think we have the military if not to bomb people who look like us? Let's grok it. Let's ChatGPT it. He's like, if they are able to realize the vision, I have to respect it no matter whether I like it or not, which is incredibly... No, yeah, that is fucking insane. Bro. Genghis Khan, I'm a numbers guy. He did so much. He realized his vision. Fuck, I'm just turning into Trump. I can't do the... I'm a numbers guy. Fuck. He's just like Genghis Khan, he did so much, like, I don't care, whatever, he did just fucking genocide an entire empire, because he was insulted. But, I'm a numbers guy. Well, the military is cleared to annex countries. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
What?
Threats.
Against
but
another
you
one
want to
trying
be
expand.
the threat.
I'm not saying that.
You think Cuba's trying to expand right now?
No.
You think Cuba's trying to expand? Where are they expanding to? Miami?
No.
You've been living in Miami too long.
By the way,
I think you've been drinking too much Miami water.
I actually rarely go to Miami. Maybe that's their fault. Maybe that's their fault.
What's their fault?
Maybe their ideology, communism, created a poor country and their people want something better.
But that doesn't give up.
What does that have to do with being invaded? Also, maybe this thing is happening. Maybe this thing I made up is happening. Maybe the scenario I just made up is happening. Have you considered that, Mehdi Hassan? No, you don't. You did not, because you're a liberal. You're a libtard. You are all about facts. Like you're all about feelings over facts. And when you feelings, you use like statistics, which in my opinion, are just full of feelings.
Has the right to go and take over the country.
How do you think all this stuff happened in history?
Okay, lots of things happen in history that were.
I fucking hate that. People who genuinely believe this should be okay with just being fucking, like, turned into dust. Like, straight up. Like, that. This is what you believe. You believe that if someone, like, goes in front of you and is like, hello, you annoy me, I'm gonna use my fucking ultra laser to just, like, fucking turn you into atoms. You'd be like, I'm a numbers guy. Like, genuinely dumber than a child. Like, more stupid than a fucking 4-year-old.
Right.
Yeah, but guess
this
what?
This is 2026.
Dude, you understand you've taken market share from other people. Your viewers were somebody else's viewers that came to you.
So
this is the exact same as orchestrating coup d'etats in other countries and invading them and murdering children. True.
Kudos to you.
So you want just to be clear, you want some kind of law of the jungle where might is right, power.
What do you think the law is?
You're
I mean, kind of base. Okay, low Kirk, kind of base. That specific part, low Kirk, kind of base. You know, low Kirk. Just what the fuck? I can't. This is. I love it. It's great.
But
what do you think
I
the
noticed
law
you don't
is?
answer any question.
No,
it's a very simple question. Yes or no? Do you support a law of the jungle where might is right?
Do you believe
Is that
in
what you support?
non-compete?
You can't answer a question with a question. You have to answer the question. Do you support a might is right view where law of the jungle, whoever's powerful gets to do what they want?
I'm trying
Sounds like
to
that's what
find.
you're
No, I'll answer it.
I'm
for
trying to put it in the grok. I'm a numbers guy.
I'm trying to find out what other law of the land you think we live in.
Is he? Okay, is he clinically stupid? Genuine question. Like, I know that he's funny, like Hassan, like he's kind of a big meme in Hassan's, in Hassan's stream and shit. But is he actually clinically stupid? Like, right-wingers in general, including most of pundits, are stupid. Their view is stupid, their arguments are stupid, they're inconsistent, they don't really have any logical, like, through line. Which leads to very stupid arguments and just, stupidity. Has Patrick Bet-David used ChatGPT and Grok so much that he's just become clinically stupid? I fucking love that sound music. Like, I'm a numbers guy, Grok it, ChatGPT it. Fucking. It's like fucking, it's a vocal sim at this point. What is that? Fucking.
Help me understand.
We have domestic law, we have international law, we have criminal law.
What is the what?
I don't know where you're living.
What world do we live in? We have laws, so there's like these are the laws. What do you mean?
Do you
you've been in Florida far too
do you use ChatGPT or do you use Claude?
Sorry, I apologize for that was, but that's my genuine reaction. What the fuck, man? What the that's some of all the way. Okay, sorry, replaying that. How the fuck do you change the topic that way? What
is the what?
I don't know where you're living.
What do you use? Do you use?
You've been in Florida far too
Do you use ChatGPT or do you use Claude? Have you taken?
His name being Patrick, his first name being Patrick actually makes a lot of sense now, because this is literally like a normal, like this is, you don't need Mehdi Hassan to fucking debate him. You could literally just like have a 15-year-old debate Patrick Bet-David. Because Patrick genuinely have the intelligence of like Patrick from fucking SpongeBob. The interview went like this. That's so awesome. That's so fucking funny. Maybe we'll fucking watch it. Because that's so fucking funny. What the fuck? How can someone be this stupid, man? Like, what? I mean, I will say I'm value-tained. I'm very much value-tained. If people watch this and don't immediately like unsubscribe from whatever ideology that Patrick Bet-David is espousing, then I would say that's a very good example of why debates are stupid. I'm not, like someone who's like, oh, a debate lords are the scum of the earth or whatever. Of course, debate lords are annoying, but like conversation in general, like as long as especially if you're respectful, like will help in convincing someone if you are, convincing. At least it can. But like the notion of debates are the end all be all of like changing the minds of people is thoroughly defeated by the fact that most of the people who watch, like unless like a vast majority of the people who watch Patrick David like stop supporting them after this, because this is, I mean, it's laughable. This is like, again, in like, is he clinically stupid? To me, he seems to be clinically stupid. Like, genuinely, why? Are you okay, man? Like, do you know how to open a juice box? Can you like think without using ChatGPT or Claude? Wait, oh shit, that's why he's asking about fucking Claude, because that's the company that fucking Trump doesn't like, because they were like they did a very minor pushback on like, yeah, like we help you commit war crimes with our AI, but we don't want you to like make the final decision using our thing. Oh, Star Wars Zero Company official gameplay. Wait, we already saw this on stream, didn't we? Yeah. It looked interesting. The cameo in the end was kind of disappointing though. Like, I don't like that. The Forehead Wizard. I read it as Foreskin Wizard initially. Killage is an anti-armor sword. Alright.
So in the comments of one of my videos, especially the one talking about me fighting with a Shamshir, I had a lot of people essentially complaining that this is really bad against armor. And, well, you're not wrong. The way that I was teaching about Shamshir was these beautiful draw cuts. And you are correct. That is not the greatest tool to use against armor. Which is why the Killage does something
Killage just means sword. I think a lot of the words for sword and a lot of the words for things, which there are many variants, like swords, for example, are just like cultural words, like different, like the same, like a word for sword. But I'm gonna look for a bit now as I get to work some stuff. And you all have a lovely stream. Also, thanks for hanging there by my show. Of course, sis. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you for lurking, and good luck with work. If you ever need to chat, feel free to message me. I am always, well, not always available, but you know, I'd love to help if I can. And I'm sure many other channels also. Good luck with work. May you get a lot of stuff done and get paid a shitload.
Right. The Killage incorporates a.
And of course, I'm glad that I was able to share the Metro trailer with you. If we do start a Metro playthrough, you will definitely be among those who might tag.
Against armor. Which is why the Killage does something interesting.
Okay, wait.
The way that I was teaching about Shamshir was these beautiful draw cuts. And you are correct.
Sabers are just cool. I really like
against armor.
Shamshir, Shimiza,
Which is why
Killage.
the Killage does
looking forward
something
to that. Hell yeah.
Right? The Killage incorporates a false edge right here. This is called the Yelmen, and once again that means false edge. And if you're fighting against an opponent that is wearing what we like to call half armor or half plate, or anything that essentially covers the front of your body but not the back, this is really, really useful. Because this back edge is going to go around the opponent, hitting them in the back of their actual back, hitting them in the back of their head, hitting them in the back of their knee, hitting them in the back of their shin. All areas that are typically unguarded if you're fighting against someone wearing half armor. When you get to people fighting in full armor though, the sword may not even be your best bet. What is typically recommended in that case is to use an axe, to use a mace, to use something that is going to dent the armor and hurt the person underneath, rather than try to cut through it, because, let me tell you.
Like, always my favorite weapons in games, at least like aesthetically.
So,
and usually, like, if they're not designed in a way which I think is stupid, if they're designed in a non-stupid way, then they're usually my favorite weapon. In the warband games is because that's how you get more prisoners and can engage in, you know, earning a lot of money. In other games, just like, you know, how you get armor piercing. And I think I'm pretty sure the Capicolo unit, if I can spell, Capicolo in Medieval 2 Total War, they use maces. Medieval 2 Total War 1v1 Capicolo versus Polish Guard. Polish Guard? What unit is that? Okay, can we see the Capicolo use their weapons? In Warband as well, I think the Mamluks or whatever, the heavy cavalry of the Saranids? Yeah, Saranids. Some of some of them, they will spawn in with maces. Yeah, there you go. The Capicolo, they use maces as well, which I think is just cool. It's kind of stupid that they don't actually show that anywhere in the game, like it's directly to the player what it looks like. Oh shit, right. X4 Foundations 9 came out. Version V9 came out. Full release. Empire update out now. I still haven't tried to run X4 on this PC. I'll see if I can run it, and then we'll see. I'll see if I can run it at some point, and then we'll see if I can play. If we can play it as well. They've done so well with scale. X4 is such a great game. Some things which are like not that great with quality of life stuff, which is unfortunately very common for a lot of games, but hey, whatever. Major combat experience overhaul. Improved combat AI of capital ships. The fleet control, I really hope they've made it so much better. When ship weapons and other equipment. Travel drive stability system. Near ship showroom station module. Ooh. That is exciting. Carg wreck processing and allography. Reworked missiles and missile launchers. I feel like that you could have given a little bit more detail. Neo priority order system. Again, I feel like most of these you could have been a little bit more detail about. Ship equipment cross compatibility. Oh yeah, that's like a big thing because apparently a lot of things were just like compatible due to the way they've made them, I guess, and like some newer stuff was only really compatible with itself. Like I think the Boron and maybe also I think specifically the Boron when they added them, like they started using a different system. I don't quite understand how/why, but like they use different like I think aesthetic systems, etc., and they've like now like added that to every ship, so now I think it should be more cross compatible. Mining region overhaul. Improved small and medium ship visuals, which is the thing I mentioned. Refreshed UI visuals. Rework carg hive destruction. Again, I feel like this is better NPC station designs. Again, like you could have. This trailer is not bad. Improved game visuals. This could have been a slide, you know? But I'm glad that 9.0 is out. And much more. Free 9.0 Empire update out now. Yeah, very fond of it. Very fond of X4. Very great. Good stuff. Vietnam's dangerous relation with Israel by Luna Oil. Ooh, that could be interesting to watch. What else? What now? I want to watch the new Nigel and Marmalade Pacific 90 Large. Lost his lawsuit? Okay, hell yeah. W. We could watch Fantano covering that. That could be neat. It's one day ago, so it should be okay. New Danish Government A Guide by Jonas Larsen. This guy, I think he was okay. 7-minute video, so it's long. You could maybe watch it. Haircut. Master Avengers fighting each other. Fable. But oh, right. This game, Fable, looks very interesting. I remember I saw a video of it just recently and it looked very, very cool. Would they have a trailer first?
Settlements of different size.
Story.
I'm going to. I can change my skin tone.
Okay, this I think it's 30 minutes, but I mean, I could. Lowkirk, I could watch this for 30 minutes just to see what this is like. Because this game, my understanding is this is supposed to be like, you know, we've all seen like a billion open world survival like RPG type games, right? And this one seems to like allow just more stuff in that, I guess. Let's have a look at it. Why not? Screw it.
Fable is a beautiful open-world action RPG, packed with drama,
We get
jeopardy,
to switch.
and
Yes.
high-stakes choices that change the world. But at the heart of Fable is a game within a game. An endless, interconnected life sim where you'll be remembered for changing people's lives, building property empires, manipulating the economic fate of entire settlements.
Okay, that sounds so fucking good. Like, it's just words now, but you know, if they like, I really just hope that it doesn't turn into a No Man's Sky situation. Yeah, capitalism. Yeah, like I love. Look, leftist, you know, commie, socialist, whatever the fuck you want to call me. I don't give a shit. I really don't like capitalism. In video games, though, I fucking love that shit. I love in video games. Like I love capitalism in a video game. It's just fun, you know. It's just fun to do that because, like, you know, and you can do it like because it's kind of like the fantasy in like it is literally like living out the fantasy in capitalism, which is like I build out like my empire, like I have the opportunity to just grow and like make business in a good way, right? Like you can just literally live out that fantasy, which I don't believe can happen. Like it's not something that happens IRL, generally speaking, as you can see in the state of the world. But in video games, you know, that's you choosing that. And you can also just become like, you know, your average real life capitalist if you want. But yeah, anyways.
And more. And as you do all this, you'll build different identities and experience a complex, nuanced morality that is so much more than good versus evil. It's what you'll do in Fable when you aren't saving the world. And we call it building an extraordinary life. Let's dive in.
Isn't it just economy management?
Let's
is that a fucking beanstalk? Bro, you can't just pan past that and not give us like tell us
Here
what
I am in
that
the
is.
middle of Oakshire, one of the 6 regions in our visually diverse open world. It's characterised by beautiful rolling hills and lush, colourful foliage, inspired by the British countryside. There are settlements of different sizes throughout the world, each with their own population, traits and landmarks. Albion is full of variety. We can see one of those settlements up ahead. Silverbrook, a peaceful farming town and the largest settlement in Oakshire.
Probably just left a big punk. I will call you a capitalist. I mean, that is what I am in video games.
Silverbrook is all about farming, so it has an almost unhealthy obsession with vegetables, which can...
Okay, bro. Okay, if he doesn't explain now why the fuck there's a gigantic beanstalk over there, I'm going to be mildly perturbed.
...be seen in every detail of the environment. It's in how the villagers have decorated their houses, their shops, and their streets.
I'm adding this to my fucking...
It's even in how they dress their scarecrows. When I enter a settlement, I
Oh my fuck, it is 70 euros. Pre-purchase Fable Premium Edition. Pre-purchase this edition, play the game starting 5 days ahead of full release. Okay, who's released this? A publisher, Xbox Game Studios, and developer Playground Games. Fuck. I mean, I probably can't run this shit anyways.
quickly run into the beating heart of Albion. Its people.
Because to me, this just looks like, you know, the average autistic game that I enjoy, but like with good graphics, which is like kind of the dream, right? Like that is the insurmountable dream, because no one who has money, like no one investing that much in like graphics, like care about the autistic aspects of the game.
There are over 1,000 handcrafted, fully voiced NPCs, each one with their own job, home, routine, relationship, NPCs. There are over 1,000 handcrafted, fully voiced NPCs.
Nice.
Each one with their own job, home, routine, relationships, and memory. None.
I do wonder how they deal with like, because something they will get into is like you can literally kill anyone you want, and the game will just kind of go on. Like you can obliterate a village, and it will eventually be repopulated by other people. So I wonder like how they introduce new villages like with those voices. If it's just like part of a pool or something. Because he claims that more than 1,000 NPCs handcrafted, which would just straight up not be enough unless it's a very tiny world. If you have that sort of like repopulation system or whatever. So I do wonder how they go about that. Though I guess like specifically with voices, you can just kind of like put them in a pool. But like every NPC being handcrafted does not quite. If it's like 1,000 different ones though, like that's handcrafted, that makes sense to me. That's a very nice amount of variety. That's definitely enough for like most interactions to be quite
These
unique.
villagers are scripted dressing. They have emergent bits, each one with their own job, home, routine, relationships, and memory. None of these villagers are scripted dressing. They have emergent behaviour powered by real-time systems. They go to work, they go to bed, they have hobbies and families. Sometimes, they just want to spend time in the pub. Albion feels alive because its people have lives. I've never been to Silverbrook, and because I've done nothing of note yet, Max the stable hand here is completely indifferent to me.
Got a minute? What do you want then?
So, if I ask him to follow me...
Follow me. I don't deal with randos.
He won't. And he thought I was weird. That's fair.
Right then. Bye.
And there you go, I guess.
In the story, I'm here investigating if there's a connection between Isabel, the powerful red-cloaked hero I'm pursuing, and the strange magical incidents being reported in Silverbrook.
Is that a hero? Wait.
I've heard something about giant vegetables and a hero called Arden.
Oh, you there, mate? Are you a hero? I see you walking around with a sword and you look kind of strange, so I was wondering.
Who lives nearby. Maybe they could help me find Isabel. And it seems there's a bit of a commotion in the town square. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, what the fuck did it just like? It would be very cool if like a lot of video games which just has a lot of different like NPCs and shit. Like for like literally just like pay like I feel like it would be fairly ethical as well to just be like, okay, $100 if you like record like so many like voice lines just like for NPCs. Or like maybe more than that, depending on how many voice lines they have, but like just do that for like 100 people and there you go. It's like it's $10,000, which is a lot, but like for bigger companies, that's nothing, right? Like that's fuck all. And I feel like they can just do that with a lot of things and they just don't because got a profit max.
Someone needs to tell this little brat what's what.
What? You don't need a hero for that.
Hero, can you do me a favour and get this bloody kid away from me?
No! I won't let you kill Colin! Hero! You have to stop him.
Look, kid, I'm a butcher, and Colin's just a pig. Do I need to spell it out?
But I'm not like all the other pigs, am I, John?
What the fuck?
Look, I am not having this conversation with you again, Colin.
Did I just...
See, this is why it's haram to eat pigs. Sure.
Understand that pig?
Oh, yeah, the novelty wears off after a bit, trust me.
Colin's special. Please. We can eat something else at this little travel feast. Well done.
People are expecting a hog roast, kid, and I've been preparing this pig for ages.
But I've only just learned to communicate. Who knows what else I could achieve? I've got potential, hero. Don't let me end up on a spit. Please.
Colin's very, very calm.
Well,
despite the current predicament he finds himself in.
This certainly qualifies as a magical incident. What you're seeing here is not a cinematic. It's just one of the hundreds of story conversations in our game. We have over 2 hours of high quality...
Okay, why would we think that? I mean, okay, the game looks great. It looks cool. You guys have done a great job. Why would anyone think it's a cinematic?
Performance captured cinematics, just like the ones you've seen in our trailers. But in these conversations, cinematic. We have over 2 hours of high-quality, performance-captured cinematics, just like the ones you've seen in our trailers. But in these conversations...
Oh, okay, 2 hours of cinematics, that is a lot. I mean, that's a movie. That's good, that's great. I mean, like, even though you won't see all of it in the playthrough, sure. But that's a good amount of cinematics.
You'll make hundreds of branching dialogue in our trailers. But in these conversations, you'll make hundreds of branching dialogue choices that change what happens and how people feel about you. It's important to note that every choice has a consequence. It's up to me if Colin lives or dies, and I think he should live. I mean, come on, he's a...
Every choice in most video games usually has a consequence. I feel like you need to, like, you can't just, like, it's becoming a little bit of a buzzword. It's like, oh, the choice in our game has consequences. Like, it needs to be a little bit more than just, you know, yeah, you have to, like, it's the level of consequence that matters. That's why, you know, like, branching storylines is, like, cool in video games, but only if it's, like, significant. Because it's not always that significant, and that's why I was, like, I feel like it's very much overhyped. In general, like, I think linear storylines, like, I don't mind that, because it's all, you know, handcrafted, and it's all focused into that. If you somehow have the resource to make more of that, sure. But I generally don't believe most companies, like, if you do a branching storyline, will actually, you know, put in the work, because they still want to remain profitable. Still, you know, it's cool shit, and I assume that they are.
If Colin lives or dies, and I think he should live. I mean, come on, he's a talking pig.
Let the pig live.
Yes!
Thanks, hero. I knew you'd understand. No hard feelings, John.
You don't make the decisions here. This is my pig, bought and paid.
You asked it.
I can see his point, so I'm going to pay the butcher.
What's the pig worth to you? I'll cover it.
Oh, it's not just a pig. It's provisions, labour, faff. We're talking thousands.
I feel like he's scamming.
2,000 gold. That seems pretty steep.
Wait, why can't you Okay, well.
All right, Colin's worth it.
Here.
Wait.
This should cover.
Okay. Here, this is when they should allow you to either negotiate or be like, I'm not paying that, which would then lead you to something else or whatever. I don't know. Like, ways to question that. And, like, I feel like you could add a little bit more there, unless it's just like...
Your expenses?
Yeah.
Fine. Those rumours about Dave's veg better be true. Feast going vegan this year.
No! You saved Colin. Mum gave me these, but I think you deserve them more.
Thanks. Maybe you could help me back. The guild sent me. There's been...
I'm not a huge fan of the way that they have those, like, I guess, reputation pop-ups. I feel like they don't look... I feel like they don't quite fit.
Reports of strange things happening around here. Like what? Who's in charge around here? And where's Arden, the hero?
Arden doesn't really come around here anymore. You should try the sheriff. His office is nearby. Come on, Colin. Let's go.
I've spared Colin's life. I've also gained reputations as virtuous and shrewd. In Fable, every action generates local reputation. You'll eventually be known for the reputations you build, and everyone will judge you on their own moral terms. Often
the hero just gets sexually harassed. Interesting. Also, like, alright, the pig is not being butchered, but he now has to be a slave to a child. Very fucked up.
Directly.
Nice way.
And this is at the centre of our complex, nuanced take on morality. Evolving beyond just right and wrong. It reflects real life, where morality is multifaceted and right and wrong. It reflects real life.
This game is, whoa, bro, I'm excited to see people complaining about that.
Where morality is multifaceted and subjective. One person's good is another person's evil.
I'm saving something.
Even being merciful will divide opinion.
Let's chat to some other folks and see what they think about me.
Hello there. Hey, you're that hero.
This is Jack the Beggar. He's a commoner who's unemployed right now, which is a shame, given he's a hard-working sort of person. On the right is how he feels about me. Jack likes my virtuous reputation and thinks I'm principled. Other NPCs might feel differently about my choices, because each has their own moral view on the choices you make. There are lots of ways to interact with NPCs.
Means someone about love, which means it's not almost exists in this. Yes. I mean, that would be fine.
I'm going to give some gold to Jack, because he seems nice. And he's a bit down on his luck.
For you. I hope it helps. Oh, this is going straight in my pocket. Cheers.
He was grateful for that, and he felt I was being kind. Let's give him a bit more.
Here. Don't spend it all at once. This takes the edge off. Thank you.
That made an impact. I've gained a reputation for being kind, and I'm known for it across Silverbrook. Everything you do has a consequence. Let's leave Jack.
So long. You're like a...
That's kind of what a video game is.
Air.
Again,
Yeah?
like... I know what they're trying to say.
I do like Jack, though. Maybe I should buy him a gift. There are lots of shops with different stock across Albion. Let's go to the general store across the street to see what they have. Every business has NPCs working in them as part of their daily life. Just like Megan here.
This is some quality stuff.
Welcome, hero. What can I do for you?
What the shit is that?
Doing my deal to save Colin gave me a shrewd reputation, and Megan here is a fan. She's an ambitious commoner, and she thinks I'm savvy because of my earlier deal-making. Every NPC has unique characteristics driving who they are and what they think of you. You know what? Forget Jack. He's dead to me. I'm going to try flirting with Megan.
Phew.
Okay.
Is it hot around here, or is it just you?
Well, aren't you confident? Between you and me, I've always wanted to swoon.
That went well. Megan thinks I'm charming and...
I will say this is not that... Okay, this bit is not... For a handcrafted NPC, I kind of expected the response to be a little bit less NPC-like. I guess like it is a demo, it is a gameplay demo, whatever, but like... the lack of force between like the voice lines is not great. It's so awkward, yeah.
Aren't you confident? Between you and me.
Like there you go. Like no pause in between those voice lines. It's a little not what you want to show in your gameplay demo, I would say.
I've always wanted to swoon.
That went well. Megan thinks I'm charming and flirty, and I've started to build a reputation for it in Silverbrook. Let's ask her out on a date.
Do you want to grab a drink or something?
Would you believe you're almost what I'm looking for?
Clearly she's interested, but I'm not worthy of...
She's looking for someone who's known as an entrepreneur, wears only fancy clothes, and owns a local residence. I feel like this... Okay. I mean, good that she has standards. I feel like it's just it's a little bit of a funny way to make this. The first example you're going to use is like if that's someone you flirt with. I feel like this is not... it's a little bit of some weird criterion.
For time just yet.
Criterion.
She wants to date an entrepreneur who owns their own home and only wears fancy clothes. They're high standards. She is ambitious after all. All right, I'm invested in taking Megan on a date. Let's go.
I'll be back, I'm sure.
You have a smashing day.
First, I'll need to buy a business to get a reputation as an entrepreneur. In Fable, I can literally buy any business.
I feel like they aren't going for realism too far. I mean, it doesn't need to be realistic. That's fine. It just needs to be, I guess, generally consistent, the way they set up things. People don't care about realism in games most of the time. I would say, like, I mean, if it's like realistic enough, they just more care about like it seeming realistic, I guess. So it's more of a try to gamify the interaction. Yes, true. I am very curious about how they can do the business part if they show that.
An entrepreneur.
Since it is like you control a character.
In Fable, I can literally buy any business. I could buy that bakery across the street, or around the corner, I could buy one of the stalls.
Literally any business. I feel like I hope that these some businesses for like I don't want to sell my business for any amount of money. I guess like maybe unless it's like it's truly ridiculous of some maybe. And someone who just like
you know what? I think I like the pub, the Silver Trough. It's simple to buy a property.
You think they
interact with the deed outside the front door to see income, price, and the number of people employed there.
Oh,
to
interesting.
The front door to see. It's
also why the fuck did you
simple to buy a property? Interact with the deed outside the front door to see income, price, and the number of people employed.
I feel like it's okay. I mean, it's nice that the info is so accessible, but I feel like it should. Yeah, whatever.
Employed there. To be honest, I've always wanted to own a pub, so let's buy it.
So can you work there yourself? I guess it's the question.
Maybe this is the start of my business empire.
Wages affects employees more than their ability to pay rent. Ooh, interesting. Prices. It looks very simplified. I hope they allow you to like change those things a little bit more.
I'm a proud new pub owner. Now I can set prices and wages, and I can manage the staff.
I hope it's not just for the humans.
Every villager performs differently. Here, Susan the bartender is great with customers because she's caring. And that's giving my pub an income boost of 10%.
They have different
Thanks, Susan.
traits.
The pub's understaffed, though. As the new owner, I should probably sort that out. And guess what? I know just the hard-working fellow.
OMG, I'm so
Let's go
married.
back to Jack the Beggar.
Hello, Crescent Star. What's up? I'm like December 6th, 2026. That's awesome. That's so
I've also gained reputation as an entrepreneur and as rich because I bought the pub and it cost me a ton of gold.
Damn. Immediately just became a capsule.
You're no longer dead to me.
Hi there. Hey, you.
Jack still likes me for my kindness earlier, but I like that Jack is hard-working, so I'm going to give him a job in my pub.
Got a job, if you're interested. I can probably do that, yeah.
I hope they have more than one trade, or at least
I can
gain more
hire
than one
anyone,
trade.
providing they like me enough to accept my job offer. Great. Jack is thankful I've made a positive impact on his life. He's no longer a beggar, he's now a bartender.
Wait, what?
Yeah, makes sense. There are so many other people to talk to.
Villagers react to the reputations you build,
They'd help with anything.
and they remember the things you do to them. Now the pub is fully staffed, and Jack can head off to work.
I was gonna say, like,
Take
if
your
he
time,
kept
Jack.
sitting there, that would be funny.
Next, I need some fancy clothes. Let's head to the tailor.
What a cheeky charmer.
There are lots of places I can update my look. Tailors,
I'm washing for
hairdressers,
no.
tattooists.
I'm not very much
And every
of a
settlement has different
football
options available.
guy.
There are rare outfits to discover in
think it's
the
a
more
great
dangerous
sport.
parts of Albion too.
Oh, yeah.
There are tons of options to
Income
create a
test is
unique
cool.
look for your hero.
Actually, who are the Hijra 26, 40, 47? True. Actually, it would be kind of fun if it
This
started
place looks
using
fancy.
Islam updates.
Let's head inside.
It would be. I mean, I feel like it would definitely be love on my part.
This is the tailor, Rhiannon.
So much choice on offer.
Oh, they don't like it.
soon.
A humble
Just
comes
like
because
real
you're
life,
shrewd, rich, and
wealth is a
entrepreneur.
divisive topic, and Rhiannon has her own views. In stark contrast to the
Beautiful
ambitious
out there.
Megan, she's very much not a fan of rich entrepreneurs, and she thinks I'm out of touch. Which makes sense, given she's humble. Let's have a look at what she's selling.
Damn.
Fancy
Rhiannon
clothes,
is
hopefully.
faced.
Can I see your stuff?
Don't waste my time.
Rhiannon's jacking up the prices by 80% just for me. Looking closer reveals why. That's just how much she hates me. This is just one example of where your choice.
Okay, I will say that, I mean, this looks very, very, very simplified. Like, you can. Like, you could also just make it so instead of them disliking you, it's more because they see that you're rich, so they assume that you can afford to pay the prices. Like you could. It's very simple. It's a very, very simple.
It's ripple through all the interconnected
It's a little
systems.
bit concerning.
And here I've got our character customizer. I'm free at any time to find a wardrobe and change a bunch of different things about myself. I can change my skin tone, body, head, hair, and lots more.
Skin tone? RCCA.
In the tailor, I can only buy clothes. But there's over 120 different shops in Albion, each with their own stock and items to buy.
Interesting. That's neat.
Let's finish my outfit with some fancy shoes.
That's rich. Who's romancing?
See you, Rhiannon.
Take care.
Yeah, all right.
We don't get on, but it's been a pleasure. Now I'm really looking the part. Let's check on my relationship with
Also,
Megan.
like, in general, again, like, it's, to me so far, it seems way too simplified. It's like, oh, humble person will hate you because you're rich, instead of like they can still hate you, but they don't, like, if I see someone who is insanely rich and I'm working at a shop or something, and I own the shop myself, I'm not going to be like, you know, like, unless they're an awful person, like, I'm not just going to assume, I'm not going to treat them like shit. It's very, very, very
At any time,
simplified.
I can dip into property and people's
It's,
screens to track my loved ones, of which there could be many, because I can have relationships with everyone in Albion if I like. It would just take a while.
yeah.
While I'm here, I can see the reputation cloud on the right. It shows me what I'm known for in Silverbrook.
What game is this?
As an entrepreneur.
You're just chatting, by the way, I know if it's on purpose. It is on purpose. We're watching Fable official Build an Extraordinary Life gameplay demo. It's 70 fucking euros, and they have a pre-purchase thingy. So those are and also published by Xbox. So I don't like those signs. I thought you were playing. Nah, we're not playing. We're just watching a game. We're watching this gameplay demo because to me it looked really cool, but I'm beginning to lose interest. Sadly, it seems very, very simplified.
Rich, kind, shrewd, and virtuous.
Shrewd.
On a single moral scale, these reputations would be seen the same way, as absolutely good or evil. However, as we've seen with Megan and Rhiannon, Fable's morality reflects the complexity of judgment we see in the world today.
This moral scale, like, this system is still very simple. It's like, you don't have it is a little bit more complex than just, it's more complex than just good and evil, I guess. But like, not by all that much. Like these are, it's not. I've been watching Ricky play Kingdom Plus 1 and 2, and this reminded me of it. Yeah, it makes sense. It does give off that vibe. I need to continue playing the second one. So like, this game, like, it is still very simple though. Like, you can, I don't know. Like, I feel like you can do this bit better. Like, it's very, very simple.
Has their own moral view.
And also, like, people's morals usually don't vary by this much, generally speaking. Like, even in a very, like, I guess, like, a polarized society, there's still some things which people generally agree on. Like, it's like the case with, like, racism, for example. Most racists don't consider themselves racist because they don't think racism is good. Like, at least not so recently. But generally speaking, at least beforehand, people don't see racism as being good, like being a racist as being good. As a good trait, like being racist is bad. So that's why most racists don't consider themselves to be racist. They're just like, I don't know, they cope in some way, right?
The last thing left for Megan is to own a home. I'm a bit short on cash though, seeing as I paid a fortune to save college.
Okay, if he immediately becomes a couple with her after he gains resistance, then I will be like, okay, this game is way too fucking simple. It's gonna be like, this is like a baby simulator.
And bought a pub. But since I've bought it, I've been earning passive income. So let's swing by to collect it.
Actually, then again,
the people of
passive
Silverbrook
income
all have
benefit.
their own nuanced, subjective view of who I am and what they think of me. But if I don't like my reputations in Silverbrook, I can pay the town crier to change them. I give them gold, a lot of gold, and they spread a new reputation for me. If you're rich enough, you can change what people think of you.
Okay, that's neat.
Here I am at the Silver Trough, now under new management. Let's head inside and check in on our employees. There's Susan, my star bartender from earlier.
Well, aren't you a do-gooder?
Hey, you. Working hard?
Just who I wanted to see. You.
Oh, she fancies me because she thinks I'm compassionate.
Maybe.
Sorry, Susan. I only have eyes for Megan.
Keep at it.
You and me, boss. You and me.
Hey.
What?
And there's Jack. Let's say hi.
How's it going? Just working. You know me.
No offense to the guys showcasing this, but they are kind of playing the game the same way how I imagine ChatGPT would play a game.
I knew you'd work out, Jack. He is a hard-working commoner after all. Keep up the good...
Which to me means that... To me, that points to them trying to market this game to as wide an audience as possible. Which would also explain why everything feels so simplified so far, despite them calling it complex, which it does not seem to be complex at all. It's better than most games, which is sad. But it's like, so far it seems very simplified, and I would not be surprised if the game itself is very simplified. Just from everything I'm seeing so far, which I hope I'm wrong, but I feel like it's just everything is going to be very bad bones. That's my impression.
See you, boss.
Things seem to be ticking over in here.
It looks fine, but not.
So I'll head downstairs to the income chest to collect my profits.
I mean, graphically looks great, but everything else is so
There's
far.
an income chest in every business I own.
Like Dwarf Fortress, version 0.1 or whatever, has a 10 times more complexity than this game.
And every property I
my
live
impression so far.
It means I don't have to go
oh, look, you can buy every business, which will you can click a button among 4 options on how much you pay the employees, among 3 options on how much people pay, how much it costs to I guess go to your tavern. You do literally nothing regarding the logistics of the tavern. You just pick up money now and then. The employees you hire, you don't even tell them what job to do. You just need to have 2 employees, and depending on the trait they have, of which it doesn't seem like there are that many, maybe I would guess 20-ish. And even if there were more, it doesn't matter. It's only just one little modifier which defines the entire character, I guess. That's going to define how well they do. I guess. Everything to me so far seems so incredibly simplified that it's just this is it's just very basic. It seems to me to be very basic so far.
And I can collect all my income from any of them.
Also, if you have to go down here to collect it, and you have to do that for all your businesses, that would also be annoying. Unless you can upgrade that, which is better.
I've got a decent amount of gold now. Time to pick off the last thing on Megan's list. Owning my own property in Silverbrook.
I mean, technically, I already does with the...
Let's go house hunting. I can buy literally any house in Albion. It would just take a while. And quite a bit of gold. But I like the look of this one.
Wait, you can... Okay, that tells me you can also be a landlord. That would be fun.
Nice
but
garden,
again,
rural views, weird hairy pig statues out front. Let's have a look.
This is the complex that's less than that of capitalist game simulators on Steam, which use 90% of free assets.
Looks like I don't quite have enough money. That's a shame. But one thing I can do is pick up a shift at a job. There's a blacksmith just down the road. Hopefully I can go earn enough gold there.
Okay, so you can work at a job.
Going on dates, buying properties and businesses, and doing jobs are all part of the interconnected Fable experience. It really adds to the sense of immersion when I can take a break from saving the world to change the lives of the people around me and discover how the simulation reacts. I could play this part of the game forever, and I'd never run out of systemic toys to tinker with.
I mean, what? You buy an inn, which you don't need to interact with that so other than going to buy your money and hiring people for it. That's that. like, I'm like, you could say I'm assuming the worst, but like, this is literally what they're showing for this game. Like, this, it should be more than this, you know? It should be a lot more than this if you claim it to be complex. Like, it's insulting.
There's a couple of jobs to take on across Albion, but today I fancy a try at blacksmithing. It's as simple as walking up to the anvil to start a shift. No prior experience required.
Wait, what? Okay,
In the interest of time, we've reduced the time limit here. But regardless, it's a
But this isn't the main system of the game, no? I mean, they are marketing it. Like, this is their gameplay demo. Or at least one of the gameplay demos. I recall Fable being an adventure game. I mean, sure, but like, okay. Okay, fair enough. I mean, if that is the case, fair. Like, it's just a bonus thing, but I feel like they shouldn't even market it at that point, you know?
Classic case of risk versus reward. I'm constantly having to balance speed versus precision, while trying to earn as much as I can.
Is this the...
I need to hit all the hotspots to complete an item, but if I manage a perfect hit, just like that, I earn a multiplier on my gold.
I mean, I would hope this is not the final values, but also like this is...
That's a successful shift completed. I can return to the blacksmith anytime to earn more gold and gain blacksmithing experience while...
18,000, okay. Surely this must not be the amount they use in the actual game, because that is a laugh. Because a house costs like, what, 25,000? It must be like, they've just like added some numbers to make it...
Building my reputation.
More quick. No? I don't know.
I've now got just about enough...
And the income chest is full again already. Like already he's gained the money from like the tavern, which also is like very quick. And they haven't, said that they've sped up things to make the demo go faster or anything. So I can only assume that this is how fast you're going to earn money in the game by just like doing the most basic thing, which... I mean, I am just complaining, but there's a lot to complain about. It looked really cool initially, and the way they described it sounded cool, but so far everything is incredibly underwhelming.
Gold for the house. Let's head back down the street and buy it.
Like, there's some neat things, being able to like do these things.
There are
like
guards stationed in every settlement.
Funny, but
they're always there to keep a watchful eye on the villagers, and probably 2 eyes on a hero. If I get caught committing crimes, I'll find myself in trouble with the law, and that will change what people think of me. We're back. Let's buy the house. Now I'm the owner, I can hike up the rent or even make it free if I'm feeling charitable. I can manage my tenants too. I can let them stay and keep collecting the rental income, but I want to move in myself. Which gives me the choice to just chuck them out on the street or be nice and give them a bit of gold to leave.
That's sweet.
And if I chuck them out, that would cause me to be known as heartless. And I'm trying to be nice right now in case I ruin things with Megan. And now I'm free to move in.
What is this game? It's called Fable.
Let's look around.
It's just, so far
Home
it looks
sweet home.
like it's a very beautiful game. That's my impression so far. But like, they've described it as being like very like a complex moral system and stuff, which is literally just like a few values which will like define how people think of you, which is neat, but it's not particularly complex, especially the way the way people think about these things, I guess. My impression is like they're very much overhyping the level of complexity in the game. Like there's capitalism simulation in that you can literally just buy places and earn money from owning capital, which is fun and neat. But the way they've done it seems very, very, very basic. Like literally buy like the click of a button and then passive income. Click of a button for hiring, click of a button for changing like a couple things. But that's it. Like no, like nothing about like like logistics or anything. I was going to say, is this a medieval capitalism related? Yes, but a very bad one, like a very boring one. By the way, Twitch still just says just chatting. Yes, we're watching a video. We're watching a video. We're watching a video. We're watching a video. I was back and forth on PC, so I was sure I missed something. No, not really. It is literally just like a very basic capitalism simulator, like incredibly basic economic system. Very disappointing so far. Oh, hello, Mr. Pants. Oh, I thought you were playing, dude. Okay, maybe I should add something to show that we're not doing gaming right now. We're not doing gaming. I'm just watching shit. The text thingy. Yeah, go watching shit. I pinned the link, thank you. There we go. So go a little smaller. Excellent. If I future high guards to evict your tenants, I might die of irony. No, I mean you just click evict. I think that they should have a system of doing that because that would add to the gameplay experience. Like that would add complexity to it. But it's literally just you click to evict or you pay to evict. Just clicking will make you heartless. Paying will not do that. Again, incredibly basic so far. Like nothing about like house tearing down. Like they haven't shown any sort of like customization, like at all of anything, other than like this is how much you pay your employees, which is like literally like between 3 or 4 options. Not even stating the amount you pay them, and the same with like how much like your patrons will pay.
I can buy any house in Albion. And while this one
plus landlord plus
some square footage, there are huge houses, even mansions I can buy throughout the game.
And you furnish them.
Looks like the tenants left some stuff behind. Awful fans, apparently. Wherever I live, I have access to my income chest and wardrobe, so I can collect all my gold and change my appearance whenever I like. That was the last thing on Megan's.
If you can't. So you can't customize the house either, it looks like. Because otherwise, sure, they would show it if you can customize the house. That's like the thing that everyone wants always. Obviously, you'd show that, no? This game is 70 euros. How the fuck would it be 70 euros? I hate being mean to like developers and shit, but like literally, this game looks so incredibly basic. This looks like fucking boiled chicken. Of video, like the boiled chicken of video games, except, this game actually looks good.
List. Let's head back to the general store. Fable has a dynamic time of day that changes what people are doing throughout their routine. It's still the afternoon, so hopefully Megan...
Okay, I feel like a dynamic system being like, if rain, do this instead. You know what game also has that? Stardew Valley. Like if you look up Stardew Valley schedule. Let's see. Villages, let's see, just click any of them. Elliot. Expand. Whoa, look, they have different schedules depending on what season and also whether it rains or not. Huh? Whoa, how incredible. A dynamic system. That will... What did you say?
Back to the general store. Routine. Fable has a dynamic time of day that changes what people are doing throughout their routine.
Did you say dynamic time of day? What? Dynamic time of day? Who the fuck is playing this? Is this actually a developer playing it? The fuck do you mean? Rockstar's Bully also have schedules. I mean, almost every game has a schedule like that. Every RPG after fucking 2010 or fucking 2001. Oblivion has good. Exactly. Like, also, what the fuck does dynamic time of day? Yeah, no shit. It's the time of day. Is the implication that games don't have like a day-night cycle? You have invented the game-night cycle? Like day-night cycle? What? Like that could just be a misspeech, sure, but like it just literally just feels like I'm being fed every fucking buzzword meant to just be like, I'm gonna invest into video games. Say these things, please. Thank you. The gay nights.
Evil has a dynamic time of day that changes what people are doing throughout their routine.
Again, like I'm right? Like, am I going insane? Like, dynamic time of day sounds incredibly stupid, no? Like, it is what I'm like. Am I misunderstanding that? Surely I must be maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Surely that would make sense. I just speak stupid. No? It does? Okay, thank you. Because I feel like I'm going insane. What is this? What the fuck? Okay, I need. Can someone please revive Total Biscuit? I need him to shit on games like this. I need. The fuck? Do the fish move when you get near them there? Whoa! Dynamic fish! What? How would you describe that? There is dynamic fauna in the game which will react. Just like we said earlier, every choice has its consequence. The consequence of going close to the fish will make them move away. Ooh. Oh no, don't miss TV, I miss him. My labor hero. Yeah, no, for real. Like literally, he was a labor. Like I don't give a shit if he's liberal. Like fucking, he was a labor hero for video gamers. Like straight up. Mormons who had the nighttime of day shit too by the same metric. Yeah, dude, they've like talked about like how complex and like complex things are so far, and like how they are, you know, like the new complex moral system where things are not just evil, bad, like evil or good. And it's literally the example they have is like, you are rich and like you gave someone money or whatever, and you're an entrepreneur, so therefore this person will hate you because they're humble. When it's like, that's not complex. That's incredibly simple. From Siemens Cobra, and one of the humans will say principle that, yeah, exactly. Like, you fucking. I'm going insane. Like, literally. Fucking. Like, it's just gibberish so far. Like, initially, I was. If you go back in the stream, you'll see I was like, bro, okay, this game looks so cool. And I was just more and more been like, okay, that sounds weird. Okay. It's like, the fuck are you talking about?
It's still the afternoon, so hopefully...
I still have my House of Biscuit we did not pre-order t-shirt. Speaking of, what do you think this game has? Let's see, Fable, Steam. Not just... Okay, this looks cooler. But not just pre-purchase, but also pre-purchase Fable Premium Edition. Allows you to game starting 5 days ahead of full release. Advanced access. Whoa. Like, I hope the other things in this game are fun, because so far I'm just seeing, okay, so money is just like, I mean, money as a concept, whatever, is fake, who gives a fuck? But, like, I mean, they're not supposed to be in video games because you don't have fucking stocks yet. But, like, in this game, it's literally just like, you earn like 1 billion. Like, okay, this guy, he bought a house for 24,000-ish, 25,000, and he earned like 18,000 from like one very like 1 minute QTE like late like job. Like it's like the fuck, and they and not at any point did they say that, you know, specified like, oh, it's simplified to make the gameplay demo go faster or whatever. Like nothing. It's just like I have to take it at face value if you don't mention shit.
I change my appearance whenever I like. Vest and wardrobe. That was the last thing on Megan's list. Changes what people are doing throughout their routine. It's still the afternoon, so hopefully Megan is still working. If I'm too late, she'll be back home in bed.
And there's my new...
Whoa! That's so advanced! Incredible! What? How revolutionary!
Fuck! With some customers in the beer garden.
Oh. New. Oh, look!
Now we're back at the general store.
The handcrafted NPCs give you different voice lines depending on what they think of your traits. Is that gonna be? Are they gonna describe that as being unique? Like, come on, here, if I'm gonna sell my stuff, I have to wait for the shop to open.
Let's find Megan.
I will say it's funny that the hero has been sexually harassed at least
Just
like
the
5
person I wanted
times
to
so
see.
far.
Still interested?
I've ticked off all Megan's dating goals, so now my chances of romance are much improved. Let's ask her on a date again.
How about a date?
A date? Oh, I'm chuffed to bits.
I can offer a gift to increase my chances of a date being a good one.
Yeah,
As tempting as my new offer is,
is,
I'm going to give Megan flowers instead. I think she'll like them more. Here we are on a date at the Silver Trough. Hope I'm getting free drinks.
Can you get a cutscene? Neat. I mean, there's okay. This part, there's nothing wrong with that, but you can't. I feel like when you first thing you go in with is like, oh, this game is so complex. So like, you know, like in the way you're describing things, it's like implies that the rest of the game is complex. It's like, oh, every choice has a consequence, and like, oh, there's fucking whatever you do, it will affect people and how they see you. You'll build a reputation. It will affect how people interact with you. And then like, okay, the dates are like you click a button, and then you might click optionally you add a gift by clicking another button. It feels so weird though for real. No, it literally feels like I'm being fucking like it's ChatGPT, like fucking ChatGPT is like showing me video game. Like it's literally just like presenting you like like ChatGPT build me a fucking basic ass fucking RPG. And like, give me a playthrough. Well, they call me the Dragon Ball, one episode of the Dragon's Power. Whoa, that sounds revolutionary. So complex.
Looks like it went well.
That was quite the date, hero.
Again, I assume this is the extent of dating in this video game, when this is literally all they show, like in their fucking gameplay demo. Like what? Back on the GPT thing? Yeah, it's just so fucking like. This is a video game for NPCs, and I hate calling people that because I feel like it's a very child thing to do. But literally, like this is like what? Like I feel like I would literally like the same way how studies have shown people who use ChatGPT and like a generative AI too much have just become more stupid. I feel like I would have the same effect playing this game. I guess at the very least, every other game would become more enjoyable. Fuck, I feel like, I mean, I'm never going to be sponsored by these people anyway, so who gives a shit? But like, it just looks so fucking boring. Like, it's more that my issue is not, like, the game looks okay, but when you, like, hype it so much and describe it in certain ways, it's just kind of insulting.
Loved it.
Plus charming?
Looks like
after one fucking date?
Hey, you.
Oh, hero.
What, is he going to marry her now?
Yeah, that date was just brill.
Oh, hero! Handcrafted fucking NPC, by the way. Responding immediately after a fucking date.
Hero.
Like, also hero after a date? Like,
no.
It's a
that date was just brill.
Megan found me quite charming. I'd like to make things official, so I'll ask her to be in a relationship with me.
So what do you say? Ready for something more?
And what a lovely couple we'll make.
Whatever comes next, I'm with you.
A couple literally being like
It's
a glass
official.
of milk
That's not
and
the end,
dry
though.
toast.
I could build this relationship a lot more. We could get married, which comes with its own set of goals. We could move into my house and start a family. And I can even hire her for one of my businesses. Things could go the other way too. I could break up with Megan, or divorce her in future. Or I might make choices that make her divorce me. There's lots of ways I could change her life. And she'll remember. But we've seen enough romance for now. Bye, Megan.
She'll remember, meaning that she'll have 2 or 3 more voice lines and will I guess, like, not like you regardless. Like, the fuck? How about they develop a feature that makes his actual pronunciation name instead of placeholder? Yeah. Like, this is literally like, okay, fucking Stardew Valley has this. Stardew Valley costs 20 euros and was fucking developed by one guy. Fucking 10 years ago or like more.
Megan.
I have to go. But you're welcome to watch me leave.
You have a lovely time, sweetheart.
Before we go, I've only really demonstrated what it's like being an upstanding citizen in Silverbrook. Our game is one full of contrast, though.
I don't believe you at all. Full of contrast, my arse. You what? Contrast what? Like, white and beige? That's the contrast I've seen so far. No, that is probably like giving you more credit, but oh god, that was corny. I mean, I don't mind the corniness. I don't like the people like also going through a demo. They don't need to be funny or anything. Like I don't give a shit as long as like I can tell that genuinely there's love put into the game or whatever, right? Or at least have some sense of it. But this literally just like feels so corporate. Like it feels so soulless in every way. And I don't mind a stupid game, like mindless game, but this is like, no, like it's like fucking, like, I mean, I'm sure there's more thought put into like other aspects of Doom, but like Doom is a fairly simple, game in a certain way. But like this is much less than that. We've had a billion shitty town games and a lot of cool ones as well. Like economy simulators, capitalism simulators, whatever you want to call it. How is your like, you can buy every business and every house in the town, like you do that with like fucking 2 buttons and spending like 0 effort. Like it literally feels like just playing with a money cheat code. Like that's how I'd feel like interacting with this system at all. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I like it.
Where I decide the kind of hero I want to be. So let's briefly explore what it's like if I'm not so nice. Hi, Susan.
Nose to the grindstone. Love to see it.
Lovely to see you, boss.
Sorry, Susan. You're fired.
Yeah.
What's a minigame death?
You're fired.
I mean, less than that.
Sorry.
You're gonna regret that, swine.
She's not happy about that, and she thinks I'm being heartless. But because in Fable morality is subjective and varies from person to person, not
also,
everybody will have a problem.
You getting a trait immediately after doing something is like also incredibly stupid. Like there's not an option to like make up a reason for firing her. There's no like at some time going between you doing it and the room and the message spreading that you are like just an asshole. Like it just happens immediately. And that's fine for like inventory management. It's like you want to be able to access your inventory regardless of which house you're at, because otherwise it's just tedium. But this is not the same thing. Like this is just you making it just incredibly cheap and boring. Like you can literally just simulate that by just adding a little bit of a delay between you doing something that will give you a trait and be like say like, oh, this trait is building or being spread or something. Maybe it's just progress towards the attribute. I don't think, no, it's not, because it's every single thing he's done so far is like every trait is given. It's like after one action.
Problem with that.
Every single one.
There might.
And unless they're like, and they haven't said that anything about like how much it requires to like do this trait. Is there just like every single thing you do will immediately just give you that trait, and they're not even like levels to that trait either.
Even be someone who fancies me because I'm heartless. Villagers also react to my physical actions. If I start firing arrows around the place, they'll start to perceive me as reckless.
Whoa! That's so advanced. We haven't seen that in any other game.
I can even take pot shots at the locals if I want. And now I've gone too far, but I'm in the mood for a fight.
Okay, maybe there are levels. You got criminal twice, I guess.
In Fable, you can express yourself with your own combat style.
Okay, they could at least like add something, like at least color code these, like killer.
Combining strength, skill, and will in style-weaving combat. You choose the weapons, skills and abilities you want to use and blend them seamlessly together.
The combat looks... I mean, it looks cool, but it also looks quite simple. But maybe I'm biased from everything else I've seen so far. Like, it's pretty, it does not look very complex. But I guess these are just like random guards, I guess. Whom I assume just kind of spawned there? Or they were all just like magically alerted, maybe. There was also a lot of guards for like a small peaceful farm.
I'm putting up a fight, but backup will keep on coming until I leave Silverbrook.
Okay, how complex?
Peacefully, or not. I think a tactical retreat is probably for the best.
Ah yes, infinite guards. Hallmark of a complex game.
Now I have a bounty on my
AAA game, by the way, 70
head,
euros.
which will grow with more crime. I can immediately
Whoa, that's so advanced.
pay it, or pay a reduced fine, if I spend long enough out of town. My reputations don't disappear with my bounty though. Once I'm known as a killer and a criminal, it'll stick with me until I put in the work to change what people think. Or until I've made an expensive visit to the town crier. Because the people in Albion remember what you do.
What? Whoa. The people of Albion has, if player equal criminal, say other voice line. Cool. Like also a lot of games like they're not like particularly, you know, it's not that they're particularly complex or anything. There are a lot of aspects where they're just like not complex at all, less complex than this. But like I don't mind it because they're not trying to they're not assuming I have the intelligence of a dog and claim that, oh, this is so very complex. Like even like aside
Over
from
the past 25 minutes or so, I've bought a pub and a house, been a landlord, and changed a beggar's life.
Changed a beggar's life, aka giving him clicking the give him money button twice, and then after you bought the building of like within like 5 clicks, I think, you hired him with like 2 or 3 additional clicks. Like walking a distance of like what, 20 meters? Like you can't be like, oh, I changed the beggar's life. It's like like if you say that sarcastically, I think that's fine. Or like as a joke or something. But like the implication that this is like very advanced, or like, oh, this is unique or whatever, it's just like it's laughable. Like, what is this? You what?
I've customized my look, saved a magic talking pig, fought the law, and I've built a relationship with just one of Albion's 1,000 handcrafted, fully voiced NPCs.
Okay, so every handcrafted NPC sounds like a Skyrim NPC, or even worse. In fact, no, like less good even in some cases. I feel like they.
And here's the reputation cloud again. I'm rich and charming because of my spending habits and my relationships. I'm also a criminal and a killer due to my reckless behavior and fighting with the guards. Yet, I'm shrewd for saving Colin and an entrepreneur because I bought the Silver Trough. I've built a complex, rich identity in Silverbrook.
Except it's incredibly surface. Like, it's so incredibly surface level. Like, this would be the equivalent of calling black pepper, like something you've added black pepper to boiled chicken, and be like, we have made this chicken so spicy, so delectable. Like, fuck off. It's insulting.
The people there will react to through their own moral view. I'm not simply good or evil. I'm so much.
Like, this is This would be impressive if you're like 6, maybe if you're 6 or 7 years old. It's just too advanced for simple minds.
More than that. There are many more settlements across Albion to explore. My identity is mine to create.
Like, people will fucking throw a tantrum and be like, oh, woke is overtaking the fucking world of gaming when you're playing as, like, what's her fucking name? What's his fucking name? Like, the guy from God of War, like, Kratos' fucking wife, who is also a warrior god or whatever. Like, oh no, whoa, like, this ruining gaming. Meanwhile, this shit comes out. Like, you what?
In each one, and everyone will have their own perspective.
Like, fucking, your average chud will play this game and be like, oh, this is so cool and advanced.
On what I do as I build.
And, like, sure, I mean, you can think that if you've never played a game before or whatever, but, like my point was more like, you can come. This is so.
An extraordinary life.
Extraordinary life.
And stay tuned for more in-depth Fable information as we move closer to our launch.
I'm opening Steam real quick because I need to mark this as not on my wish list. This looks like an incredibly fucking boring game. 83 curators have reviewed this product. Okay, I can't wait to see what they... This was awful. This was dejecting. This was off-putting. This pissed me off. Like, wow. You can buy a house, marry and run a pub without economic hurdles. This is truly a fancy RPG. Saved up enough money to buy a house in 21 minutes. Definitely a Fable. Dev starts a deadly mass shooting instead in the middle of the town. Also, Dev, I'm not simply good or evil. I'm so much more than that. This pig has better face animations than the humans. Yeah. Okay, some of these are funny, but I feel like Hero walks into a small farming town and absolutely floods the economy. Fucking not even. Like, literally, if the NPCs just put them pull themselves up by their fucking bootstraps. Let's see. Let's find the fucking smithing gamey. Earn 6,000 per product. Let's have a look at this again.
In the interest of time, we've reduced the time limit here. But regardless, it's a classic case of risk versus reward.
Wait, what?
But regardless, it's a... In the interest of time, we've reduced the time limit here. But regardless...
Okay, I mean, fair enough. Okay, there you go. That's fair. But what do you mean by... Like, by how much?
Classic case of risk versus reward.
What do you mean? How is this a classic case of risk versus
I'm constantly having to balance speed versus precision, while trying to earn as much as I can. I need to hit all the hotspots to complete an item, but if I manage a perfect hit, just like that, I earn a multiplier on my gold.
ChatGPT script here. I like genuinely, I don't...
That's a successful shift completed.
Okay, he didn't say anything about the increased amount of money, so I guess, like... Okay, unless, say, like, you spend 5 minutes on this, which would be awful gameplay. Like, it's... Like, to me, it looks like, okay, so... If they take longer, it's going to be boring gameplay, and you still earn a fuckload of money. Or it's just, like, very cheap gameplay, where you just earn a fuckload of money very quickly. Like, it's all out of whack. Almost showing that facial animation for a game with such great voice acting. I would not call it that great voice acting. Like, at least, like, I'm not saying that it's bad, but it's, like, not particularly impressive. And it doesn't have to be. It's just, like, regular interactions so far, but... I mean, actually, no, it should be better than what we just saw. I feel like instead of 1,000 NPCs each with their own personality, Starfield sensor went off. Yeah, no. This is... Okay, looks like... Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I feel like... Because these things feel very obvious. I'm not particularly, like... intelligent or anything. Like, this should be obvious to most people, I feel like. Okay, most of the fucking comments are also by fucking NPC. Okay, no, I'm gonna say that. Fuck. It's just like, okay, if we get a funny joke, haha. Taylor sales fan. Calling the pig has better facial animations than all the NPCs together. Like, the pig is the only part of this which I thought was, like, neat. Like, fun. Because it's just, like... But not because it's, like, particularly interesting gameplay. It was just, like, talking pig, and it was kind of a funny situation. Everything else I saw in this video is just kind of, like... Okay, this game has a it's, like, as advanced as, like... I mean, I can't even think of a game that's, like, this simple. I think the game is still fun for the right audience. I mean, I'm sure it is. I'm like, if the comment, like the comment stuff, I'm sure it's fun, maybe. But like, like this is like the clicker game or whatever. Like this is like Cookie Clicker is more advanced than this game. You know? The watermelon game is more advanced than this. Okay, a little bit of exaggeration, but you know, I'm just very annoyed. I'm very, very annoyed at the notion that this is like such an advanced game or whatever. Like, come on, like this is. I feel like I have to see the gameplay. I have to see what the gameplay is like, right? I have to see whether they have a gameplay video. What? Claude Fable 5 just dropped speeches? What the fuck is that? Oh, it's just... Okay, whatever. Why the new Fable became just... Why the new Fable just became a massive deal? Why? Okay, what is this guy saying? I'm curious whether this person...
Okay, Microsoft just showed an extended gameplay footage of Fable, of 30 minutes actually of full gameplay of full game. But to be fair, I have quite mixed feeling about that. Let's just discuss what they showed and what did I like, what I didn't like, and what I'm expecting from this game, but whether I'm excited or not. First things first, I will make sure that I will not forget to drop an actual link to the full footage, so you can go and watch this 30-minute presentation if you want. It's an extended full-on gameplay of Fable, so you can watch it right then and there. And first things first, let me give you my stance on all around the Fable franchise. Fable actually a small village, which is quite large to be fair, with a lot of inhabitants, and they showed what type of interactions you can have with them. To be fair, same things that was in other Fable games. In all of the
and literally every other game. Like, well, not literally, but...
Fable games, every single NPC is actually pre-rendered or pre-built, meaning that they're not randomly generated ones, they are...
Also, like, the notion that matters, like, I think it's silly. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, if you, like, make 1,000 NPCs, like, handcrafted, I expect the quality which we've seen so far, which is, like, shallower than a pond.
Actually, characters in
like more shallow than a children's like a children's toy pool
world, which have their own jobs, which have their own homes, their own agendas, they things they like, they dislike, and things like that.
They don't have agendas. They literally just have that one trait.
Still the same here. If you thought that this was something unique and amazing, no. Other Fable games had the exactly same thing, and that was the punch card, the main event of all the other Fable games. They actually showed off the ability to buy every single house and every single business, which you had in other Fable games, which I really liked it.
They're harping a lot on the jobs law. Yeah, like, it's like, whoa, they have jobs, aka they have an animation for a job, which will work for every NPC because they have like the same like they have some animation thingies. Like, you know, the animation part of that is cool, I guess. Like that's the cool part. Like from it brings a variety in what you see, but it doesn't bring any sort of complexity to the civilians, like to the NPCs, if they don't have skills. Like, because they don't have skills, they literally the only thing is like some of them look different. Is what we've seen so far. they have a trait, and they're either male or female presenting. Like that's it. That's the only, or like maybe they're adult child. Like that's it. Oh, like sorry. Oh, so they also have height differences. Whoa. Every handcrafted NPC, they also have different faces. Incredible.
They showed them
like okay, like how do I know they're not just like like just like randomly generate the faces until they get one that looks decent, or like slightly modify each one that they randomly generate. Like it doesn't matter to me. Like I don't. This is not that important of an aspect, but the point is just that it's so basic. It's so incredibly basic, especially like when the animations are shit. Anyways,
you can actually communicate and flirt with every single one of our NPCs. Yes, no matter the gender.
Okay, calling it. You can flirt, yes. You can communicate, not so much. You can click buttons. Like this is not. It does not feel like okay. And yes, you do that in every game, but like this is not. Like games, they find a way to make that more immersive. This game is incredibly not immersive. Can I flirt with a pig? Maybe.
The same thing that was in every single Fable game as well. That's not a big deal, I guess. So it's not really that different. It's not really anything new, to be fair. If you liked it in the past games, you'll like it here. If you didn't like it in the past,
I feel like surely the other games were a little bit more complex than this, because I cannot believe that a series this like less complex than this would be a series, let alone a game. Like to me, that would be at best a tech demo.
Games, you will not like it here as well. It's not that someone is forcing you to date or romance.
Like the only thing about this I've seen so far is that the graphically looks nice, but it doesn't look like you even have any particularly interesting interactions with the environment.
Plans with the people that you don't want. It's the same.
I'm back. Welcome back, Alexi. Are we watching JoJo? You missed the JoJo thingy we watched, but I'll play it again for you in a little bit. I will need to finish shitting on this game.
I think that was happening in the past. But what is new in the game, what is completely new compared to any other games, is the reputation system. Yes, you had the reputation system in the previous games as well.
He's calling the deep new reputation system. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna watch this video. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna go mad. Yay, bloody hell. Everything about this game looks incredibly dull, and I really hope it's not just incredibly shit. To me, it looks like they're doing it. It feels like an opposite, like No Man's Sky, because No Man's Sky was very overhyped and then delivered like very shit. And to me, this just looks like it's very overhyped. Like except it's promising very like just nothing. It's promising you the most basic of things. Listen to Dance with SPR. Don't worry, we're looking at. Here you go. We are putting this on.
Vocal percussion on a whole nother level, coming from my mind. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level, coming from my mind.
Isn't that just sick? It's not the best of these dance I've seen, but it's very, very cool with the robots doing it as well. Wait, I like. Okay, let's wait. Look, the robots like almost falling. They're all just like almost falling. That's cute. That's neat. Very cool stuff. Right. Inshitification of video games by Jimmy the Giant. You know what? I feel like that's the perfect video to watch afterwards. I've had it on my like watch list, so maybe you'll see now the NPCs have 1Ks in the file, W2s with the IRS. I mean that would at least be complex, I guess. But the thing is, like, it's just so bland. Again, it's boiled chicken with fucking pepper. Like they're presenting us boiled chicken, putting pepper on it, like crushed pepper. Like it's like, oh, we are taking this pepper, we put it on the grinder, we grind it, and we put it on the chicken. Look how advanced and spicy this chicken is. Isn't that just incredible? Like that's literally what we just saw in video game form. Like it's Okay, let's watch this. Yes, gaming got worse on purpose by nobody called Sweet Chick. I feel like that's a reference. Yes, gaming got worse on purpose by Jimmy the Giant. Can you pin the link? Way to code. Also, I'm gonna kill that 6. There we go. What the fuck is that command? Oh, okay.
It's my generation. My generation was the first generation to really grow up as them real gamer boys. Counter-Strike bunny hop maps, witnessing hate crimes in Call of Duty lobbies, sinking 1,000 hours into a game called Big Bass Fishing because you and
Also,
your
by
dad
the
found
way,
it in a discount
maybe
bin.
it's because I was a child at the time, but like I never really experienced that when I was younger. Is it like an American thing? Is it just like, because I feel like it's an American thing. Not that, again, Europe is very racist, but like we didn't have that. I think. Yeah, millennial reference Back to the Future. I see. What, Xbox Live? Yes. I mean, to be fair, yeah, Xbox was not that popular. I mean, Xbox was mainly just popular in, as far as I know, mainly just in America and maybe a handful of other countries. Well, the PlayStation dominated it pretty much everywhere else. No, there was even worse here, dude. Europeans are even more unchecked and racist than Americans. I mean, I can believe that nowadays, but like in Call of Duty lobbies and shit, I never really experienced that. I mean, but then again, I might have literally just not understood them.
It was actually really good.
Also fun, like, a funny thing, by the way, my little brother, he told me a little story like ages ago that when he played Call of Duty, not Call of Duty, CSGO, Counter-Strike, he was in a lobby or something, and he was like, I guess just like annoying the other team or some shit. And in the voice thingy, he was just like, he was just like saying Putin, Putin, Putin or some shit. I don't know. To like try and, I guess, annoy them. And then their response was like, Obama, Obama, Obama. Like such a random fucking thing. I experienced it a lot. I think he might have just gotten lucky or like said to understand, but it was so normalized because of distance as just and shit. I mean, I feel like that's just Denmark as well, to be fair. Yeah, it's pretty bad environment. Fair enough. I'm probably just wrong. I feel like being good in CSGO requires you to be racist. Maybe, probably.
But you see, as I grew up, right, I witnessed this thing I loved, gaming, go through a transformation. And you see, with this monumental growth, there has been some incredible things.
I will say, to be fair, like, mostly, okay, I can't even say that about strategy games that they will like okay.
And some less incredible things.
But those games might not be as harmless as you think they are when it comes to gambling.
100 packs!
Let's go!
100 packs!
Cyberpunk 2077 refunds.
Other costs are driving these GPUs to go up as well because AI data centers are eating not just the RAM, but they're eating storage, they're eating PCB production, they're like literally eating everything out there, right?
And all of this can sometimes be a bit depressing, right? There's loads of videos going through the decline and it can be kind of confusing. Why is this happening? And by the end of this video, it'll all make much more sense once you understand the market mechanics that are creating these outcomes. And you might feel a little bit more hopeful as gamers aren't just sitting back and letting the thing they love die, they are actively organizing and fighting back. So today we will explore what went wrong with gaming.
Come on in.
Probably not be nearly as like optimistic as he is, but you know, I'll take it. Whatever he. Anything to point out how shitty video games are because of, you know, capitalism. I'm for that. I'm always amazed how gamers, one of the only hobby groups I'm part of, can only view the world through games. Yeah. I mean, not to mention as well, like, a lot of gamers are very pro-capitalism, which, to be fair, you know, everyone is indoctrinated since birth. But, like, literally, like, antitheticals for you if you want good games. No, hey, it's just funny to me. You can make anti-capitalist by just putting it in gaming terms. That's true, yeah. It's I don't know. It's very like I want good games. That's like if you only care about video games, you would want some type of socialism, because that way everyone's guaranteed good lives and can just play video games. And like you will have people who will just like make video games regardless of how much money they make, because they will be guaranteed a good life.
Just another world here in the video arcades.
They'll
of
make whatever
America.
fucking
A billion
niche
games are played every month.
Tell
A quarter each for Escape, which can last a long time if you're skilled.
Okay, so when you analyze any industry, you know, if it's films, if it's fashion, it's really important to understand how the financial incentives of that industry shape the final product that you get. In the early days of gaming, it was all arcades, right? In the 70s, the only people who could afford to pay for video games were the arcade owners. The technology was young, the machines were really expensive, so they would buy these machines and put it in an arcade, and a load of snot-nosed kids would grub all over them and spaff their quids in it. So what that gives us is a economic model called pay to play. And pay to play creates a very specific type of game. Tetris, Pac-Man, Street Fighter. These are like short, fun, very competitive games and very addictive. They were built on basically giving you just enough of the game to get you in, like, oh, this is fun, and then bang, you're dead. But you see, it would be in the 80s with the rise of home consoles where this dynamic would completely change. We go from pay to play to pay to own. Gamer ownership changed everything, right? Because now the game developers were directly marketing towards those snot-nosed kids. You grease up your home controller all you want, Billy. Just keep buying our games.
Just having an arcade.
What are you saying? Maybe I think you should something else. Game and so all of a sudden
inside your.
All you want, Billy. Just keep buying our games.
Just having an arcade inside your room, maybe even better than arcade graphics in your room.
But in this new context where you don't have to keep putting a pound in the machine every few minutes, it creates a space and an incentive. An incentive to make games that are richer in story, characters, ideas, mechanics. Because effectively, if Snot-Nosed Billy really likes the game, he's going to tell all his buddies. And that's going to end up on the Christmas wish list. And that's like the market logic of the gaming industry from, you know, the 80s until into the 2000s. I mean, there was a few hiccups on the way, but by and large, we get some absolute beauties. We go from Super Mario Bros., Legend of Zelda, Sonic the Hedgehog, to the rise of PC gaming. You get Half-Life 2, Quake, Counter-Strike 1.6. Although for some reason I play Condition Zero, I have no idea why. But basically, as games got better, the market grew. More people heard about them, went to their friend's house and played them, and then wanted to buy their own consoles. And with that, money came flooding in, investment came flooding in. With all this money, developers go, what can we do with it? And they go, well, let's just make the consoles better, right? Invest in technology, better graphics, and big budgets for big games. Now we're getting the real bangers. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Crash Bandicoot, Call of Duty Modern Warfare. And it just keeps going. And these games, they just feel big. They feel enormous. There's so much character, so much life. Us young bros, like, we damaged our brains in those games. But you see, right, whilst all this was happening, down in the deep, dark depths of parents' basements, through the mist of Doritos dust and the stench of urine bottles in the corner, slowly, quietly, brand new economic model arrives. Pay to access.
Beyond the gates of mighty kingdoms lies a vast,
World players, by the way. You guys ruined fucking gaming, you bastards.
the world of Warcraft.
I mean, I will say it looked really cool. I literally remember seeing my friend play this. I was like, whoa, this looks cool. But I did not know what the fuck was going on. I was like 7.
So with
I
this
had no
game,
idea what was
instead of
going
waiting up till midnight and saving all your pocket money to go and buy it on release day, then holding the physical game and then you hold it and you own it forever. With World of Warcraft, it isn't quite like that. Now, you pay the money every month as a subscription to access the game.
Well, it's awesome. I love it so much. I'm sure it is. I would not feel the same, I don't think, unless I grew up on it. I feel like this is like the first split. This is like the gamer, the gamer commune split, whether you are, instead of reform versus revolution, is like MMORPGs or not MMORPGs. No, it takes specific.
If you stop paying,
I feel like it's
playing.
It's
And
mainly
this
nostalgia.
was fair, right?
Which is
Because
fine,
those
but-
games, the MMORPGs, they required far more infrastructure. They needed online servers that were physically based in a location. These are like massive machines holding data. They cost money to run. You need to moderate the games. You need to update them. You need to fix things. The games were an ongoing service, so obviously paying ongoing was fair. It made sense. But you see, That makes a fucking shitload of money. My God. At its peak, right, World of Warcraft, around 2010 to 2011, it had roughly 12 million monthly players, which roughly works out to about 2 billion a year in revenue from a single game. A year. Let me just stress that. A year. This isn't just a one-off spike on release date, which then dies down. That is, it just keeps coming, baby. The lifetime sales of World of Warcraft that I found here is estimated around about 15 billion US dollars. So if we compare that to other games of its era, if we look at Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, which came out 2007, which was a massive hit, relative, that only made $716 million throughout its lifetime. Only. Imagine saying only to that sort of fucking hell. What is capitalism? By 2016, World of Warcraft had clocked...
Okay, so we realized, when the specific focus on the ones about the kind of gaming, we're getting how around 2010, 2012, these articles came out about measuring the effect of drug addiction and the profit level for game devs, which is a great period. I mean, that makes sense. And that's why I don't like capitalism, because it's all about profits, and you can make a lot of profits by just fucking over people. I still understand why some people love WoW. I just love it. I mean, I don't love it as well. I don't really feel anything about WoW. It's a video game. I mean, the only aspect of it I love is what he's talking about right now, how insanely fucking profitable it is. Like, it's ridiculous.
More lifetime revenue than every other major game, becoming the most profitable game ever, bar, a few older arcade titles from the past. In 2012, WoW's yearly revenue was third on the most profitable titles list, outpacing games that had been released that year. Remember, this is a game made in 2004 with 2004's technology. And I want us to look back at this list, right? This list is very important. If you want to understand the modern world of gaming we're in right now, this list of games that are the most profitable will tell you everything you need to know. Flick through it, you see some names that you recognize. FIFA, Borderlands, that makes sense. Hold on a second. What the piss is Crossfire? Before we go any further with this video, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, CyberGhost VPN. If you spend as much time as I do on the internet, you might think that the incognito mode keeps you private. Unfortunately, that's not really how it works. Internet service provider, your school or workworkplace network, even public Wi-Fi's can see a lot more of what you do than you might expect. Whether you're browsing at home.
Nearly every fucking, what do you call it? VPN company. For whatever reason, it's based in Israel. I don't know why. At least I hear that. I don't care enough to. Maybe I'm wrong. In which case, fucking sue me. I don't know.
I'm in a cafe, in an airport, hotel, your data is exposed. And that is why I use CyberGhost VPN. With just a couple of clicks, CyberGhost encrypts your connection and routes your traffic through secure servers in over 100 countries, helping keep your online activity private and secure. CyberGhost is trusted by more than 38 million users worldwide and has thousands of excellent reviews on Trustpilot. One of my favorite parts is being able to change your virtual location. Not only does it give you an extra layer of privacy, but it also allows you to access content from different regions. CyberGhost works with content across more than 40 different streaming services, including Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney+. It works on all major operating systems and platforms, including Windows, Mac OS, Android, and iOS. And one single subscription will cover you from up to 7 devices. And if you're a football fan, CyberGhost is going to be great through the World Cup, giving you access to streams, highlights, and sports content with just a couple of clicks. Right now, using my link in the description, or the pinned comment will give you 84% off, 4 months for free, and a 45-day money-back guarantee. That works out as just $2.03 a month. So you can try it completely risk-free. Big thanks to CyberGhost VPN for sponsoring this video. Anyway, back to the video. Okay, now we're going to fly over 2010s. We're in South Korea and China. We're sort of flying between the two. These are nations that are, relative to Europe and the West, developing. Wages are lower. And like Western consoles, the Xbox, etc., these are kind of too expensive. But the young bros still want to have a bit of fun. So over there, what we were seeing was more PC cafes.
I mean, we had them, like, growing up in Denmark, like, I've at least spent, 30, 50 hours approximately total in, video internet cafes here in Denmark. Like, they're just so fun, but nowadays they're so expensive. I remember, throughout the time I started, the first time I went to one, it was, maybe, 10 pounds, $2, maybe $1.50 an hour. if not maybe a little cheaper. So like by the time I finish high school, it's like within a few years, it's like twice the price. Like it became so expensive, and it's just like, yeah, it just sucked. Like it's a shame because it was very neat, and like the food was still overpriced there, so I don't see why there's such a fucking huge price increase. It was a shame because it was genuinely very fun memories. Plus, when the class comes, I mean, ethical react, you let the sponsorship play, I guess, unless it's like very old.
See, over there, video game piracy was a massive problem. And like, instead of fighting the losing battle, which is trying...
Reminds me of the donut price when I was saying, same. That shit is also a lot more expensive. Like, all food is more expensive, but especially the shitty city I live in, all food is like just ridiculously expensive, and I don't know why. It fucking sucks. I miss Copenhagen because all the food there is much cheaper, but a lot more expensive than what it used to be.
Trying to stop piracy in a market...
I remember using gaming cafes in Poland when I was using my girlfriend.
But you see, over there, video game piracy was a massive problem. And like, instead of fighting the losing battle, which is trying to stop piracy, in a market that just wouldn't have the money to pay for £40, new releases, a few Korean companies come along, like Nexon and NC Soft, and they start to develop a new economic model in gaming. Don't fucking worry about the piracy. Give them the game for free, but then allow players to buy cash in the game, and then they can spend that money in-game on cosmetics, character customization, advantages in the game, and like in-game item lotteries, microtransactions. What you need to understand about the free-to-play monetization model is that it doesn't expect everyone who plays the game to spend money in the game. They understand that most people won't, but they rely on what is called the whale model. I'm not talking about your mum. So the whale is like a high-spending player. These players can spend genuinely thousands to hundreds of thousands. They spend so much money on random bullshit in a video game that it subsidizes the whole game for everyone else.
This motherfucker got 43, 49.
I think it's incredibly concerning that that's like an actual...
This is a strategy that is borrowed from, you guessed it, the gambling industry.
Oh, well.
This game is a Star Wars themed online casino designed to lure kids into spending money.
I think it's so good.
So you see all these free-to-play games pop up, like Lineage 2 and Crossfire, games that no one in the West has fucking heard of, and they make so much money that they blow all these Western games out the water.
It was like €2.5 to €3 nowadays. It's around 90 cents. Fucking insane, man. It's ridiculous. I think it was Turkish, like this Turkish guy with this like little place in like not in the sense of Copenhagen, but like in the city. I lived in the city, in a closer to one of the squares, right? And he sold like a really nice dürüm, shawarma dürüm, for like 22 crowns at like 2.5 euros at like a lunch chocolate. The regular price is 25 crowns. And it was fucking massive. Like it's a fucking beast he gave you. And I don't give a shit if you serve me fucking horse meat. I don't assume he did. But it was great. It was lovely, and I missed that dude so much. Because it was just, those were the times, man.
I'll give you some numbers here, right? In 2016, Crossfire, which is a game that looks like this, its lifetime revenue was $6.8 billion. Lineage 2 was $5.74 billion. For comparison, FIFA in 2014, its lifetime revenue was $6 billion. Halo was over $5 billion in 2015. And so you might be there wondering, like, okay, I get that they might make some money, but why were they so good at making money? How do they make so much money? Well, the reason is very simple, my friends, and it comes down to a little thing called behavioral science. One of the very underestimated parts of the behavioral mechanisms in video games is that games have become like social spaces. This is a place where young people spend a considerable amount of their childhoods interacting with their friends on. And so in this environment where all your friends are and the people you like are, cosmetic items on your character become a way of, signaling status or expressing your cool individual personality. And I know that might sound weird. Like I
feel like, that makes sense. It's a shame that it's like that way, because I feel like I don't mind microtransactions if it's just like cosmetics and that kind of thing. Because like if you enjoy the game, you'll just buy it now and then if you can afford it. At least like that's in my mind, that's the ideal of this type of thing, which to me is fun. But yeah.
play video games that have skins and I don't really buy them. I don't think about it. But you have to bear in mind, this is just a new iteration of what has always been done. When I was young, it was about owning that Abyssal Whip in RuneScape. If you owned that bad boy, you were the alpha. There's no questions. You decided who played football and who didn't.
Oh my god! Oh! A fucking whip! He has a fucking whip!
If you go a little bit further back, it was about, you know, who owned the Pokemon edition of the Game Boy. Or like, you know, I'm sure if we go even further back, when kids were working in the mines, who had the Diamond Enchanted Pickaxe? So knowing that, what these games do is, you know, make it so that your ability to get these items are structured in psychologically manipulating ways. They implement a thing called variable rewards through things like loot crates where you have a chance of winning. Most of the time you're going to get a shit skin, but every now and then you might get the rare one. Maybe then your friends might respect you.
You default losers.
And this too is well documented. From the Skinner box experiments and work done since, basically I'm just gonna bastardize it. They got a rat, put him in a box. If the rat clicks a button, he can get some food or get a reward food. Clicks it, gets it, he's happy. And then he stops, right? Because he gets the reward every time he clicks the button. So he does so until he's satisfied and comfortable. However, if he hits that button and doesn't get a reward, and then hits it and does get a reward, the anticipation of not knowing when that button gives the reward basically will lead the rat to clicking it until they sort of kill themselves. They'll just keep clicking this thing. I want some, give me some more. So what these games were doing were configuring well-known behavioral mechanics that are used in the gambling industry into what was basically a low-resolution, shitty Counter-Strike 1.6 ripoff and turning it into one of the most profitable games of all time. And so you got to put yourself, right, in the shoes of the executives of these big Western gaming developers, and they're looking at their beautiful, polished AAA title. Wow! And then they see Crossfire 2, and they turn to each other and they say, "What the fuck are we doing?" All right, late 2000s, early 2010s, we're still seeing bangers. Bangers after bangers. I'm talking Far Cry, Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, Portal 2, Battlefield 3, Big Bass Fishing 2. It didn't come out, right? They should have done the open world, but they didn't. Like, some of the most beloved games came out in that period, and my God, it was fucking sweet. I was there, and I was playing them babies. It was coming out, I had so much free time. And like, studios in this time, they were taking risks. They were coming up with new, I hate the term, but IP, you know, new ideas, new franchises, new characters, new worlds, right? They were experimenting, and they had the money.
Also, a lot of the IP was not behind forever, like the Nemesis system in, what was it? Shadow of Mordor, I think. Like, they made the Nemesis system, and now no one can use it. Which I think is fucking stupid and disgusting. There's also, what's it? I think it's incredibly stupid. I fucking hate IP as a concept in general. And then there's also like you playing video games in the loading screen. That's another thing that's not behind IP, and I don't think it's been used in like forever. So yeah, awesome stuff.
The resource and the time too.
I see this buying a new show when going to dinner with friends. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's fine. Like that itself is fine in moderation, and I don't mind that. I hate though that it's not just that. It's so much.
Experiment, and they made our childhood. And like in this time, there's such optimism. Like you can see it. You know, as the technology keeps improving with the new consoles, the whole industry is just in this euphoria. Like if back then, I remember we were typing in Xbox 720, and we believed that the next generation of console will have a controller with extra controls. I guess for your toes, I think you probably use your toes on the top bit. We'd lost our mind. We were so spoiled in that period of time. But you see, in making games bigger, more immersive, bigger budgets, new technologies, it does something to the gaming industry and the culture of producing games themselves. Gaming development teams go from being these like ragtag band of nerdy neckbeards, and they were just basically thrown a load of money and told, crack on lads, make us something amazing. But then, right, from their hard work and their creations, as serious money started to flow in and serious investments, so too does management, boardrooms, spreadsheets. The horse riding game is good, I get it, but could we add a car so we could get the, you know, the motorist audience? You know, Need for Speed was pretty big, and we want to capture that corner of the market, so I'm gonna need that by Friday.
Yeah, I'm gonna equip myself with a little, 4 wheels of fury! Oh.
No way. There's no trucks in World of Warcraft.
With all this growth comes expectations. Throughout the 2000s, right, the company EA, it has expanded aggressively, buying up studios, it's consolidating the best talent, it buys out massive franchises, and they start to apply pressure on the developers. And very quickly, with all this resource, they start to make annualized releases of games. Every year, a new game. And this becomes the industry norm. Franchises like FIFA and Madden, NFL, they get pumped out yearly with barely any changes, any updates to the mechanics. It's just like, here's another one. And that's okay with sport, I guess, when the teams changes, etc. But then they start doing it with beloved franchises like Call of Duty, Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, Battlefield. They start expecting these game developers.
I remember doing that when I was younger, because I was like, what's the point? Like, these are just the same game. And, you know, but it's like, fine, whatever, like, people enjoy it. But it's just kind of like, why even buy the new one? Like, just make a gentleman's agreement with your friends to just keep the old one. And don't buy a new one until like a few years afterwards, because it's not going to change all that much. Unless like they make a huge change, like just fucking keep it. Like, just keep it there. It's fine. Like, to me, it was just like, as someone who, like, you know, played most like strategy games and, like, you know, other stuff, like, not, like, very specifically not FIFA games, and like, I was just like, why are you buying the new one every year, almost every year? Like, I don't get it. Like, even Call of Duty at the very least, like, you know, different weapons. It's not that different games, but different weapons and people move. But yeah, I suppose going to lose even more mechanics every year on the single player side. Really, that's incredible. Then, unfortunately, not that uncommon.
Etc. But then they start doing it with beloved franchises like Call of Duty, Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, Battlefield. They start expecting these game developers that have created these masterpieces to do it again basically every single year. And the reason they do this is because of risk management. They put a ton of work in to make these titles well known and build a loyal fan base. To make new products and new ideas requires a risk. You have to do it all again and it might not work. So the big money starts saying, let's do another one, a sequel, a reboot, a revamp. And EA really bring about a major turning point in 2009 when they launch FIFA's Ultimate Team.
Hi there, and welcome to FIFA 09 Ultimate Team, a brand new game that allows you to play football like never before. The new game lets you build, train, and manage your ultimate team by buying packs and trading online with thousands of other gamers.
This was an in-game lottery where you buy with real money packs, you open the pack, and maybe you get something good, maybe you get something bad.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Yes, they bought in microtransactions. They roll this model out throughout most of their sporting franchise. And like, you wish that it didn't work, but obviously it worked disgustingly well. In 2016, the EA CFO Blake Jorgensen, he said that the Ultimate Team modes were making around about $650 million a year. Just like, okay, bear in mind, Ultimate Teams is a very, you know, low effort mini game inside of a game that you didn't have to even touch. It wasn't a full game, it was just a mini casino inside of a bigger game. And that mini casino brought in more money in the same year than Call of Duty Black Ops 3, which brought in $591 million. So corporations, they see this, and because it's optional and there wasn't that much backlash, they realize that there is basically free money sitting there on the table in games that they had already made. Literally, just throw this tiny mechanic in and you'll generate more than some of the biggest AAA titles of the year. And I think probably somewhere around here is where EA just went into full like villain arc, going from a company that was previously known for how much it praised its developers into some horrific corporate culture environment synonymous with making their developers work super long hours, unpaid overtime, constant crunch of like tight deadlines. And it's in this time where, you know, the effects of this start being noticed by gamers in the games they love. And I think like the big obvious thing was a wave of games that were very hyped up, that seemed amazing, like looked like they should have been incredible. And then they came out and they were like half finished. With the rise of downloading games, buying the physical disc became less and less important. Because in the past, you know, you made a game and that was it. Now, with the ability to download content, it meant that if there were problems with the game, you could just download the fixes called patches. And in the beginning, this was a very useful tool. But very quickly, it turns into a way of releasing a game completely broken, charging $70 for it, just get the cash in the door, get the cash up front, and then letting the players quality test it and, you know, find all the bugs, and then after enough of an outcry, the company fixes them. You get a ton of these terrible releases. Cyberpunk 2077 being, you know, probably the
like
most.
So many games I played recently, it feels as if they have no playtesting whatsoever. Because like several quality of life things and so like other parts, like other mechanics which would make something easier or make more sense or whatever, like so much of that is just like not existent in so many games, as if like it feels as if the devs have never played the game or like told someone else to play through the game even once. And I won't forgive EA for what they did to Command and Conquer, yeah.
Because it was so bad that they had to
games.
refund players. But you know, No Man's Sky, Fallout 76, Anthem, Battlefield 2042, gaming was really changing. It was not the same industry that it was in the 2000s and early 2010s. And all of this change really comes together with the release of one game in 2017.
All right, it's real simple. If you guys have all flossed before,
real simple.
I mean, like with your teeth too, I mean, you're just going in, out, in, out, in. I mean, it's just it. That's it. It's all I want to see some movement. I'm not seeing enough movement.
So I'm going to be super clear, right? Fortnite is fun. It's a good game. It was a great game. In 2017, it comes out and it's just a breath of fresh air. Not only was it good, it was a good game, and it had a new game mode because people were kind of bored of like endless first-person shooters. This brought in the Battle Royale. It was a third-person shooter, but it was free. What could go wrong?
So guys, I have my dad's credit card right here and I'm about to spend £1,000 on his card to try and buy all the battle pass tiers to try and get to tier 100 but on his card.
Literally, you download.
Speaking about CS, Community of Heroes getting free remix update for Command System would be, oh shit, really? That's awesome. Community of Heroes 3 fucking sucks. Well, it sucked when I tried it in the playtest, in the open beta. But my impression is it hasn't improved since then. At least like it feels very toyish. It feels just fast shit. Community of Heroes 2, I should maybe play that just competitively now and then on stream. But yeah, I've played a lot of Community of Heroes 2 competitively. It's very fun. Don't know if it's your thing. No, I'm a big fan of like Community of Heroes 2. Like I played it with a lot of friends, and all of them are like, I fucking hate this. Why do you enjoy this game? I'm just like, I'm just chill. To me, it's kind of like crack. Like to me, it's a little bit like playing League of Legends, I guess. But like to me, I don't know. It feels more dignified because it's that strategy, an actual strategy game. It's just very fun. I very much enjoy Community of Heroes 2. I think it's a very, very nice game. A lot of things that I feel like they can improve easily, but yeah, whatever. Now that you mention it, I should play, maybe I'll play through the second one's campaign at some point. On stream. Yeah, that'd be fun, playing through the second one's campaign and then play, like, Community Hero 1. Nothing is like playing League of Legends. Yes, I mean, it's a little bit parallel, is what I'm saying, League of Legends and other competitive games like that. I just really enjoy it, you know? I think it's neat. It's very stressful and shitty, and, like, some people are just, like, very... Again, my friends are, like very upset when they play the game, but I'm fairly chill. It's just fun, even if it's bullshit.
Load the game, and you can just jump.
Card to try.
I didn't know that.
Buy
I think
all
it's
the battle pass tiers to try and get to tier 100, but on his card.
Like literally, you download the game, and you can just jump straight into a match without knowing what you're doing, but it's fun anyway. And then after like 20 seconds, some 12-year-old kid builds the fucking shard around you and kills you. And then you go again. It was really a contrast, right? Because it was a very bright, silly, fun game. It didn't take itself too seriously. That was an era defined by serious, dark shooters. And most importantly, Fortnite was built perfectly for the new social media era. Fortnite wasn't just a game that you played. Fortnite, for a period of time, was the culture. Because Fortnite realized something that other games didn't. And that was that Fortnite is not just competing against other games. Fortnite was competing against YouTube, Netflix, Marvel, hip-hop, group chats, celebrity gossip. Fortnite realized in this newly emerging attention economy, the best way to beat all of those other mediums was to tie themselves to everything. Fortnite takes popular viral dances and puts it in the game, gives us memes. It implements famous characters from Marvel and DC. You have celeb crossovers, anime characters, streamers, and a cosmetic shop to capitalize off it all. And it was great. It was great. We have to remember that. Despite what it goes on to do, it was fun. The Travis Scott thing was pretty cool. Fortnite's lifetime revenue is...
I do genuinely think Fortnite, like, as a game is cool. Shaman's just an uncovered South Korean converted RTS only. I don't only play RTS, I play other things as well. But I have a, you know, I have like a, it's a nostalgia thing. It's like a thing that like sets me, like I'm not unique or whatever, but it's like something that's different, like something that's defining for me, I'd say. It's RTS, a strategy game, that kind of thing. Hello, Linda, welcome.
$20 billion. This is the 5th most profitable game of all time.
I love
so all of the other studios, they look at Fortnite and suddenly Fortnite becomes the dream. And what this brings...
Oh shit, I just realized I need to go soon.
...of gaming.
Can I finish this video? Oof, we might not be able to finish this video.
So games like Grand Theft Auto Online,
PUBG
Mobile, League of Legends, Warzone, Roblox, Fortnite, these are the forever games. What this means is a game that you make once and people play it forever and they keep spending money in the game.
Oh, I saw this video unlocked.
And once
yeah,
publishers saw this
I like
model
it so
work,
far. I will say, like, I feel like a lot of things are already new, which is fine. I think it's really good for someone who's not as into gaming. But again, I said a lot of things I feel like I already knew, but a lot of things I didn't know, or like I didn't think about them in a certain way. Like the thing about like how the economy, like the revenue of games shapes the gaming industry.
The entire industry just became obsessed with chasing it. And like, let's be fair to them business boys, you gotta see the temptation. A normal AAA game is a terrifying investment. All in it can end up costing you 300 to 500 million to make. You invest 5 years into making it, you release it, and most of the money is made in that first spike, and it might be a flop. But the live service game, my friends, it's a different beast. Even in the way the player plays the game, right? They don't just play it for a couple months whilst they complete the story. The games are engineered to be constant and evolving. They have updates and seasons.
Oh wait, no, okay, we'll finish the video.
New things get added to the game constantly, and players keep coming back constantly. So after Fortnite,
I lived through it, but never seen it all explained like this. Like you're saying, well, yes, this is what experience. Yeah, no, exactly. And although like there were some of these like aspects of it which I did notice growing up, especially like, you know, becoming a leftist and whatnot, like especially becoming a leftist, I'd say, like helps me analyze and understand a lot of these things before he talks about them. There's still some things in this like that I did not know about, so I had not considered in that way.
Constant and evolving.
Just go back a little bit.
Let's be fair to them business boys, you gotta see the temptation. A normal AAA game is a terrifying investment.
And this is why I don't like capitalism, because it incentivizes this type of like shit.
All in it can end up costing you 300 to 500 million to make.
It becomes anti anything that's not profitable.
You release it, and most of the money is made in that first spike, and it might be a flop. But the live service game, my friends, it's a different beast. Even in the way the player plays the game, right? They don't just play it for a couple months whilst they complete the story. The games are engineered to be constant and evolving. They have updates and seasons. They change. New things get added to the game constantly, and players keep coming back constantly. So after Fortnite, a ton of games like this get made, and a few of them win. And like, you know, so what if Call of Duty goes from looking like this
double the body count. Someone would have
to whatever the fuck this is.
I am Cornholio. I need tippy for my bungle.
And so what if in the pursuit of trying to make a forever game, you have some absolute monumental flops, games like Anthem, Marvel's Avengers, Concord, to name a few, all of these games that look and seem amazing, that had so much potential, flopping so bad because they were made just not good, and some of the games ended up being so bad that they just turned off the servers forever. Reportedly, Sony have had a ton of these live service games that they made, completed, and just never released because they decided that it would be better for business to not have the game come out and flop and get all of the negative publicity that comes from that, so they just literally didn't bother putting the game out. But like with every one of these flops, right, there's all this media shitstorm, but there's something that people just don't talk about, and that is that resources are finite. When a flop happens, those world-class developers, that labor, that money, that time, that energy could have been put on something else. Something that maybe isn't a 10-year money printer, but something that is still profitable, interesting, unique, new, beloved, and culturally meaningful. And this is the thing, right? This model that the gaming industry has created, it is absurd. Like, it can't work, right? Because fundamentally, to make a forever game, it requires players to treat the game like it's their hobby, for the game to be their default social space online, and like a routine, you know, with daily quests and updates where they build up a library of cosmetics and things in the game that they have value over to keep you coming back and playing continuously.
Oh god, I'm gonna have diarrhea again. You can't go to the bathroom, you're stacking Sunder Armor.
But in the pursuit of trying to make every game like this, it ironically erodes the trust of the gamers. Like, literally, just a decade of terrible releases and all this live service bullshit has conditioned the consumer base to be suspicious of new releases. 63% of US gamers buy no more than 1 or 2 new games a year. Around a third buy less than 1 game a year. Only 4% of gamers buy new games more often
I
than
will say,
once a month.
regarding this bit in particular, like, depending on what he's going to say next, but like specifically, you know, like only so many of these games are being bought. I mean, that's kind of understandable to a certain degree. Some of it is very much, you know, monopoly and the way that algorithms spring up games and just, you know, attention economy shit. But some of it is literally just like, there's only so much information that you can have easy access to as a human being. And that's further, that's very much limited by whatever, again, the attention economy. That's the card I used to play on for real. Is that what card looks like now? I haven't played in like 8 years, so I guess. So, I mean, I assume that's like some sort of event. Bro is striking Sunder Armor to tank headers. Okay.
67% of PC gaming hours are spent on games that are at least 6 years old, with Fortnite, Minecraft, and Counter-Strike dominating.
Me playing Medieval 2 Total War for the 100th time.
And so,
fuck yeah.
So with all that in mind, you start seeing this logic, these market logics reaching their final form. The first game sold you a product, then they sold you access, then they sold you items, and then they sold you a routine. What if there was one more model, the final level, the big boss? What if the game was no longer a game, but instead a platform?
Metaverse.
Right, we'll do it, right? We'll talk about Roblox. So Roblox isn't just the shitty little game your brother plays. In fact, you could argue that Roblox isn't really a game at all. Not in the traditional sense, right? So Roblox, despite being released in 2006, in 2025, it had $4.9 billion in revenue. Whilst not being in profit, you know, they posted major losses, but in the same way that Amazon and Uber did for years, Roblox is following the model of platform capitalism for gaming. The idea is simple. You don't take any profit, you just use the money to keep growing and growing the ecosystem. You get more and more players in the game, you own the currency in the game, you own the marketplace in the game, you just keep expanding and worry about profit later. So Roblox is free, nothing is free, just remember that. But it is a platform where basically people who are on Roblox make games in Roblox, kids play them, and as you expect, there are tons of layers of microtransactions using the game's inbuilt currency called Robux. This all happens, right? All these games that get built in Roblox happens in this hyper-algorithmic marketplace where a handful of developers that make the games for it, they make serious fucking money, all while millions of mostly very young users provide many of the games, the labor, the culture, the trends, and the social online environment that keeps the world alive. Roblox are very smart as a company because they saw that, right, gaming, when we were all gaming growing up, we would make maps for games. We would come up with like hide and seek, bunny hop, surf, jailbirds, like all of these games that were inside a game were just things that people came up with, and they were super popular and everyone loved it. Roblox saw that and went, oh, they'll work for free. They'll make the game for us. So they allow monetization in these games.
I mean, it's a shame because, like, I mean, Roblox as well. I mean, like, literally just without the fucking money sense of things. Just, yeah.
creates enormous revenue, which attracts investors. This is what we call the games as a platform model.
What's fascinating about Roblox is their margins theoretically should be a lot higher than traditional game makers and traditional platforms, because that content that's driving users is being created by the users. The cost that they have in content's really only in building that Roblox game engine for you and I to be able to easily make content.
Fortnite has been doing the same. They have a similar thing as well. The platform doesn't have to come up with and create the value itself anymore. It just needs to own the marketplace where everyone else inside will generate the value, the ideas, the creativity, the player base. And it works in the same way many other big tech platforms do, which is that once they've got everyone inside it, it wins by simply being the place where everyone is. If all your friends are in it, then it's the same like Facebook and WhatsApp, where trying to tell everyone, hey guys, let's all leave and go to this other place, is very hard to do and no one does it. So even if there are better services or better things, they just don't do it because it's too much effort to move everything, especially once you put so much time into it. And if Roblox itself houses all of your favorite games within it, why would you move?
The company lists itself as a player in the attention wars, fighting for the user's time. One way the company is going beyond games is through virtual events. In April 2020, the social gaming platform started allowing players to host virtual events like birthday parties.
But all of this, right, all these economic models that have changed in gaming has overall started to have a negative effect on the gaming industry. On Steam, there was research where they basically tracked the top 50 games that were new and not free to play over the period of February 2023 and December 2025. And they found that the median price of the best-selling new games fell by around about 20%, while the revenue-weighted median fell from $23.70 to $20.35. This is a period of time, right, as people's willingness to pay money is going down in gaming, where the gaming industry for their AAA titles are trying to normalize a new price bracket around about $70 to $80 a game. And there's a lot of rumors that Grand Theft Auto 6 is probably going to be priced at $100. And like, okay, I know cheaper games sounds good, right? I like that, I think. But in reality, it's not actually that good of a thing. Deflation can often imply that an industry is shrinking. Because if you think about it, if the world is getting more expensive from inflation, that means making games is getting more expensive. It costs more to do it. You have to pay more wages, higher bills for your studios, energy, labor costs, equipment. If people are...
This is the issue when you have a system like built around profit. This is why, like, it incentivizes. You know, it's kind of stupid to not do all these things we've seen so far, which are fucking awful, make the game shitty and all that thing, and literally just exploiting people, exploiting their weaknesses just to make them pay out of their ass. This is the issue with like living in a system that incentivizes that, because you can't make good game. Like, you shouldn't even get into it at this point. Like, if you want to make a big game, you have to be, you know, the guy who is like, we're gonna make Skyrim like 7 times. It's just, even if you have huge profit margins, it's irresponsible not to. What if you flop? Because if you flop, it's game over, right? And that's why if everyone was provided for, like in my ideal society, like if everyone was provided like a very decent minimum of, you know, like life quality, no matter what, people could still come together and make huge games, but without, you know, the risk of like fucking everything exploding. The only risk there is, you know, them getting into arguments, whatever, but there's no like, they need to make the game profitable.
Paying less money,
and I think
as prices go up, this means that...
And well, we need some people to do these other things that people don't want to do. Well, okay, then make it so that their life quality is like, you know, in some way or another, like incentivize that.
Really, you're going to start seeing budgets for games get a lot smaller, which...
Okay, I will also say, like, specifically this part of Skyrim was awesome. Like, just the bugs
really,
are so funny. You're going to start
seeing budgets for games get a lot smaller, which will make it even harder to make these more ambitious AAA titles.
Specifically, I don't really care for this bit. I want games to be cheaper. I don't give a shit about AAA titles, generally speaking, because AAA titles are like bullshit. Not always, but you can have a lot more enjoyment and from not AAA titles. To me, like, if you cannot make a game with like just like, I don't give a shit about games which are not producing a quote unquote like then I'd rather just stick to like should do this force back in the beginning of Skyrim is game breaking.
And probably
really?
even harder to make these more ambitious AAA titles. And
Okay, I
probably
mean yes it is, but that is fucking
it will
hilarious.
incentivize these more ambitious AAA titles. And probably it will incentivize games to increasingly go towards the free-to-play, live service, you know, the daily challenge, this kind of model, all with microtransactions, etc., which will further worsen the spiral. And then there is other forces, not just the gaming industry itself, but outside, that are also starting to have a massive effect on the future of gaming as well.
Other costs are driving these GPUs to go up as well because AI data centers are eating not just the RAM, but they're eating storage, they're eating PCB production, they're like literally eating everything out there, right?
So you gotta remember, gaming isn't just competing with other games, or even just social media and other media products like films, as it fights for your attention. Gaming now has a new rival on the block, competing for physical fucking resources. The earth minerals that are used to build the technology itself. Talking about chips, memory, GPUs, data centers, electricity, water, and investor attention. All of these things are now in a bidding war against the AI industry.
They're not necessarily buying the same thing that you and I would buy, for example, but you can't really blame the manufacturers for pivoting what they're building to the higher price.
Instead of prioritizing
because
the smaller ones that
incentivize
we
you.
might want to buy for our own devices, they're prioritizing these large orders for these data centers.
Exactly. Like, even if they're not seeking profit, like even if they don't care about earning a certain amount, they have to live. You never progress
for our own devices. They're prioritizing these large orders for these data centers.
You can just
restart because the monetary pressure to do that, they're just quite frankly paying more.
So kids who are saving up all their money to buy a nice big gaming computer, they are now bidding against Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta, venture capital, sovereign wealth funds, and every single fucking billionaire that is convinced that the next industrial revolution will come from their chatbot that can generate the finest quality AI slop that's radicalizing your uncle. So sorry, kid, no gamies for you, my friend. And this right here is a really important and interesting lesson in how increasing wealth inequality in the world, how it starts to distort and affect markets and resources. Because inequality isn't just about, you know, rich guy has a bigger house than me. It means that large holders of wealth get to command the world's factories on what it produces.
I mean, that's bad.
Where and affect markets and resources. Because inequality isn't just about, you know, rich guy has a bigger house than me. It means that large holders of wealth get to command the world's factories on what it produces, where energy supplies are driven toward, and which supply chains get priority over others. So what that translates to is they get to decide whether the finite amount of chips are used for gaming hardware or for another warehouse full of servers hallucinating legal advice. And right now, the market is pretty clear. It is saying AI wins.
Data center revenue in the fourth quarter reached a record $62.3 billion, up 75% from 1 year ago and making up over 91% of the company's sales.
Nvidia, which, you know, I remember buying graphics cards from them for gaming. It was a gaming first thing, basically. Recently, they've reported that their revenue from gaming was $2.4 billion in Q4 in 2025, which is down 11% year on year. And that's because the market's moved, right? It's gone from rendering your games to powering AI. An IDC analysis suggests that data centers could take up 70% of memory chips produced in 2026. So now your PlayStation, your Xbox, your Switch, your gaming PC, fucking your phone, your laptop is competing against that. With reports showing that the average price of video game consoles have just hit a record high, people actually spending money to buy those consoles fell by 27% in 1 month, with unit sales at their weakest since 1995. So all of this, what this all teaches you is one of the most important lessons I think you can understand about economics, about free markets, about capitalism, is that why all of this is happening to gaming is because gaming has gone from the phase that we were in when we were growing up, which was a phase of market expansion, into the phase we're currently in, which is a mature industry. But in that period of growth, in that expanding phase, it has to convince new people that it is good, that gaming is something you should do. And it does so by making incredible games. But once you're in the door, and once gaming becomes your habit, your lifestyle, the thing you do in your free time, and once the market reaches that mature point, finding new growth gets a lot harder. For big...
I'm not sure of this. I agree with, like, the reason for why it's moving away. I think it's more about, you know, profit incentive.
Corporations extract...
Like, specifically, not just like not just because games have become worse. We've gotten more and more good games, I would say. Sure, a lot of games have become worse, but if you literally only play mainstream games, then that's the only case where that's universally true, I would say.
Growth gets a lot harder. For big corporations, extraction becomes much more attractive than innovation. But why I find this important, right? Why I don't actually feel so pessimistic is because once you understand why this is happening, it's not just like a state of mind thing. It's not that we're bad, we've become too picky. It's the opposite. We know what good games are now. The developers, their expertise and knowledge and their tools and resources are the best they've ever been. We have the ability to make incredible shit. However, the market incentives are drawing all of that talent, all of those resources away from making great pieces of art and great games that we love toward making more profitable extractive games. That's the incentive. Like, to be clear, of course, there has been loads of good AAA games that have come out recent where a studio just manages to fight through all this bullshit and drop a banger. Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, Helldivers 2. These lot are doing it despite the odds.
Again, I feel like, but look, he should have a little bit specified this, like, focus on like mainstream games. Because again, Stardew Valley is a very good example of a game that does great. Like, there's a lot of non-AAA games which are doing amazing. Still, like, but the issue is that computer parts are becoming more expensive, and just everything is becoming more expensive due to the fucking AI bullshit problem.
So the argument isn't just that modern games are bad. That is far too simplistic. It is that the wider industry as a whole is pulling itself down in a race to the bottom, which makes it harder to make good games. But after all of this, for us, it might seem negative and like a doom scroll. Slowly, gamers have started putting the pieces together and figuring out what is causing this. And most importantly, gamers are organizing and fighting back politically, coming in the form of a movement called Stop Killing Games.
Honestly, we are trying to prevent video games from being destroyed. We see video games not only as part of our culture, but also as products, and in both cases, worthy of preservation. But unfortunately, the practices in the video games industry are hindering both of these and threatening video games as a medium. What we hope to achieve today for you is to...
I'm going to real quick say, I don't really believe in electoralism being the end-all be-all, because like on capitalism, as long as you live on capitalism, things will always inevitably be turned back to like what it is we're seeing now, right? Ultimately, into what we saw in Nazi Germany and other parts. I mean, we literally see this shit in Israel, right? However, initiatives like this are always good if they, in general, move people further to the left to get closer to that truth.
Explain the problem.
Because like, whatever you do, whatever rules you set for companies here, right? As long as there's still rich people around, they will keep fighting to like push those rules away so that they can make money again. And the only way they will not do that is if they lose interest, which they will not if there's money in it.
Have done to try to fix it at least, and why we believe new regulation or new rules are necessary.
This is a movement by a YouTuber called Ross Scott, known as Accursed Farms on YouTube. So he does a big campaign. Eventually, it gets tons of signatures, and it reaches the European Citizens Initiative threshold and gets submitted to the Commission. And it forces EU lawmakers to respond to a simple question. Should companies be allowed to destroy games that people have already purchased? And like, this has prompted a really important, deep question around whether digital purchases need clearer protections and I think this is very incredible, whether games should be preserved as culturally significant, like, you know, like pieces of art. And like, look, Stop Killing Games is not the entire solution to shitification. They're focused on one specific thing, but you know, it's a first step, because it's marked a point where gamers have realized the problem isn't individual bad developers, individual bad studios, but the issue of modern gaming being shitified is systemic. And they realize that in order to fix it, the gaming industry needs rules, and players shouldn't just accept that they are shitboy consumers to just be exploited by any company, but instead they're fighting back, they're organizing, protesting, and they're supporting legislation, signing signatures, and working to support preservation to protect the cultural significance of the very thing they love, which is gaming. And the other positive thing is, despite AAA titles, you know, struggling a bit, it has given rise to the indie development industry. Tools for making games have become incredibly good and way cheaper now. Like, you got Unreal and Unity. So now small teams of passionate developers are making,
I mean, also just like more accessible programming. Not if I say programmers become better, but like people have become better programmers. Like, a lot of these things have just become more accessible. There's better technology.
Games that would have been impossible to make 20 years ago. Yeah, Minecraft being the big one. Stardew Valley, Undertale, Lethal Company, BattleBit, Schedule 1. These became major hits and it made a ton of money. Now, personally, I would always, you know, take this with a pinch of salt. Whilst these tools, Unity, Unreal, are cheap now, as we've learned from this video, it is very likely that over time they might start and shitifying themselves.
But I will say though, like specifically like Stardew Valley, does that make use of Unity or something? I thought it was developed from scratch. Like, and not every indie game is. That's why we have so many indie games. But like a lot of them, especially the really good ones, are not made through Unity or something. A lot of them are, but not all of them. Stardew Valley development net worth. Open-ended, very creative style, 5 years in the game. By improving his programming and blah, blah, blah. House Moon. Well, like, I want to know about the development. Again, design, but I don't give it. Does it say anything about like how it was developed? Anything? Come on. That's so funny. He designed the games to encourage a relaxed playstyle. Meanwhile, fucking average Stardew Valley gamer is just like, plant the fucking strawberries. Fucking fish to the end. We have to fish as much as fucking possible before the 7th or 12th or whatever of spring, and then buy all the strawberries. Blah, blah, blah. Did it not? I guess engine? Yeah, engine is what I'm looking for. Stardew Valley engine. What game was used to make Stardew Valley? It was made by one developer using XNA high-level API for 2D graphics and a custom engine he built from scratch. Okay, yeah, there you go. Like specific, there you go. Like one of the most successful games ever. I'm pretty sure it's the same with Minecraft.
What we learned from this video is very likely that over time they might start and shitifying themselves. It's very
again, like that shit does not matter. Like sure, these things make games more accessible and all that shit, but like, well, these tools makes video game development more accessible. But like, we'll be fine without them.
And also, as these indie,
especially because like open source things,
development teams get bigger, they will be thrown a ton of
like
cash.
literally, like the issue is, again, goes back to capitalism, because you will not have these issues in general with open source things. In general,
big people,
not guaranteed, but
that is why the Stop Killing Games movement is very important, because it sets a precedent and shows the possibility for using political power to establish long-lasting rules over the industry itself.
Okay, I feel like this is very like social democrat like vibes. But I mean, you know, whatever. As long as it teaches people that, you know, at least a little bit that capitalism is why gaming sucks. That's good enough.
Real
you
lasting
know?
change is by setting the rules that enforce it and not allowing the market to just do it itself. And so not only is this hopeful for gaming, but Stop Killing Games, if successful, is very hopeful as a wider symbol for a younger generation. You know, our generation who grew up on these tech platforms and we saw them getting shitified and go from being things that were kind of good and nice and positive, communal, into things that are hateful, extractive, addictive. For this generation, if Stop Killing Games wins, they can see that actually if they organize and come together, they can find ways of pushing for real political change to stop these exploitive companies acting like they fucking own the place.
When we say a game has been destroyed, what we mean is a publisher has permanently disabled all copies of it that have been sold so no one can ever play them again. It would be like removing every single copy of a book or film in existence, effectively erasing it from the culture.
I mean, this
Before you go, don't forget to check out CyberGhost VPN. Using the link in the description or the pinned comment, you get 84% off, 4 months for free, and a 45-day money-back guarantee. A super easy way to protect your privacy online. Whether you're browsing on public Wi-Fi, streaming content from different countries, following.
Okay, we're good. I don't need to watch the full last set. That was cool. That was a good video. You know, you have heard my critiques of it. The issue in general with this kind of thing is that kind of like just social democracy arguments, in that at least it is left of the direction of where we are. It's like it is a little bit critical of capitalism, but not like it is critical a tiny bit of like capitalism, how it works, but it's not, doesn't go far enough. It doesn't understand that like you need to like infinitely keep this up, and you cannot do that under capitalism, because rich people will inevitably like they will just like keep spamming money. They will keep becoming monopolies. They will keep becoming infinitely rich, or you know, hoarding the limited resources are, because you know everything is limited. To then use that to just roll back these rules. That is the issue with social democracy. That is the issue with capitalism, right? But it's still good that you know people have beliefs that it's fine that people are not perfect in like their outlook of things if they push things in a better direction, right? So yeah, Jimmy the Giant, really great video, aside from, you know, a few other things, but whatever. Remind me that we need to watch the next episode of Reaction Podcast at some point. I'm going to end the stream in a moment. Please hang around while we find someone to raid. Do the raid message, which is Shemraid. Yeah, that's the raid message, I guess. We are going to raid. We're going to raid. Y'all do not understand the struggle. Question mark. I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm very curious. Okay, whatever. We're going. I spent 3 hours trying to find a way to. Oh, okay, that's so funny. I was like, I thought you were like arguing. Which you're allowed to, of course, but I spent things. I mean, I would say just any selfies are good. Or take some goofy ones as well. If you take selfies, everyone take selfies now and then of yourself, including goofy ones, because it normalizes your own visage to yourself and improves your self-confidence, I would say. Right. We shall now raid someone, and that someone shall be LB, Lil Bear 36. Now go forward in my name and raid this South African Yakubian, one of the good Yakubian people. I was trying to Pinterest for so long. That's funny. I'm glad you finally found something. All right, go forward. Thank you everyone for watching. I probably will not stream more today. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. We'll see, inshallah. Thanks so much for watching, and have a very lovely evening and or weekend if we don't see each other again this weekend. Better be good. They're really nice. Now go forth. Take care, everyone.